All right.
Okay, this is definitely not the right thing. I'm
So,
currently streaming a dunk contest. Hold on.
all right, guys. So, thanks again for joining us, Downtown Rams and friends here. We have Devin Jackson from Blue Chip Scouting. Blaine Grisack joins from Downtown Rams. We have Brad Motter. He is joining us from Locked On Rams, our buddy Brad. And we have Ben Larson from Downtown Vikings, as well as Alexis Kraft and I. We will be having people hopping in and out of here. Just kind of, keep this very lax and just have some fun with this. Going to give analysis and, break down each pick as they go along, just like yesterday. And again, we're going to have some fun with this. So if you are watching us on whatever you're watching us on, if you want to know the other platforms you can watch us on, you can go on Facebook Live. We're on Twitch, we're on YouTube, and we are on Periscope on Twitter. If you're interested in signing up and joining anything along the lines of our brand, we have a Facebook, we have a Twitter, we have an Instagram. It's all at Downtown Rams. So, feel free to do that. Welcome, guys. Thanks so much for
Hey,
being here. And, I'm excited to get this thing rolling.
agreed. I'm not gonna lie though, just from that graphic, I don't like their top needs they put for the Bengals. I think it's wildly inaccurate.
I do too. I don't think that their number one need right now is a wide receiver.
No, because listen, I don't care. Well, I guess any like semblance of AJ Green is gonna be okay. It's like he doesn't need to be back to 100%. If he's back at 50%, he's gonna be still somewhat of an impact. He's not gonna be a bad wide receiver. I love Tyler Boyd. I've always been a Tyler Boyd guy, and John Ross has shown enough potential. I'm like, their number one option is not. No, especially like they don't even have tackle there. I'm like, Bobby Hart's here. I had to literally Google like, who's their starting right tackle? It's like, it's Bobby Hart. I'm like, that's not a good start.
I guess for the Bengals too, it's just like, how long is AJ Green around? He didn't seem like he really wanted to be around this year. They franchise tagged him. So you get a young quarterback, you get a young wide receiver.
That's a fair point.
So I see your point though, because I think we're all in agreement. You get a brand new quarterback, maybe start to protect them a little bit, maybe add some value there. But it's weird. This draft is interesting as far as how the board falls and how each team's fit. But you're right. Looking wide receiver, edge, linebacker, guard, and center. Wide receiver as the first team need. Not sure that's really it, but hard to pass up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a legendary wide receiver group. I wouldn't bother taking a receiver here. I mean, I know Mims fell in your lap, but I mean, I remember when Mims was a mid-second round prospect and he kind of rose up the board. And here he is, he's sitting here. But Josh Jones, to me, it doesn't really fit with my board, but he is my best overall offensive tackle remaining. I think he's more of a mid-second round talent, but I think right now, with what they have, I think Josh Jones would make sense. As well as, if you're looking at edge, I hate to do this because I love Joshua Uche, but he's my number one edge on my board right now. Uche would make plenty of sense for Cincinnati as well.
Yeah, I kind of hope that they go Josh Jones here, just because I think a big part of making sure that Burrow is successful is we have a good offensive line.
Yep.
Someone pointed this out before we went live, but their first round pick last year, I believe it was Billy Price, interior offensive lineman, got hurt before the season, didn't even play last year. So theoretically, if they draft a tackle here, they'll have two fresh offensive linemen going into next season.
Yeah, I mean, you look at where the Bengals are at 33. You had teams at the end of the first round reach on some players, notably the Seahawks. And here there's a ton of first round talent just sitting here at the top of the second round. So they're going to come away with their franchise quarterback and Joe Burrow, and there's first round talent here that's there for the taking.
Well, one thing I want to say is maybe would make sense also here would maybe be, what about Lloyd Cushenberry? Why not bring in, we talked about O-line, why not bring in somebody that Burrow already knows and bring in his center? Because, I mean, I'm looking at their depth chart right now, and their starting center is Trey Hopkins. They've got Michael Jordan, Trey Hopkins, and Xavier Su'a-Filo. I can't imagine. I think Lloyd Cushenberry definitely has a starting role in that kind of room.
I think Cushenberry would make a plenty of sense here as well. he's my number one center on my board. I have him higher than I had Cesar Ruiz. So, I could
Well, and
definitely see that.
interior could make some sense too, because even with Joe Burrow, I still think your focus on this offense should be running the ball up that gut with Joe Mixon and with Giovanni Bernard, and
Yeah,
maybe adding another running back in this draft later on, because you
Yeah,
want
I
to be a
feel-
run-based team, I think.
I feel like the Bengals, though, with getting Joe Burrow, I don't think they're satisfied with what they have. I think they may get aggressive and get a receiver, or running back with this
I can
pick.
see that.
Even though that needs are edge and an offensive line, I think they want to try to surround Joe Burrow with as many weapons as he can. Try to maximize his talent.
Well, the pick is in. I'm kind of seeing. We're not, for anyone who wasn't here yesterday, we don't spoil the picks, because we kind of did that yesterday, and some people who are watching the stream asked us to not spoil picks. But the pick is on social media, but they have not announced it.
Oh, so the
Wow.
pick is available. You can see the pick on
So
Twitter or whatever, but they just haven't announced.
the pick's T. Higgins. They
Yep.
just announced it on ESPN. What do you guys think about this pick? I mean, for
Well, I'm
me,
behind.
he's not my number one receiver here.
No,
He's
he's
my
not.
11th overall receiver. But I think he is a guy that can go up and get the football. For Joe Burrow, 6'4", 4.4 speed. I like him, and I like him a lot more than keeping him out of my top 10. But I don't know if I would have gone with T. Higgins. I think Mims is better than T. Higgins in a lot of other areas.
I know with the Bengals love their big receivers. I mean, you saw
Yeah.
AJ Green. They love to have those big body receivers. Higgins, it's kind of up in the air what he is as a prospect, NFL prospect. He did not test well at the combine. And when you look at some of the other players still on the board, some of the other receivers, it's kind of surprising that he went. We knew he was going to go in the second round, but to go as a first pick was a little surprising for a team that doesn't necessarily need a receiver, but it's a nice luxury to have. So I don't hate the pick. I really don't love it either. I think that if they were going for something like that, they could have got Denzel Mims. I think that would have been a better pick at this spot.
I agree.
Yeah, the weird thing about Higgins to me is he was a really hot name for a while, but then he just kind of almost got forgotten, and that's the weird thing for me about him is he got lost in the shuffle of the combine and everything, and maybe he's gonna come out and ball out, but yeah, it's an odd pick to me. I don't think he's my top receiver by a decent margin.
Yeah, I think the combine really hurt him. I mean, he was a guy that you talked about had some big hype on him, and then coming in, really didn't perform well, didn't run well at the combine, but showing the package of him right now. He does compete for the football. He is a big wide receiver, kind of going with AJ Green, as you said earlier as well. So it is interesting because they're looking to, think about their offense, their head coach and what they're trying to do there with that offense and be kind of high octane. They got the guy to throw the ball. AJ Green, how long is he's around? So, yeah, I understand the pick at wide receiver. I probably wouldn't have gone T. Higgins, but it's always interesting when these teams like a guy for a reason. They fall in love and they kind of get their blinders on, and Higgins was that guy for the Bengals.
Apparently.
It's interesting that you're going to have the LSU quarterback going to a Clemson receiver.
Right?
Ooh, that is interesting.
I just think about their championship game, their matchup.
Hey guys, Pro Football Network NFL analyst Cole Thompson joins the show here. How's it going, Cole? Thanks so much for joining us, man. We appreciate it. I think we
Can't really hear you, Cole.
Yeah, Cole, you're muted. Well, you didn't mute your microphone.
You're not
but
muted. It's just
it's just not coming through.
no.
Colts pick is in.
Oh, I think they could go a lot of directions here.
Let's see.
Jalen Hurts, I feel like is a pick.
Alexis, is that
Well, I
your
could be wrong.
prediction or is that actually the pick?
No. I think it's my prediction, but
All
I
right.
could be wrong.
She
Right.
typed something.
We still can't hear you,
Oh.
Cole. I don't know what's going on.
Well, they
You
get
might
out-
have to join the audio thing. Like
That might be it.
your
Yeah.
audio.
Oh, that's the pick. Okay.
Michael
So-
Pittman.
Oh wow.
Pittman.
Oh,
Man,
My
back to
friend
back.
Evan Shefkowitz is going to be jumping up and down with this pick.
I like him a lot. I mean, yeah, that's another guy where Pittman you could have gone over T in my opinion too.
I'm not as high on Pittman as a lot of people. I had him as my 10th overall receiver.
Wow.
So I don't know. I mean, I guess like, teams like their guys. That's who they like. They like Pittman. I still, again, think Mims is a lot better, but
I
that'll
like Pittman. I like Pittman for all the other things he does. And a lot of it that I kept going back to was just watching him when the ball wasn't coming his way is what I really liked about him. He just seems like a grinder. Like he loves contact. He loves going out there and blocking. That's why I was really excited about him potentially for the Rams, is seeing, how the Rams seem to kind of gone back to a little bit of those short screens, even in the red zone. Pittman's the guy that I think could, be on the outside and lead the charge for, Bobby Woods or one of those other guys. But I like this pick a lot. I think, a little sad. This is another one of those, just cross it off my Rams mock draft of trying to get a wide receiver. But I think he's kind of in the line of some of those USC guys that have come out, maybe a little underrated in the second round, looking back to Juju Smith-Schuster, not saying he's him, but that can go the next level and really transition their skills.
Juju is my comp for him personally. So the minute you said he's maybe not Juju, but I'm like, well, he might be though.
Yeah, and very true. Exactly.
Cole, we got you back.
Yeah, how about now? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How's it going, man?
I'm hanging in there, no complaints. Just enjoying working and actually trying to enjoy this whole quarantine stuff. No complaints on that part.
I feel that, man. I definitely feel that. Well, I'm glad you were able to join us. I know you're a busy man, and day 2 for Rams fans, including myself, is like the Super Bowl for us. So we love day 2. Never pick day 1. So
no, I mean, you have to enjoy what's coming up. You do have 2 picks, and I think with Brandon Cooks now being gone, it allows you to kind of have multiple options, what you can address. I think that wide receiver isn't far-fetched, that there is a guy who is worthy of that selection. But again, it's a deep wide receiver class, so you probably can find another guy a little later. If I'm them, I'm looking linebacker, I'm looking running back, I'm looking edge rusher, I'm looking positions of need that you need to address immediately to contend with the offense. But yeah, I mean, there's many ways they can go, and they have the picks to do so. And if they really wanted to, they could package one of them with maybe one of their later round picks to move up just a few spots.
yeah, no, I agree with that. Right now the Lions pick is up. Who do we think the Lions are going with? They stuck at 3. They took Okudah to replace Darius Slay, who they outed to the Philadelphia Eagles earlier in the offseason. This should be an interesting pick here. I could see them going. I actually like Marlon Davidson to the Lions. This might be a little too early for that. But I guess we'll see.
I'm pretty sure they're going to go D-line. I was told that they liked both the Auburn guys, and one of the reports was the reason they were trying to trade down was to actually consider Derek Brown, justifiably taking him at a later pick. So this would make a lot of sense. I think Ross Blackhawk at TCU is another one that you can kind of consider as another name option. Neville Gallimore out of Oklahoma. But people aren't realizing how important the defensive line has been for Detroit, and they need to address that need immediately. Because if you're relying on Danny Shelton to be your main guy, with everyone who they lost this offseason, you're in a lot of trouble.
What about Epinesa here, possibly?
It's a fit, yeah.
Because Epinesa, I like him a lot as they run the multi-scheme there. They want to run the multi-scheme there. So to me, he can play, a nickel D tackle. He could play D end in a 34. He could play D end in a 43.
Right.
So it's DeAndre Swift here. The Lions already having Kerryon Johnson. They put some stock in it to Ty Johnson last year, somebody I really like. What do you guys think about this pick?
makes no sense to me.
As a Viking fan, I'm okay with this.
I think that they're kind of just showing that they're done. They've elected to not consider Johnson as their main guy. You don't draft him if you're not considering him to be at least a major part of your offense.
Me saying that I'm not hating on DeAndre Swift at all. I love DeAndre Swift. He was my running back 1. But to me, the Lions taking a running back right there just doesn't make sense.
Now, but this is where I think Espinoza could go to Giants at 36. It's going to be him or it's going to be Matos out of Penn State.
Yep.
I have had the Giants taking Austin Jackson here, who somehow went in the first round. So
See how much
they already took an offensive tackle, so now I have no idea. Epineza makes sense.
So you want to hear how far behind my stream is? And I'm going to try and find a better stream. They just announced DeAndre Swift on my computer. Like they're literally just showing him crying while talking on the phone. And I'm like, this is a little behind. I'm about a minute behind.
Like it's that fast.
Yeah, these picks are kind of going rapid fast. So,
Yeah.
Which is good because the first round was really a drag as far as how it went.
yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
But if you don't have trades or anything like that, you're fine. You know, you have time at the top to really kind of make your one or two picks, have them on your big board and be like, all right, this is where we're going as soon as we get the pick.
Well, the weird thing about this draft is people general consensus is the fact that the value through rounds 2 and 3 are so amazing. And that kind of affected round 1 because not many teams, I'm sure there were plenty of teams that were looking down to trade down in round 1 to try and get some more picks because of the depth. But who's willing to come up? Not that many teams. And now there's a lot of teams, they're sitting there and they're like, we love what our board looks like right now. We want to stand pat and get one of our guys.
Well, that's what I'm curious about the Rams when we get down there, depending on who's there. I mean, my whole thing was trade at least one of those picks back, but trying to find somebody to move up, while gaining some might be. They said earlier that the Vikings are looking to stay busy. New England's always looking to stay busy, but just trying to find that partner that makes sense to move back a little bit might be the tough thing in the second and third round.
Slick Rick is always looking to stay busy. Trust me.
Yeah.
I think there hasn't been a single draft where we haven't at one point owned like 12 draft picks. He wants 12 at least always. We walked in with 12, but now we're at 14 we sit at, so we can move a lot.
The Giants pick is in. They haven't announced it yet. I think you have to go defense here if you're the Giants.
Or does the wide receiver run continue?
I mean,
we've already seen it start. If you feel really good about Denzel Mims or somebody like that, and you want to add another weapon, if you're the Giants and you see these other guys coming off the board, you might panic a little bit.
Yeah, they could use some out there.
But you're panicking way too soon. In a deep class where if you really like a guy, you could trade back up and get someone a little later in the end of the round too. You're not going to have Espinoza or Yatu Gross Matos later on.
Yeah,
There's going to be a team, and New England's a perfect team for one of them. So one of them could be gone. So if that's your guy, take him now. The one thing that I was talking to a buddy who was in Philly last night. Apparently the entire time Rager was Howie Roseman's guy. He didn't move. He didn't want to budge. He wanted to be Rager. So if you have your guy, just take him. Don't try and be the smarty and just do what you have to do.
No, I agree with that. I mean, if you fall in love with somebody during the process and you believe he's the best fit for you, I understand that. Like for me, I'm looking at I'm looking at the Giants. Their defense in particular. I would probably say inside linebacker is a need. I mean, I know they grabbed Blake Martinez, but David Mayo, Ryan Connolly. I wasn't high on Ryan Connolly when they picked him last year in the 5th round. And Josiah Tauefa, I think, adds depth, but I don't think they have a true starter next to Blake Martinez that I could be like, yes, I feel comfortable about this. So I tend to lean towards Akeem Davis-Gaither as the best linebacker available. In addition to, somebody like, Malik Harrison. I think those are the two best linebackers that can come in and help you. I think with what Betcher would have, or not Betcher, Patrick Graham, the defense coordinator, what Patrick Graham would have in Akeem Davis-Gaither as, kind of like a Swiss Army knife on defense, I think would really add to what they're doing. I know people would be worried because they have Jabril Peppers, who's kind of like a positionless player in a sense, but I like Akeem way more than I liked Peppers. So I think Peppers can start, or not Peppers, but I think Akeem could start and people worry about him not being able to play all 3 downs. You could use him as a situational pass rusher or put him over in at safety. I think he offers so much value. As a Rams fan, I'd like that to not happen because I'd love him to follow the Rams, but I could definitely see the fit there.
I don't disagree with you, but if you need a situational pass rusher, why not just get a pass rusher?
No,
Right
Right.
that's definitely true. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have 2 guys who both earned, doesn't matter, it's Xavier McKinney.
Mm.
So the conversation's over. But you know what? I think it's a good pick. This is actually a very good pick because it now allows you to keep Peppers at that strong safety spot. You now know that this is going to be where he's going to play, and you can kind of have that roaming safety with McKinney. I would have personally gone if they were going to go safety, Delpit here, just because I think he would have been a better fit. But I do think that this wasn't a bad pick by New York at all.
I guess the question is now, what do you do with Julian Love? Are you flexing him back out to corner again where he was drafted at, or?
I mean, they don't really have a true safety starter on the roster. Jabril Peppers, again, I think is a positionless player, and Julian Love is technically a corner. So I don't know. I actually don't mind this pick. I would have, preferred a different safety. I think Antoine Winfield Jr. is my number 1 on my board. But I think that McKinney is good enough to warrant this pick, and he was a second rounder in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is the Patriots are up next. Do they take a quarterback? I mean, you got Jacob Eason, Jalen Hurts, Jacob Fromm.
I think the Patriots trade down again because
Yeah.
I think Bill Belichick sees the value overall of this draft, and he sees like what we've been saying, what we said all yesterday. This is a draft where you want second, you want third, and you want 4th round picks, and you want
Yep.
a lot of them. The drop off after like the top 16 in the first round is not huge enough for me to be like, yes, I need to go and get a top 16 or a top or end of the first round pick. With these guys, though, you talk about the fact they already have, guys that they like at receiver. You could see them going receiver, but, they invested a 1st round pick last year in N'Keal Harry. To me, I think that, the Patriots should trade down, but it does look like the pick is in. We won't spoil it because I think someone knows it here, but it looks like we're way ahead of ESPN. But yeah, the pick is in. Who do you guys think the Patriots are going with? I'm a little surprised they're not trading down.
My instinct is quarterback. I mean, that's what if they were going to keep the pick, I just thought maybe they would bite on a quarterback. I believe that this is a pick that they acquired yesterday, right? Because they traded down.
Yeah, they traded down with
Mhm.
not San Francisco.
The Chargers?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Chargers. That was
Yeah.
it.
I didn't
mean,
really like that pick.
It could be a pass rusher. They don't have much of that left anymore.
Yeah,
They're
I think
gonna-
it's got to be. I think it's got to be something on defense. I think it's got to be linebacker. I think they're going to wait and think they can get Jalen Hurts later. I'd go defense here.
I could see them going Jake Fromm later also. I think that could be a fit because he's kind of one of those guys where like Andy Dalton-esque, just kind of like if you are convinced that Jarrett Stidham can be a high upside starter, but it's just not quite ready. You put Jacob Fromm and he probably is a better instant starter than Jarrett.
2020 NFL Draft. New England Patriots like Kyle Duggar.
It's such a Bill.
Lord.
Whoa.
It's such a Bill Belichick pick.
It's such a
Oh
Bill.
my
It is
God.
a big time of Bill
It's
Belichick.
such a Bill Belichick pick.
Wait. Bill Belichick took a.
That's the
Small
first
school
player we've
kid.
interviewed that has been drafted. We
Yeah.
interviewed Kyle Duggar on the Downtown Rams podcast. Outstanding talent. Loved watching him at the Senior Bowl in particular.
Is he
I
D2?
think this is, yeah, he is.
Okay.
I think this is a great pick. I think New England deserves all the credit in the world for trading down. I don't know if they traded down twice, but trading down once. And
Yeah.
they did twice or once?
Yeah.
once.
Okay.
No, it was once.
It was once. Okay. So yeah, I think this is an A+ pick. Bill Belichick gets one of the best safeties in this class. Probably somebody they fell in love with during the process. And I love it. I think Duggar can come in right away and he can, be a factor for their defense.
Is this the
He's
highest?
a good pick. I mean, there's no doubt about it, and he's a very Belichick pick. The problem is that Belichick is known for overdrafting defensive backs, and he's done it multiple times in the last decade. I just feel like this was a little too high when you have a little bit more productive safeties on the board. Again, it's not a bad pick by any means. I'd give it a B, but there were better options, I think, still on the board.
You know, Kyle Duggar's obviously one of the bigger enigmas to grade and everything because the fact that, you know, I have a D2 football school here in my hometown, and like they have some national championships, but I've never gone to one of their games and watched and like thought, wow, one of those guys can be, you know, amazing and special in a second round NFL draft pick. I've seen a couple of those kids where it's like, well, maybe they'll get a tryout and they could be decent, but like, I don't know. I haven't watched a ton of him, but it's hard to think about a kid playing at that level being, you know, this amazing. It's weird to me, you know?
Well, next pick.
Oh,
Good
already.
pick.
No, it's already the rapid fire
They're gonna be
picks
rapid
here.
fire.
Everyone's, we're not trading. We're just go, go, go. All right.
There you go.
You'll see a couple trades in a minute.
I
What
had.
do you guys think about this?
Who got picked? I'm behind on my screen.
I'm way
Dos
behind.
Santos out of Penn State.
There, that makes sense.
Alexis,
Yeah.
what were you saying?
I mean, I had him ranked as my second edge guy, behind Chase Young. So, I mean, I'm surprised that he fell into the second round, but I mean, good pick for the Panthers. I mean, I think it fills a need.
If the Dolphins get Josh Jones now, man, oh Lord.
That's okay. So that's what I was going to ask you guys. If you're Miami right now, what do you do? Do you go O-line? Do you go defense? Do you go
O-line,
running?
100%.
You go O-line because
Oh, yeah.
their main guy was just taken a couple picks ago. So you have Josh Jones falling this far, a guy that a lot of people kind of thought was going to be that 26 pick. Great value pick. This is your left tackle. Austin Jackson, you can move to the right side. I think that you can even move him inside if you had to. But Panthers, this is a great pick. Great value pick.
Yeah, that's
This
an
was
awesome pick for the
A
Panthers.
pick by- This is an A pick by Marty Herney.
I want the Dolphins to take Cushenberry here.
That could be decent.
They definitely
It's-
could. Ted Karras is the best right now, even still after drafting an offensive tackle. Ted Karras is the best by far on that offensive line, in my opinion. So I think you grab you grab anybody to help the offensive line here, and
What?
somebody that
Not
can help
Eric
you day
Flowers?
one.
Not Eric Flowers. He's not the best guy on the line.
Not an Eric Flowers fan.
What? Why? It's Eric Flowers. Come on. Top 10 pick.
I mean, he was good at
They
guard.
never-
He was good at guard.
Dude, if you're a top 10 pick, you're automatically a Hall of Famer. Come on. We all know the rules.
Yeah,
We all
come
know the
on.
rules.
Greg Williams, legend.
We all know the rules.
$10 million a year for Eric Flowers. Why, Miami? Why?
Because you have money to spend, you might as well just go crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the Dolphins pick is in, and I had them taking Antoine Winfield in my mock, so which could still happen theoretically.
That's possible. I think value-wise, you cannot pass up on Josh Jones at this point, especially when people were mocking him
Yeah.
both at and 26.
Well, and especially when
I
your
mean-
quarterback is coming in with a big old hip injury and you want to
Yeah.
protect that guy.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, they paid so much money in their secondary and then drafted into their secondary. I don't know if defense in the secondary is the way to go, but I mean, they've got another pick in this round. I know they're looking running back, but are they afraid that all the running backs are going to be gone? J.K. Dobbins could be that pick too.
I could definitely see Robbins going here as well.
What
If you're
was-
going to take Robbins, take him with your next pick, even if you got to trade up a little bit.
For Austin Jackson, was he the right tackle or the left tackle at USC? I'm not remembering at the moment.
Left tackle.
He was
Okay.
left tackle, but he did play right tackle in 2017 and part of
'Cause
2018 part of 17.
he
Well, my
might be.
question: do you
he
think
might be the right
they
tackle
moved
'cause-
Julian Davenport inside?
No,
No.
you put him on the freaking bench and called it a day.
There you go.
Bingo.
Way
Dude,
inside.
I watched him in practice every single day when I was covering the Texans.
I know. You
You
exactly.
put him on the bench and you just say, "Go ahead and give me some water, boy."
Oh man.
Come on, man. That's an easy pick. That's an easy move right here.
Well, and so I was about to say is Austin Jackson might be a right tackle actually, if they feel like he's better than Josh Jones, because you got to remember this, it flipped around for them because the right side is Tua's blind side. Your blind side's your right now.
I think you have multiple options here, and that's what Miami kind of did with the tank. And I wrote about it was they can't control the draft because they kind of have just that many picks to play with. So again, this is one of those things where this could just be a luxury pick.
Could be a running back even.
It could.
That's
I mean,
a possibility. That's a possibility of it being Johnson.
I don't think the good thing is I don't think the Dolphins are in position to absolutely blow this pick. I mean, I could be wrong, but like I don't
mean-
really think they have a chance to really destroy. You know, they have a lot of options here. They could go a bunch of different ways. I mean, hell, they could even draft a receiver, and I don't think it would be bad if they were to go out and get somebody like Mims or somebody like that.
I mean,
wouldn't hate it.
Did you think the Seattle Seahawks had a chance to blow their pick where they were at? And
they blow it every year in the first round.
Yeah,
They don't trade it, they blow it.
Yeah.
2012, that's the last time they made a good first round draft pick. 2012.
I mean, it's one of those things where you kind of have to give them a pass with whatever they do because they'll make up for it today and tomorrow with whoever they grab.
Yeah.
Talent
No, I
Hopefully.
agree.
By the way, if anyone wants to know, I know the next pick after Miami.
Oh, I don't even know the Miami pick yet.
All right,
No, but
cool. So
I-
yesterday, since we had people complaining about tipping picks because these are so slow, let's just put it in the Zoom chat. And so, like, I mean, we can all talk about it and stuff, but I don't want to, spoil it for the viewers.
Well, let me just ask you guys a question. Do you think Houston goes offense or defense?
Houston goes.
I could see them going offense because
Oh,
I could see
gosh,
them actually
offense.
going wide receiver. I don't know
Or
why.
running,
I have
yeah.
a weird feeling that they could go wide receiver.
Oh, that's one way to put it.
Wow. All right. Miami, congratulations. I was giving you a lot of hype and it let me down. Not a bad
Oh.
pick, but
Is it
definitely you
Christian?
had better.
Mine hasn't said it, but
I'm curious, where are you guys following along that you're so far ahead?
I'm on
Just
ESPN.
Twitter. It must be just because
Um,
I'm on an online stream and not on TV.
Yeah, me too.
I just have a couple guys here telling me what's going on. So
Gotcha.
I'm getting texts up.
I mean, I also thought that the Dolphins bombed the first round.
They overdrafted Jackson, but I do think that in behind, how the crap you say his last name, Auburn cornerback, great pickup. Just probably not going to be a starter year one. Like that, like if you're building long term, that was a great pick. But if you're looking to play him year one, there's no reason to when you have the two guys on the outside.
Yeah,
Unless
when
you're
you're spending
spot.
over 100 million at that position already.
Yeah.
I mean, they could be looking to trade.
So the Dolphins picked Robert Hunt.
Oh,
I like that pick.
I like him. I don't know if this was the spot I would have picked him. I actually, Alexis, I think you said Cushenberry. I think that would have been a better pick here.
I mean, I had Cushenberry as my number one interior offensive lineman. But I also think that he can move or play any position on the inside.
I'm really curious to know where the NFL views Kevin Dotson because I watched the film on those two guys and I was impressed by both of them, but I didn't think that Robert Hunt was so much further ahead of Kevin Dotson. At least Miami, though, they helped their offensive line. That was,
Yeah.
I was really hoping that they were going to make that, make a selection to help. I mean, you get Tua Tagovailoa, you need to get him protection.
Yeah, it's the right direction. Was it the right pick? You know, we'll find out. But I think you're at least investing to try to tell him that
you are
care
our
about him
future.
long-term. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
We are
Russell
not going to
Wilson's up
David
there.
Carr you.
Yeah, Russell Wilson's up there
So-
looking for some help.
I'm seeing a trade.
Cleveland's trading.
I think someone
Hmm.
traded. I don't know. It just said that there was a trade with the Browns and the Colts.
Really?
So the Colts are now picking after Houston.
Yeah. Colts now are at 41. Browns move back to I think the 50 range.
That's interesting. I wonder if it's a
45.
quarterback. I don't know if it's a quarterback, but I do wonder if they would go that route.
I mean,
That was my first thought. Jacksonville could be looking for a dev guy because who knows if I don't know if they're sold on Gardner Minshew being their future. So
I had the Colts taking Love early in the second, but then they traded and Love went in the first. So I don't know.
I think they pick a quarterback here. Seems like they're trading up to possibly get Jalen Hurts or Jacob Eason. So I see one of those two guys going off the board here.
Mhm.
That's my prediction. Or that's what I'm thinking right now. Is it's going to be Jalen or it's going to be Jacob.
So Blacklock to Houston. What do you guys think about this? I know they lost DJ Reader in free agency. So you get somebody for the interior defensive line. I think it makes sense. At this point, I think he's right around the top defensive line to me. Looking at Eddie Vanderdoes, Angelo Black's in there. I know they have Charles Omenihu, who they drafted in the 5th round out of Texas, but they definitely needed this position, in my opinion.
yeah. I don't think DJ Reader affects it as much because DJ was, a nose, and Blacklock's definitely not a nose. So, but like you said, Angelo Blackson's a starter for them at the moment, and that's not gonna be the best. It actually puts somebody opposite of JJ Watt if JJ Watt can stay healthy, of course. But
yeah,
it makes a lot of sense. I mean, you've made so many changes and everything, and you need to find some kind of continuity. You need to find somebody on defense, and I would say their offense. I mean, they could have gone offense, I guess, but they've already done so many moves, so many trades, and everything. It's just like maybe focus on the other side of the ball for a little bit.
I'm interested to hear Cole's take on this because you're pretty well informed and versed with the Texans. So, what do you think?
Yeah, they were all in on Blacklock for a while. They really liked him. I think it makes sense to bring him in. You need help on the defensive line. I do think that if you were to add enough weight on him, he could play your nose tackle position, but it's not I think, dire need right now. And I think that he can just develop as a good 9 technique, 5 technique. You need to play him as a 3. You could move him inside to a 3-eye. He fits everything that they kind of need, and he's definitely a good hometown pick for them. That, I think, also kind of played a lot into it, was just being able to bring in someone who is close to the Houston fan base in the sense, because of after all the moves that Bill O'Brien's made this offseason. It's kind of crazy. Like, he's in Sugarland, and Sugarland's about 40 miles next to the stadium. So, I mean, you don't get much closer than that. I'm 40 miles from the stadium in a different direction. You're that close.
I'm not glad I was about to thank you because you're like, I'm sitting here like obviously Texas at Massive State. I'm like, wait, where's TCU? I had no idea at all. I'm like,
oh, TCU's in Fort Worth. That's your dad. But he grew up about 40 miles
okay,
from NRG.
And how far did you say it is to where they're at?
About 40 miles.
Okay.
Wow. All right. That's shocker.
Well, the Colts.
Wow.
That's a
Best
shocker.
running back in the draft, in my opinion.
No,
what?
I think so.
Like,
yeah.
I hate that pick because for 2 reasons.
Why?
I hate that pick because I don't think that's a need for the Colts, and secondly, I wanted him.
No, I wasn't saying why do you. I'm saying why are they taking a running
That
back?
makes no sense to me.
Like, the Colts have been the kings of they took like 3rd round, 4th round running back, 4th round running back, 5th round running back. It's just like you've got 3 like pretty solid running backs already, and like you guys have committed so well to this running back by committee, and now just another one. Like,
I think this just says how much they like Jonathan Taylor throughout the process. I think this is somebody that can be your bell cow. Now, I do believe that the NFL is going to start going towards running back by committee. I've said that, but I really like Marlon Mack, but he was hurt. And Nyheim Hines, I mean,
scat back
hasn't really been used the way I expected him to. And Jordan Wilkins has been a full-on disappointment in my opinion. So I don't mind this pick. And I trust Chris Ballard at the end of the day. I think he is an incredible GM. And I think this is, if they believe this is the right move, just going out and getting weapons for Phillip Rivers, it makes sense. Maybe they're looking at Hurts in round 3. Who knows? But right now, I don't think that those are bad picks at all. Plus, I really like the composition of this roster. Yes, they can add on to it, but getting DeForest Buckner and Xavier Rhodes, I think, were really huge for that defense. I think they wanted to get a boost on the offense. And one thing I really want to point out is how he low key signed Trey Burton, so they didn't have to go and reach or maybe spend a little bit more than they wanted to on a tight end. They made sure they have their starting tight end. I like what they've done, but that's just me on that. With Jack Doyle as well over there.
Yeah, this is a great pick. I don't know who's going to call it a bad pick, but you have to realize how much Phillip Rivers also likes throwing out of the backfield. So you throw that into what he likes to do with his roster. You don't have a true healthy running back number one, or at least lead back, because like Marlon Mack, again, it's a good pickup. Like, he's a great runner, but he's not, I think, going to be that big time player. So now you add a big time wide receiver in Pittman. You go get your running back to pair out in the backfield. And he can run very well. I do think that, what you see from Wisconsin running backs is very similar outside of James White. They all kind of have that ground pound style. It's been that way since Ron Dane era. So this is a very good pickup, and it takes a lot of pressure off of Phillip Rivers, I think, as well, who needs to have a bounce back here. So I have no problem with this pick at all.
Yeah. For me,
I
big
have
surprise.
more problem with the DeAndre Swift pick than this pick.
Okay.
I agree.
Ugh, they keep showing. And I'll tell you this much. I mean, I thought the kid. I mean, I've had to watch him play against Minnesota for too many years. I'm really glad that he's not in the Big Ten anymore, because it really hurts Wisconsin a lot. I'm happy to see that. It's just a little surprising because I feel like they have a big hole at corner still. That's a questionable spot to me at this moment for them as cornerback still as well. And you could have grabbed a Christian Fulton, obviously, but.
Well, I can tell you this, guys. You're going to love the next pick.
Hey, one thing I want to point out, guys, and this was my friend Evan Shefkowitz, who's a Colts fan. He just pointed this out. Interesting tidbit. What if they feel like they had to jump the Jaguars to get him? Because the Jaguars with Fournette, that's a really questionable situation going on there.
Yep.
What if they had some intel that they had a feeling that the Jaguars were going to get their guy, and they had a first round grade on Jonathan Taylor? I think that's entirely possible. And that's why they made that move.
That's a good point. 100%. I mean, I figured that it was jumping. I mean, there's no coincidence that they moved just ahead of Jacksonville in reality, So to me, I immediately thought, like, okay, what does Jacksonville need that they also need? And I thought developmental quarterback. That's why I went in the direction. I didn't even think about the running backs as much because, I mean, now when you talk about it that way, it's the Indy's running backs are maybe better on paper than they were this last season, essentially. Like, you look at them and you're like, yeah, Marlon Mack's great. Now Himes is a dynamic back, but then you see like, well, last year it just didn't work out for them as much.
One of the nice thing about bringing him in is, one of the small knocks you could say on Taylor is how much he was used over the time period. So now you got a couple other guys that you can kind of place out some of those carries, and he can still be the main guy, but you don't have to give him, 25, 30 right out of the gate.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Jags pick, they're about to announce it. I've seen it as well.
It's a great pickup.
I love it.
It is.
I had a first round grade on him personally.
Oh, now I'm excited.
There were a lot of people who actually had him a lot higher than what he's about to go. But
for me, this is one of the handful of guys that I've seen live that are in this draft. And I saw him, I went to the game and I sat down and I immediately started Googling which players are possibly going to go in the NFL draft. And then, just to see who I should be keeping an eye out for. And I found him, I found a couple other guys from that game. But the minute I didn't even quite see him, but I saw him jump off, the field. Basically, I saw what he could do, and I'm immediately well, that's got to be the guy they're talking about. And I double checked, and it was him because he just was special to me.
So
He's
the
a good pick.
Jaguars, and then we got the
Perfect.
Bears and Cleveland Browns.
Hmm?
I'm interested for the Bears pick because
They don't have many of them.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Mess it up. Mess
Uh,
it up. Mess
Don't
it up.
worry. It's Chicago. They're gonna.
what if
Trade
they
up, trade up for a quarterback.
what if they take a quarterback, guys? What if they
Oh my
actually
That's going to be a very crowded quarterback room.
The
I'll tell you
Bears
that
you're
much.
talking about?
yeah, like what? Like honestly, they have basically had it with Trubisky. Nick Foles at this point isn't a franchise quarterback. You've got Jacob Eason, Jacob Fromm, and Jalen Hurts just sitting there for you.
To me, I think it, at least to me, if it's anything but Eason, it'd be a little bit of an odd pick because I think, like you said, Foles, not a franchise QB, Trubisky, just not good. But to me, I don't think Fromm has that upside to be that kind of upside, that franchise QB. So why take a guy that can't be that when you've already got a guy that's, just that in that average range? And I don't see that in Hurts either to me. I don't think he can be that game-changing guy. And the only guy that has that upside is Eason to me.
I mean,
Well, you finally announced who was taken by Jacksonville. They just announced it.
Yay! Yeah, I mean,
I had the Bears taking AJ Terrell, who's gone.
yep.
But the only reason I don't think they'll take a quarterback is because they are paying a lot of money for Foles. So at that, might as well roll with them for at least a year. But like maybe they take
Fulton.
I can't believe Fulton's still there. But guys, I
know.
just want to, steer over to the Jaguars pick because I want to know what you guys think about this pick. I think it's a good pick. I think Shenault is a second round receiver for my liking. Somebody that's very physical. I like how he kind of reminds me of Sammy Watkins in a sense. He's not as
100%.
athletically gifted, but he runs like he's a running back when he gets the ball. Hard to bring down. And I just like that you're giving Gardner Minshew a shot here. You're giving him weapons. Just go and earn your keep. And I think I know people, will speculate on their involvement with Trevor Lawrence next year, but that's next year. I really, really like Minshew, and I like that they're, investing in him technically.
This is a pick that when you look at on paper, probably is okay. We could have addressed other needs. We could have gone somewhere else. But you need someone who's going to be that physical presence to pair with DJ Chark. And that's what you get. You have a running back wide receiver who has that speed of a wide receiver with the frame that's a little smaller, but more bulkier to take on those big hits. They're showing a couple highlights right now. His yards after contact is great. He played it in the Pac-12, which probably kind of doesn't help, which is why his draft stock can be diminished a little bit. But this is a pick who is reliable if he can stay healthy. From every person I've spoken to, the core is fine. And he's going to be a very nice compliment to DJ Chark. If you are going all in on Gardner Minshew, you could not have gone better by giving him a wide receiver like Shenault.
No,
I saw the Bears pick and I love it. I'm not going to say anything, obviously, because we're not spoiling, but
I saw the same pick. I absolutely hate it.
I think it might be a wide receiver because, like you mentioned about LaVisca, is to give him weapons. The Bears wide receivers are pretty awful in reality because it's Allen Robinson, Anthony Miller, and then your number 3 guy is either Cordero Patterson, Javon Wims, like Riley Ridley, and I don't think
I gotta say,
like,
and I don't even know
confident
who
with
the
either of those
Bears
guys.
picked yet because no one's put it in the comment section. But I mean, are the Bears becoming a cautionary tale to not trade for, elite talent and give up your entire draft? I mean, look, I get it. Like, you could totally trade and get a Khalil Mack, and you can have a team like, the Patriots that know how to, work around not having a lot of picks. But the Bears, they're the team that literally drafted David Montgomery last year when they had hardly any picks in the draft, when they had Jordan Howard and they had Tariq Cohen. To me, when you have you have needs, like I don't get it. I don't know what the Bears are doing. And they set themselves back when they traded up to get Trubisky. Now, albeit it was one pick, but they took Trubisky in a draft where, Mahomes was in. So I don't know. To me, I'm extremely underwhelmed by what the Bears have done. I think they set their franchise back. So I don't even know who this pick is, and I feel like I'm going to be mad.
You know, if
Not bad.
you're gonna make that kind of huge trade, you better be really certain that your quarterback is the guy, that he can be at very worst a good quarterback, an average quarterback, because they don't have that. They haven't had that.
Mm.
And I mean, and Khalil Mack I mean, he's an amazing player. I hate watching him go up against my Vikings, but you can't just carry an entire team when you've got an offense. You know, your defense can only do so much in reality if your offense can't move.
Can't
Well,
believe we're gonna live and be pissed.
So Goodell
This
just-
pick coming in is going to be a lot like I think someone else said the Houston pick, selecting someone close, kind
Oh,
of trying to
my
get
Lord.
the
Oh,
team
no.
background with
Oh,
it.
they didn't just
Oh
do that.
no. Oh
Not
no.
that, maybe
here's-
not as close as you're thinking, but
Oh,
I don't know if
Lord.
you've, I've not seen it yet.
They picked Cole Kmet out of Notre Dame, and
I
here's
figured, yep. I'm like tight end.
here's what I will say about this. So the Bears, I know they signed Jimmy Graham, but he's pretty much done for. They have no offensive weapons. They have none. They have Tariq Cohen. That's it. So they could have gone receiver here. They went with the best tight end, in my opinion, in the draft. But here's the only catch is it's not going to do them any good if they don't have it together at quarterback. But they basically couldn't go wrong by taking any offensive weapon, in my opinion, with this pick. They have nothing. I mean, Allen Robinson's fine. They signed Jimmy Graham, but Jimmy Graham is fallen off. I mean, he's not gonna
I like
be
the strides Anthony Miller was taking though last year. Like I really do
Yeah.
like what they have with Anthony Miller and Allen Robinson. Totally agree with you to get another wide receiver. My thing is you have Adam Shaheen and you have Jimmy Graham. I'm not saying you have to go out. I like Ben Broniker as a blocking tight end, but I hate this pick so much. There's so many other tight ends you could add later on. Dalton Keene would have been perfect for them, and he would have been like a 4th or 5th round guy. This is an awful pick. I don't.
I think that he's gonna be the thing with Kmet is I think he's a pretty good receiver.
And he's a good
although he's
blocker.
a tight end, he's a good blocker, he's a good receiver. I don't mind it. I think that they'll get rid of obviously one of the other tight ends that they have. I mean, probably not Jimmy Graham. I think Shaheen is okay, but I don't think he's as good as a lot of people. I wasn't as high on him.
I just think it's way too early for him. And they
Cole
did get
is so bothered by this pick. I don't know if you guys are looking at Cole's reaction right now, but he's
Like,
just so
like he's been through crap. He's had a crap year, and now he has to have a crap
Yeah.
football season. All right. You pay $8 million freaking dollars for Jimmy Graham and a no trade clause, and now you do this. Now you did it. Not Kmet would have been available later.
Okay, they show that I just saw they just started the highlight reel, and like his highlight against Virginia was just terrible coverage. Not even maybe a great play by him.
yeah.
Oh my gosh! I mean, he's a big body guy, and like I don't know, that's just a little rich for me. I didn't have any time.
Good for him.
I had-
He's going to be playing with
Yeah.
a quarterback as good as Ian Book. So he's literally just gone louder.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I will
Book
say
was-
we have. I know for a fact, Alexis, you ranked him as your number 1 tight end. So I want to be respectful to if Cole Kmet would ever be watching this. I want to be respectful to the fact, like, look, it's not his fault, and I don't even think like he would have been there later. But at least this wasn't like a 1st round pick. I think I'm pissed because I feel like it's mainly because what the Bears have done, and I feel like as a
Right.
whole, this is just you have to be able to recover from what you've done since trading for Khalil Mack and totally missing on the Trubisky pick. This doesn't do it. But I agree, Alexis, like you think he's the number 1 tight end in the draft. So according to like your board, this isn't a bad pick, and this kind of falls in line with where you would have him, right?
Look, the biggest thing about this, just real fast, don't blame the players for getting picked. They're just
Exactly.
a name trying to make a name for themselves in the NFL. But you can blame the ownership, and you can blame the front office for making a pick like this. So real fast, if any player ever sees this, it's not you that we're getting frustrated at. It's not even your selection. It's the front office that people are getting frustrated at.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you look at the Bears, and they just did it at quarterback a couple of years ago. They overpaid in a quarterback, then traded up, drafted a quarterback. They overpaid at a tight end a couple of years ago. They let him go. They overpay for Jimmy Graham, then draft at that position. It's just like a reoccurring thing for that organization to mess up at one position and then go and draft in that position to try to cover it up right afterwards. And I come from Chicago. My brother's a massive Bears fan. I'm waiting for his reaction right now on this, but I can't imagine he's too happy. At the end of the day, like Alexis said, hopefully he turns into a piece that finally they have in that offense outside of Tariq Cohen and some injured wide receivers that he can help move the football. But again, it goes back to, who's delivering the football. But it's one of those that in a couple of years you can look back and be like, all right, it wasn't a terrible pick, but everything else just seemed like it's a mess right now. But you're right. There's so many other directions the Bears could have gone right there, but just continue to pile onto the tight end position. I don't really get it.
I think that they'll use him more as a receiver, but that's just, I watched him play a lot at Notre Dame, and I think that I had him right. I think he's versatile, and I think they should have, if they were going to take they should have taken receiver over tight end. But I think that they're viewing him as a guy who can do both, and I think that was the logic behind taking him.
If they would have taken Chase Claypool, the other Notre Dame tight end, the flexor that they're talking about, no problem. But
yeah.
it's who they took for that reason.
Yeah. But I think really what he's going to try to set up is, building an offense that works through the tight end a little bit, but we're going to have to see it before we actually believe in it. Man, maybe they should have gotten a kicker, huh?
Oh Lord.
I mean, don't get me wrong. There wasn't a terrible pick, and there's never going to be a worse pick than Roberto Aguayo in the history of sports, besides maybe Kowski. There literally is never going to be another worse pick than that. But again, you just paid for a tight end.
Yeah.
And a really crappy one. And you're adding a tight end.
I mean, this is old school, but I only know about this pick because he was one of ours, but Erasmus James turned out pretty awful.
Pro Football Network's AJ Schulte has joined us. How's it going, man? Thanks so much for coming on.
Yeah, man. Thanks for inviting me, guys. I'm excited to be here. Excited to be here to listen with y'all.
Absolutely, man.
Well, the good thing about all these picks,
good?
Yeah, you're coming through good.
Okay.
Yeah,
the one good thing about some of these picks is we've kind of been nitpicking the last few. In the Rams perspective is hopefully that means if we can get a few more of these reaches or trying to fill other areas, that there's going to be a pretty good list available for when the Rams get on at 52.
Ooh.
Delpit to the Browns. What do you guys think?
It's about time. I
That's a
like
good
it.
fit.
I like it.
It's a need. Immediate chance to start. You put him in a defense that you allow him to, I think, grow in. I think you pair him with a teammate in Greedy Williams. It kind of helps with his transition as well. They were very close in college, so it's not a terrible pick, and it's a great value pick.
Yeah.
Both picks that Cleveland's made this far have made them better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love this pick.
I'm a Delpit guy, big time. I mean, this year obviously was a little harsh for him. But if he can bounce back into that kind of form, I think he.
Could you guys hear me there?
Yeah.
Okay. I just realized my headset microphone was unplugged. Sorry. So I mean, he's got the size. He's got like everything you want in like your elite kind of safety. I mean, he can hit. He needs to work on his tackling, but I think he can definitely hit guys big time.
Yeah, I think it's a good pairing with Carl Joseph there too for Cleveland.
Yeah.
Kind of get a good mix of a coverage safety and a hard hitter thumper guy who's going to come down and fill the box. I think it's a good pick, good mix of talent. If he returns to 2018 form, Browns got a steal. And they traded down to get him. They were probably going to take him at 41 anyway.
Yeah.
So they just got a extra 5th round pick that they didn't have coming into the draft.
And this forces Andrew Sandejo to the bench, which could save you a lot of injuries.
I mean, I had Delpit as my number one safety in the draft, so I thought he should have gone the first round.
I think the Browns have done a nice job with, Wills and Delpit here. And now I think, you can kind of use Sheldrick Redwine. I know people forget about him, 4th rounder. I really like him. And I think, he has that versatility. You can kind of use him all over the field, in my opinion. So, he's your 3rd safety or, Sandejo. I like him more than Sandejo, but, you have that flexibility now on the defensive side of the ball. And the Browns, man, you look at their roster, like what is wrong with it? I mean, they're really doing a nice job of filling out that roster. I think they deserve some credit.
Get another nickel, maybe a wide receiver if they don't resign Higgins, and then build some depth. Get another linebacker, some pass rushers. It's a good team. It's a good team if they can figure it out schematically.
It's a very good team. I just want to bring up to everyone's point real fast. Don't mean to, crap on him anymore, but Chicago now has 10 tight ends on their roster.
The 05 personnel. That's what they're
now-
going for.
And the next pick is pretty much my favorite pick of the day.
Oh wow, that's an awesome fit.
Oh,
That is-
Jeez.
Okay, I haven't seen it. Is it who I think you're thinking it's gonna be?
Who do you think it is?
Well, you guys were talking about great fit and everything.
Well,
is it-
Gannell announced it. Do you want us to say?
Yeah, why not?
It's
Antoine,
Winfield.
Winfield to the
Oh,
Bucks.
There we go.
Whoa.
I honestly thought it might be Eason because you get a dev guy behind Brady. Eason fits that Buccaneers, that vertical passing offense Arians is known for. But Antoine Winfield, great fit.
This is a great pick.
And-
It really is.
Antoine Winfield's father intercepted Tom
Yeah.
Brady in Tom Brady's first starting season in the NFL.
Oh, that's a fun one.
I really should know that as a Vikings fan. I should know that stat, but oh wait, no, he wasn't
Wow.
even. It's fine. He was a Bill. He was a Bill
Denver's
at that
pick.
time. He was a Bill. We're good. We're safe.
Well, guys, what's interesting here is the Broncos pick is in, and I have seen it.
Mhm.
And it's going to
Yeah.
discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
Did they take a
Jeez.
quarterback?
No.
Remember last year
Okay.
where the
Well,
Broncos
that would
totally
really-
finessed
No,
everyone with Locke and
I don't know how
Reisner?
I wouldn't have done this if I was the Broncos, but I mean, I'm not.
I would.
It's
I-
ridiculous. It's
I-
so much fun. Drew Lock is oh my god.
I
They,
No.
Did they actually draft another wide receiver? Did they draft Denzel Mims?
Right
My-
position group.
Right,
Not
we'll
gonna
wait.
We'll wait till they announce it. We'll wait
Oh,
till-
sorry, they didn't. Okay, sorry, people. I thought they had announced it.
AJ works with me, so AJ's read some of my stuff, and he knows that I am very high on Denver being the breakout team this year.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm very.
Gee, oh
I'm very-
golly.
I don't hate it. I would have. There's someone else that I think I would have rather them
Mhm.
pick.
There's
up.
a player I would have done, but this is not a.
This is an all in on Drew Lock.
Yeah.
Did,
Mm.
Like
we
should
already
be.
mentioned him slightly earlier?
They should be, and I think that's actually what I want to bring up. Drew Lock, they got last year in the second round, and the Packers traded up and got Jordan Love. Like, to me, just let it come to you. I mean, the Broncos ended up with Drew Lock when they had Joe Flacco last year, and Drew Lock now is their franchise quarterback. They didn't have to do anything. They actually, if anything, they gave the Steelers an opportunity to trade up and get their guy Devin Bush. But by trading down, they were able to acquire Drew Lock, and they got Dalton Reisner. So I really like what the Broncos are doing, and I don't even know this pick yet.
It's just funny because I remember when I really liked Drew Lock. I'm not even a Mizzou fan. I just live in St. Louis, but they're not my team. And I really liked Drew Lock. I got crucified for it on Twitter. People say he would never start a game in the NFL. And now the Broncos are all in on him, and I think he's going to just light it up next year.
KJ Hamler, the
Alexis,
speed.
At all. He was my QB1 last year, so
Yeah.
I took the same crap. But
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
I think
does anyone wonder if this is just another Deshaun Hamilton 2.0 from the same school?
yeah. I would have taken Mims here if I'm taking receiver, but
Agreed. But
yeah.
well,
Yeah. Full stop. I would have taken Mims easily, but I mean,
but
it's
maybe
fun.
Hamler's the better
It's-
fit in the slot, which is more what Denver
Yeah.
needs. I feel right.
It's a lot of fun. I mean, holy crap.
You're gonna have triplet towers if you go and you get Mims here. So
That's true.
I don't mind, with the speed, but I mean, I think Hamler, what they do is they add somebody that can help you, in the return game. I know they have Deontay
Yeah.
Spencer, and they were kind of using Deshaun Hamilton as well. But I think he instantly is your return guy, and he
Yeah,
can be your
he
slot
should be.
guy as well.
Well, that's the big thing is Mims. I think is more of an outside guy, and you've got Sutton, you've got Jerry Judy on the outside, and Hamler's your very prototypical slot guy. He's gonna fit that offense perfectly. That could be really, really fun offense to watch. Yeah.
Now the
that's gonna be
Falcons are up.
fun.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe Denzel Mims falls to the Rams, guys. If that happens,
I'd legit, I'd go buy a jersey.
I
Straight
would
up, I'd go
buy-
buy a jersey.
He's my
He-
32
instantly.
overall player on my board. I had him as a first round grade, late first round, but I think he would instantly come in and make you forget about losing Brandon Cooks. I mean,
That
he
is,
was
you've
a
got a
guy.
couple teams still that could go wide receiver coming up here.
He's 23rd on my board.
I
Yeah,
mean-
he's the real deal.
Would we be that surprised if the Eagles add another wide receiver? Would be that
Eagles,
surprised
Jets.
if
I would.
Really?
I'd be a little surprised. Yeah.
I'd be
Okay.
surprised this round, not this day.
This-
Yeah.
fair.
Right. Yeah. Right here. Because we've
The
got,
Jets.
we've got
I think Jets.
the
could go.
Jets. The Jets
Yeah.
for sure.
Pittsburgh, maybe even. They love wide
Mhm,
receivers.
mhm.
What do you guys think the Falcons do here?
Defensive
Um,
line. It's defensive line.
That's
It's
not
got to
what
be.
I
line.
Somebody
Is it
gotta be.
Davidson?
I kind of
Is it Davidson? Is it Epinesa? They
Yeah.
That's what I
It's
think.
they've got a history of
Davidson,
some Big Ten guys.
Matabuike.
This is a perfect fit for him. That's all I will say.
Yeah. Yeah. I got it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I could see Marlon Davidson here as well. I could see defensive line for sure. I don't think
Yeah,
they
they-
need
They
to.
need another one.
I don't think they need to go receiver. I know people have been, saying
No.
that they need a
No.
receiver, but
No,
Mm-mm.
I don't think so. I
Just for
like Julio
kicks.
Jones,
I mean,
Calvin
why not?
Ridley, and
Why not?
I like Russell Gage. I actually,
Honestly-
I'm a fan of what he does as well. So, I wouldn't go receiver here. I would probably go defensive line, and maybe an interior offensive line. Maybe you get
yeah. Left
Cushenberry.
guard for sure.
But that would be it for me. I think
Yeah.
defensive line or Cushenberry here.
What-
They've got a
that would be good.
solid defensive line, but they really need another interior pass rusher. Davidson is like a solid nose run stuffer, and obviously you got Grady Jarrett, but another guy a nickel. If you get like a Matabuike or a Marlon Davidson, here,
Well,
that's-
especially since they have only 3 D tackles on their roster right now. It's just Davidson, Grady Jarrett, and CNAT. That's all
And-
you've
and
got.
I like
so.
Deidrin Senate. He's a former 3rd-round pick,
Yeah.
but he hasn't quite panned out the way they were hoping.
Yeah.
No, I'm
so-
not trying to hate on Senate at all, but it's just like you can't. It's hard having 3D tackles on your roster. You want a lot more than that. That's for sure. At least 4, maybe even 5.
Yeah, they're
Guys,
thin.
real fast, just
Okay.
had to pick one team that would be completely opposite of what they were doing this year, who do you think that team would be?
what do you mean?
So we thought that they would go in a totally different direction than they are at the moment in the draft.
Yeah, or just like like a team that always has a certain draft style, and they just said, you know what, let's just go crazy this year.
Well, so far, I mean, my answer would be.
Are
like-
you alluding to this pick?
I'm alluding to the next one.
Yeah, the next I was about to say that there was a trade.
Yep, and that's exactly what I'm trying to see. Which team do you think would be the one to trade that never trades?
No way.
No way. The
way.
Giants did
It's
not trade up.
Seattle. Seattle. You're kidding me,
It's-
Seattle. Oh my God.
What is-
Seattle traded
Whatever
up?
Seattle's doing, I love
They
it.
traded up?
See
Yep.
now,
Again?
would we be more
So-
surprised if Seattle traded up or the Giants traded up? Because it's the Giants
Yeah.
to me. 'cause that
Seattle
would've been
totally
really-
traded up
Seattle.
to get Jalen Johnson, didn't they?
If the
Or
Seahawks
they-
trade up, well, what if they take Josh Jones?
What if
Or-
they take?
Yeah. If they
What if
take
they take-
Jones, they could take maybe Bond. We could go Bond.
I like Bond's fit there. I had him going to
Yeah.
the Seahawks in the 1st round, so I think that they would totally ace this pick if it was Bond.
they
Keep this in
traded.
lot-
mind though.
Well,
If they want a certain guy that maybe they thought Pittsburgh was going after, they could have traded up and maybe gotten
Bond
somebody
would've
ahead of
been-
Pittsburgh.
Bond would
lot of
probably been a
people
pick at
were
Pittsburgh if
talking-
he was there.
earlier this week talking about how they think Josh Jones would be a great fit in Seattle, and Pittsburgh does need offensive line help.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, they
So-
do.
That would
So
make
it's pick
That's why-
59 and 101 from Seattle to the Jets for 48.
I think
Mm.
it would be Josh Jones makes the most sense for me for why
Yeah.
Seattle would trade up, but
They absolutely
it's
need it.
also Seattle, so who knows? Maybe
And I'm not gonna lie, Pittsburgh's sitting there at 49. If they could get Mims, I mean, he may not be a super need, but
I'd be so bummed just because I want him
I
on the
know.
Rams now. I really
I
do.
feel like
I want
all
him.
these guys didn't pick up what they needed. The Packers didn't even pick up, but the Steelers are getting him at
If he
49.
is this year's DK Metcalf, I'm gonna riot. Like I'm legitimately.
He very well
just gonna-
could be.
Yeah.
I-
Trade a riot last year.
if
I mean-
Mims is there at 52, I need the Rams to take Mims. If he's there at 52, because Mims is this year's DK Metcalf, I'm telling you.
I mean, does anybody else just think that maybe they just take Mims, just go full out?
Hey, I was saying Marlon Davidson. Let's go. That's
Yeah.
my
Hey.
guy. I like the
Davidson.
pick, Atlanta.
Davidson
go.
and Davison. That's an interesting 1-2 you got there.
Yeah, it's just Davidson's a lot better than Davison, but
Yes, much better, much better. Yeah. This one could pass rush.
Yeah, I really like Marlon Davidson. I came away really impressed with him. I like the way he's a really quick guy. I mean, I really like this pick on the defensive line. I
No,
know
that's so
people
smart.
might have a problem with them not going Matt Ibuki here. I actually wasn't as high on him. I really like Davidson. They actually, what I noticed when I was watching Auburn is they lined him up at times kind of rushing out of like a runner's stance. Like he was off the edge, at times, not all the time, but I don't know. I see versatility there, and I think Dan Quinn gets somebody that he's gonna have some fun with.
Well, yeah, I think he's kind of fully inside because he ran like a 5.01 40.
Yeah,
So
no,
that's not an end, but yeah, I mean interior defensive line, you get a good pass rusher. He's quick. He's pretty quick with good use of hands. So yeah, I mean it's a good nickel. They need pass rush big time up front. So I like the fit.
What is Seattle doing?
Did you see the pick too? I don't know if y'all saw me laughing earlier. I was cracking up at it a little bit.
Can somebody type in the chat for me?
Doing?
I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea, but it's hilarious.
Are they trying to just be like, you know what? We had a fun run, guys. Good for you, Pete.
I'm sorry, Russ. I'm sorry.
Pete,
Bro.
listen, we like you, buddy, but we gotta make some changes, and we're just gonna tank. Just tank horribly for you.
Tank, yeah. they gave up 2 because I think 101's a third rounder, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's their comp pick. So they give up a second and a third rounder.
Pick to move on.
You know who wins with Seattle's pick, and I don't even know who it is, but like judging by your laughter, I have an idea of who it is. It's the NFC West. I mean, really, it's less picks in a draft where I want all the second, third round picks I can get.
Yeah.
And
It's not as
don't
bad
get it.
as their pick yesterday. It's not as big of a reach.
Is it a position of need for them?
Yes, it fits.
Yes,
I
but
have a
not
feeling who
necessarily
it-
the best player at that need.
Have they announced it yet? Can I
Yeah,
guess?
Goodell's just announcing it.
Is it Ezra Cleveland?
No.
Nope.
Oh no!
Daryl,
I mean,
No.
yes.
Wow.
Daryl
Wow.
Taylor.
Wow. I mean, everyone was saying he's gonna go higher than we think he is. You know,
Oh man!
I thought
Second and a third round pick. Wow. Okay.
I
Yikes.
I don't even know what to say. I have a 5th round grade on him, a late 5th round grade. He was my 24th edge. I did not like, and I'm not saying that I'm not trying to crap on Daryl Taylor as a person,
Right.
but I didn't like his film at all.
I had him as my 10th edge.
Let me pull it up here. I'm sorting through tabs right now.
We have him on our list.
Yeah, we do.
No, I know. Is he 10? Is he in the top 10?
Well, hold on. I typed in Taylor asking for Darrell Taylor, and I got Jonathan Taylor. Hold on a sec.
I guess the thing about that pick is I totally like you trade up and you get Daryl. Who was going to draft Daryl
Right.
Taylor?
So
It's the
good
it's
question.
kind of like last night how who was gonna draft Jordan Love at before 30?
Yeah.
yeah.
Like who
Or
like
Jordan
why do you
Brooks.
do that?
Like,
You want the 5th-year option. I think that's why you take Jordan Love at 30. That's just
not
me.
Jordan, but Jordan Brooks though. Like, why would you do that?
Oh, Jordan Brooks,
He
I'm
would have been
sorry.
there at this pick.
I thought you were saying Jordan Love for some reason. I don't
Well,
know
I
why.
was saying Love, but I'm saying why trade up when nobody's gonna take him before that? The only team that was even considering it was Indianapolis, and according to the people I spoke to, they were not moving up. They were gonna take him early round 2.
Are they
So
high
if
in
you
East?
have been there, you gave up a 4th round pick.
Mm-hmm.
So the Steelers pick is in, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm not. I mean, I like it.
I love it.
I like it. And there's a question I have, but I want to wait until they say. It's more.
I
of a
love
statement. And I really like this player because I'm a fan of that institution. So I
Well
like.
then now I think I know who it is now. Yeah.
He's the guy after I finished my rankings. I went back and I watched him. I'm like, I screwed up. I fully believe I screwed up on this guy. I think, his ability as a blocker, I mean, he is fun to watch. And I thought he was the guy I slept on the most coming into the Senior Bowl. And when I was at the Senior Bowl, I was really impressed with how often he won one-on-ones and his physicality, and then the way he tested at the combine. So you guys probably already know this. But
the minute that she said, "I'm a fan of this team," I'm like, "Well, I know who this is."
Yeah.
Yikers.
The thing
See,
that you like
in the
about
game
him
that
is
That's bad.
every single person who we were speaking to down in Mobile, they have ways to use him on the outside and inside. They have ways to make him a threat. They have ways to use him to their advantage. And for Ben, who's going to be 2 years left at max, go all in. Just go all in.
One, I was really sad. So I went and I saw this team play up in Ann Arbor this last year. I was on a road trip out to Detroit, and me and my buddies, but I did not get to see him play really because it was an absolute downpour. I watched a football game in a tsunami basically. So nobody passed. So I didn't even get to see this guy do anything.
Well, my question when they finally announce it is there's another guy that we've been talking about at this position.
Yep.
Who should have been? Yeah. Yeah.
That raises questions. Whenever that happens, there is that kind of inner doubt, like, okay, is there something that we don't know? Is there a
Yeah.
reason that he's
I think
falling?
we know who you're talking about. Me personally, I think this is actually a better fit. I like him better. I like this guy better than the guy that we're going to talk about. And the guy that we're talking about, a lot of things were answered very late in the draft process about his hands. So I think teams are just a little worried about that.
Okay.
Like I said, I failed. I will admit right now where I have him ranked, I blew it because I wasn't going to go back and change my board. I was already locked in, but I shouldn't have gone back and watched the film on him because I think he's very good. I think he honestly I thought he was overrated. After Mobile, I would say he got underrated. I would still say he got underrated. Despite this pick.
Well, I do agree that this fit for him. I like, and well, I wish they would announce it. I can't understand why they still
The
haven't.
excitement is palpable.
Wait,
Yeah,
Chicago picking at 50? Were they supposed to pick at 50?
Yeah.
Oh, they
Yeah,
had-
Chicago
Yeah.
has these picks, and then they need to.
They're gonna
need
take
to
another
nail
tight
them
end.
because they don't have picks until like the 5th round.
Yeah, they're gonna take another tight end so they can go full on 11
11
personnel,
personnel
with
is
just
what-
tight ends. No offensive tackles, no quarterbacks, only tight ends on their roster.
They have to make up for not taking a cornerback at
Yeah.
50. They have to take Trayvon Diggs.
They should have brought in
Don't beat
Taysom Hill if they wanted to do that.
Well, what's interesting?
Excellent pick, Steelers. I know Mims is there, but Chase Claypool, I actually have an idea. Like I would honestly consider trying him out at tight end as well, kind of moving him all over. He's just a freak. I mean, he is an athletic freak. He reminds me of Evan Ingram, and I would say he's a way better blocker than Evan Ingram. So it really excites me as a football fan. I think Steelers fans are getting somebody, you already got Deontay Johnson last year. You were saying, who's that? I was telling you Deontay Johnson's legit. You have Juju Smith-Schuster. You have Jay Wash. They grabbed Eric Ebron. I mean, Ben Roethlisberger's coming back to this offense. He is going to have a toolbox worth of weapons. I like the pick.
Yeah, if there's one team that can make Chase Claypool into a legitimate receiver threat, it's going to be the Pittsburgh Steelers. They've done phenomenal with wide receivers. I'm not super big on Claypool, just not a huge fan. The tape did not match the combine for me, but I mean it's a good fit. I like the fit with the Steelers.
The only bummer here is that he was one pick away from the Bears being able to draft him. And then the Bears had Kmet and Claypool, and my whole family is Bears fans, and that would have been like awesome to see them both on the Bears. So he
There's
goes-
Notre Dame fans nonetheless.
Yeah,
right?
So to see him go one pick before the Bears, but it's still a good fit, I think, in Pittsburgh for him. I do think the Bears need to take like a receiver or a corner here. I would like them to take Fulton.
I think it'll be Fulton or Jalen Johnson. I think it'll be one of
I know
those
the
guys.
pick, and I'm very happy.
Oh, I don't like to hear that.
I'm very happy.
I don't like to
And
hear
AJ probably knows who I'm thinking.
Oh, well, yeah, it's not another tight end, guys. So you can worry
that.
about
Aw,
Oh yay! Thank you, Chicago.
that makes Ben sad. Ben wanted another tight end.
him.
I think I know who it is. I saw something.
root for them again, or at least be happy for them.
Oh, Jesse Reeves, don't put that evil on me, buddy.
I'm a Bears fan, or I'm a Vikings fan. I can't be happy for the Bears. I want bad things to happen to the Bears.
I would have loved to see him, and I would have loved to see this guy in a Minnesota uniform. To be completely honest,
Oh, don't tell me that. Don't break my heart like that.
Hey, y'all got Gladney and Justin Jefferson yesterday.
I
Okay?
know,
You
but
can
he's-
sit out for a little bit.
Okay, listen. Did you?
I mean, just take a step back. You won the first round, man.
AJ, I don't know if you were watching, but yesterday when Mike he wanted Justin Jefferson so bad, they grabbed Rager, he flips out, and then he joins. Ben joins like nonchalantly. He's like, "Oh, I guess we got Justin Jefferson. That's cool."
So the Bears took the
That
Bears
is pretty much what happened.
guys, if no one saw Jalen
He'd
Johnson.
pick. Oh,
Yeah.
there we go.
Jalen Johnson. That's
Yeah.
not bad.
Jalen
That's a
Johnson
good
and the
fit.
Bears.
That's a
I
good
Good
pick.
physical. Good physical pick. I like
Yeah.
it. The first round talk was always a little bit far out there, but I think pick 50. That's good value.
So here's the thing, guys. The Cowboys are on the clock. They already took a receiver, so I don't think they take Mims. And then the Rams are up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jalen Johnson physicality is there. Don't get me wrong. I had him a little lower, and I believe Christian Fulton is still there. So I don't know what's going on with that. But
You're in the right direction, Jay. I'll tell you that.
what was that?
You're in the right direction.
Yeah,
You're
I
in the
don't.
right direction way more than you think you are, too. You're
Wait,
off
so-
by literally one thing.
Who did he just say?
Oh, I know.
You know what I'm talking
Honestly, you know what? That's
That is a good. Can we leave Jerry Jones alone a little bit more? I mean, that old man is just fantastic this week.
Drew Lock is very happy on Twitter right now, just in case anybody needs to know.
I believe it. I mean, why wouldn't he?
He's gonna go rap.
He's gonna go. Stop.
I don't know who the Cowboys picked yet. I can't find it.
I have it, and it is a.
Oh, yeah. I know who it is. Okay. It's a good pick. Yeah. They were linked to him quite a bit in the first round, but jeez.
Am I going to be mad, Cole?
Oh.
Anybody that I named to you?
No,
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
you're gonna be mad, but not for that reason, probably.
No. You don't know the Rams pick already, do you?
Oh, I don't know the Rams one. I know.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, Cole, you have to realize, man, you can't say they never pick anybody I want. Like they picked
Oh
Daryl
my
Henderson
gosh.
last year.
I know.
And I love the guy.
I know it now, but I called it last night, Jake. I called it last night. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh no.
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 I called it last night.
I already know who it is.
Jake-
And I'm
A
gonna...
Rams
Jake
pick? You already have it?
Jake messaged me at like 1 a.m. He's like, "Hey, do you mind coming on this?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." He's like, "What do you think you're gonna do?" And I was like, "I have a good feeling this is gonna be the pick." Nah, they're not gonna do it.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Talk to me. Is that good or bad? I don't know what that conversation
Am I,
went like.
am I gonna throw myself out the window or what? What?
It ain't good.
Who did they take? Don't say it.
Oh no. No, I'm laughing at your comment.
Oh
I
my
don't know who they
God.
took.
I just saw it. Horrible.
I mean, I like the player. I hate the
Oh.
value.
Oh no.
I hate the. I would have at least traded
I
taken
really-
a trade down. Can we
I
just
really
get a
want to know
trade
who
down?
this is.
Oh god, dang it, let's
I'm on Twitter. Hold on. Come on, Twitter. Oh, is it? Wait, this guy's trending. There's 2 guys trending. Is it one of these 2? Doug.
Dude,
Oh,
I
no.
literally
Is it?
I hate
Oh
this
my God.
franchise so
No,
much.
you did not.
I hate this
You did
franchise
not.
so much.
Please tell me you did not
Yeah,
actually
bye.
do that. You did not. You guys did not.
I'm literally I'm sorry, I don't want to spoil anything for the viewers. I'm disgusted. Disgusted. Absolutely disgusted.
I mean,
Oh, that's bad.
how,
Lying.
Oh, that's bad.
it's like
Everyone on your in that of everyone in that position, that's who you take.
yeah, I mean he was best available. So I mean,
Oh.
So right
but-
now, if we want to go down
Okay.
the checks, currently Alexis's favorite teams have 10 tight ends, have Daniel Jones at quarterback, and just made that draft pick. So Alexis is having a great day.
Hey, out of curiosity, AJ, real fast. This is the best running back available right now, right?
yes,
Okay.
no doubt
Yeah.
about it.
Okay,
Spoiler
just
alert!
making sure.
Spoiler alert! It's a running back. Thanks, Cole.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Well, that's all right. That's all right.
That's my bad. That's my bad.
He
I
was
cannot.
best.
I can't even. I can actually. I literally predicted it on Twitter. I can totally. Oh my god!
I
am
told him
so
last night.
mad. I am so mad. I literally knew this was gonna happen.
I mean, we
I
we
need
don't
you to
have a
take
first
deep
round
breaths.
pick in the last century, and then the first pick of this one, when all the defensive talent just falls down the
Dwindles
board.
down the line.
Yeah, we're sitting here going, "Oh, let's take a position that we really it's not that valuable." Oh God!
Let's take a position we just cost so much cap space money in.
And then they traded
Let's
up
just do it
significant
again.
capital to take last year too. Like, oh my
This is so
Lord.
embarrassing. Oh my god, how am I supposed to get on Twitter and even?
Are they? Who are they going to take at 57?
Why am I
Are-
always embarrassed by what the Rams do? It's like I live in this like little closet and the Rams just embarrass me every chance they get.
Man, they're going to come out and get for
God.
Okwegbunam.
I'm so embarrassed.
The worst part I think about this for you guys is they still haven't announced the Cowboys pick. So it's just more so just eating you alive.
Dude, you
Little-
have
Yeah.
no idea. Like, we drafted my number 1 running back last year, and I was mad. I wasn't mad at the pick because I loved DH27, but I mean, I just didn't understand. This team is obsessed with drafting running backs. Look at Les Snead. Like, it is insane. It is a disease. You
They're
have
wanting-
a problem. How
they're-
do you
they're big-
draft running backs every single year that early? That is asinine. You paid extra to make sure Todd Gurley wasn't on your roster.
Yeah,
Like-
they're like, we're going to run the ball a lot. And then everybody else, the Chiefs are just like, woo, Super Bowl. And
Yeah.
they're just
I'm
going around.
literally
They're
appalled
just-
by this pick. And
They're
look,
just
the guy
running
is not a bad
around.
player, and he did a lot with nothing. But
Yeah.
There's so many other
No.
options out there.
I
right
mean,
now.
holy crap. This is.
Now,
ugh.
the thing that I just laugh at is also you're paying more for Todd Gurley than the team that signed him is paying for Todd Gurley
Correct.
to not play on your roster. And you just, let's do it again. Let's just do it again.
Kind of reminds me of
Why not? Yeah.
I can't think of his name. So he was Notre Dame's head coach. Notre Dame fires him. He gets a ton of
Charlie
money.
Weiss.
Yes, thank you,
Charlie
Charlie
Weiss.
Weiss.
yeah.
Yeah.
Charlie Weiss. But somebody that both
Don't-
Alexis
don't tell
and
that to
Jake should be
Jake as
very
a-
familiar with.
As a
dude,
Kansas
I
fan.
have. Oh my god, I'm looking at my tweet right now, and I literally, almost entirely called it. I can't.
Oh.
I literally can't. I am
So by the
So-
way,
Am I the only non-Rams fan in this stream, by the way?
no.
Right here. I'm not at all.
wow.
What are you
this
then?
is- This is.
I don't have
Okay,
a fan base. I
I-
like
Oh.
players.
Hey man, I gotta tell you,
Trayvon Diggs went to
Cole,
the
I
Cowboys.
thought this was gonna be Christian Fulton because that's what you were, leaning towards. Trayvon Diggs is a hell of a talent.
Yeah.
I think that there's in other drafts, all these cornerbacks go first round. I really like this
Possibly.
pick, and I think Dallas just did a nice job in replacing Byron Jones.
That
with
makes me a
it.
little upset because I'm not gonna lie. There's like a small part of me that was sitting here thinking, 2 corners of this caliber sound pretty okay to me. If we had managed to get him to, it would have been a little.
What's amazing is that Dallas considered him round 1.
Yeah.
Multiple people around here have told me that Dallas considered him round 1. And for you to be able to get him in round 2,
right.
that is a huge
Alexis.
value pick.
So this pick is worse than the logo.
Ooh.
Ooh, bold take.
I really am about to.
I don't think it's worse than the logo, but
No,
There's nothing
man.
worse than the logo.
that
Depending.
logo's bad,
Now,
bro.
There's
All
I
right,
will
all right,
say-
fair enough, fair enough. We're talking like it's way up
logo's-
here is bad, but
At least this guy
Oh.
can give us something in return. We don't know what.
I
but-
will say they can make up for it depending on who they pick at 57. If
Yeah,
they trade out of the second round at 57, they're going to do
wouldn't
it. I
say-
said it. I
Here's-
said it.
I would-
It's out in the
I
world
would have
now.
rather.
Here's
them
my
traded
problem.
Here.
yes, exactly. I would have rather had them trade down to make that pick. Here's
Yeah.
my problem. You have needs. Like this team literally just got rid of like half their Super Bowl roster and you pick a running back. I think it's ridiculous. You picked Daryl Henderson the 3rd round last year. What are you blaming Daryl
Trade up.
Henderson for
Trade
not
up
being a
Henderson, too.
contributor last year? You wouldn't
Yes.
use him. And oh, by the way, if you want to blame Todd Gurley and his knee and why you didn't run the ball, no, you didn't run the ball when Malcolm Brown gave you a 90 plus yard game against Carolina. You actually stopped using him. You shut him down. What is going on with the Rams? Like I literally would like to know what is going on. In my opinion, Antonio Gibson the 3rd round would have been brilliant, but this is awful. This is just an awful pick. This
Well,
is what
it's
draft
almost
last year.
I
It's
mean,
almost-
like it's a good player. It's a great player. It just doesn't Makes sense. Unless they,
I don't think he's the best running back on the board.
Oh, I do.
I do. He was
I do,
handily
100%.
the best one for. He was the only one. He's the only one left that could really create for himself.
Rams pick has officially been announced, guys. It's Cam Akers, the running back out of Florida.
Yeah.
Um,
They showed a commitment to wanting to run the ball at the end of last year when they started going into more different personnel looks. But I mean,
I would have rather brought back CJ Anderson.
is
I hate
that
this
like an
pick.
indictment? Is that an indictment on Goff that they're like, we're just going to draft as many running backs as we can, so we
Well,
can just
can I
run
also
the
just
ball?
say again to echo what Cole and I were talking about? I don't hate Cam Akers. I hate this pick, and the front office is pissing me off. I mean, you did, the whole Gerald Everett thing. You had us all buy into Gerald Everett. You trade down, you pick him with the first pick in your, McSnead era. And look at where Gerald Everett has been. He's done nothing. So, yes, I'm furious. I think that they totally missed this pick. I think Joshua Uche is sitting right there. Akeem Davis-Gaither. You wouldn't pay Corey Littleton. You wouldn't pay Dante Fowler. You don't actually fill a need. Instead, you draft another running back. I'm legitimately furious. I'm sorry, guys. I literally have never been this mad about the
we're
draft.
laughing at the Eagles pick.
You know what I really wish was happening right now? You know what's really happening?
I cannot believe that they just took him. I cannot believe they just took him. That is about the worst landing spot for him possible. Incredible. Absolutely incredible.
But before we get to the Eagles pick, since they haven't announced it yet, guys, again, I think Cam Akers is a good running back. I just hate this selection so much with what the Rams need. If they did this before the Super Bowl season, fine. They were actually pretty well built to make a Super Bowl run. Right now, they have to recover. They let a lot of guys go and they didn't fill any holes by doing this. They didn't get any better, in my opinion. Alexis, what are your thoughts on this pick?
If you're going to go running back, he's not who I would have wanted. The only running back that I wanted if he was available is Jonathan Taylor. He's gone. I don't want a running back anymore. I just am not a big Cam Akers fan. So if Taylor wasn't there, I didn't want a running back. Mims was there. All those defensive guys you mentioned was there. And instead they take a guy who I don't think is a big. But I'm distracted because the Eagles just picked Jalen Hurts. So
No, they did not. You're kidding me right now, right? You're kidding me right now.
No,
You're not serious. You're not serious.
They picked Jalen Hurts.
They took Jalen
You have
Hurts.
Carson Wentz. You just picked. Oh my God. We just had two awful picks back to back.
You know what I really
Calm
wish?
down.
I really
My
wish.
Lord.
I really wish Mike was still here because I wish we went from the Boj rant straight into another Mike rant because that would have been just legendary.
And guys, I like Jalen Hurts. I really like Jalen Hurts, but why?
That is
Where's the
such
fit
a reach
here?
and a half. Holy
Where's
crap.
the fit?
I mean, Christian Fulton is literally sitting right here,
Oh my Lord.
and they're
Yeah,
like,
where's your
we're going to take a
pathway?
backup quarterback.
Where's your
who-
pathway to getting on the field with that pick? Like, put him at wide
Taysom Hill.
receiver?
They're going to use him as Taysom
They're gonna
Hill.
move
They're
him.
going to
They're
go
gonna
for
Taysom
it.
My gosh.
Jay, congratulations. You only were the worst pick in the draft for one pick.
That's true.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Cole.
Hey, that's
Thank
not
you,
true.
Cole. I
That's
feel
not
better
true.
now.
Seattle did take Jordan Brooks
Yeah.
yesterday.
Oh man.
I'd rather
take
that
Jordan
than
Brooks.
Jalen Hurts just sitting on my bench.
That's true.
Okay, like again, at least they can play him if they needed to.
Right.
Like, what do you do? Are you saying pretty much, nah, Carson Wentz, he's just too injured prone?
I mean, even then, there were better quarterbacks on the board.
There's a lot of better quarterbacks on the board.
ET Scouting is as well worried about Mike right now. He literally just tweeted he's checking in on him. I'm like, yeah, Mike wasn't feeling well tonight, and now he's really not. He is sick to his stomach now, I'm sure.
That is the first school to ever have 3 quarterbacks picked in the first 3 rounds and back-to-back drafts.
Wow.
So I would like to apologize for totally blowing up because we didn't even do that last year. Alexis and I didn't really like any of the picks last year, and we did not once blow up. I literally called it earlier today on Twitter. For those of you who don't know, I said the most Rams pick ever would be, hold on, let me get the actual tweet up. Okay.
It's just if you're
Picking
gonna
Cam Akers while Swift, Taylor, Dobbins, Gibson, Uche, and ADG are on the board would be the most Rams pick ever. Now, Taylor and Swift were off the board, but this is the most Rams pick ever. It really
Yeah.
is.
It's bad. It's
Let's just real
Well, the
fast
thing that makes
also-
me nervous is what are they doing next? Like, whether they go get a wide receiver and they go running back wide receiver in the first two? I don't know if I'd like
And just
that.
because you have 2 picks, like you gave up Brandon Cooks to get another second rounder. That's not a throwaway pick, you know? Just because
Yeah.
you have 2 picks doesn't mean it's okay to just throw one away.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
hated it. I again, Cam Akers is probably going to end up being great, but I
Yeah.
hated the pick.
Yeah, and behind our, he'll be surprised when he actually has a hole to run behind. He'll be like, "Holy crap! I'm not getting hit in the backfield every play."
Yeah.
But
Well,
My question
hopefully.
is, are we going to use
yeah,
him?
hopefully.
How are we going to use him? Is that what you said,
No,
Alexis?
are we going to use him? Because we attacked early and we didn't use him. So why are you taking a running back that you're probably not going to use?
I mean,
Because
I
it's-
have
because
to
it's
imagine they're
Sean
going to use
McVay.
him now.
Also, just saying, Alexis, your snap to me was totally accurate. Ready for the Rams to draft somebody I hate.
Yeah, I knew it. Like they
Yeah, you knew
always
this was
take
coming.
the wrong guy at the wrong time every time.
I'm just still stunned that the Eagles at the Eagles pick.
That pick is a lot worse. So I feel bad.
Oh.
I'm
I just saw the Bills pick.
I'm absolutely amazed.
Is it good?
Yeah, I like it a lot. Very good.
Oh,
Very good.
holy
Yeah.
crap! Are you kidding me?
That's
Are you
big.
kidding me? The rich
That's-
get richer.
I
The
know,
rich get richer.
it's
Oh
dark.
my!
I have loved the Bills since Sean McDermott came in, and
Dude.
it's just gotten better and better.
If
Sean
Josh
McDermott,
Allen can hit
incredible, man.
anybody this year, that team's going to make the playoffs. Like,
Quarterbacks
he's-
are pissing their pants in the AFC East right now.
especially from the Jets or Miami with that offensive line.
Oh my God, Buffalo's just being Buffalo and getting better.
Yep. It's a huge grab.
Literally huge. That's a
Huge.
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 And honestly, would you guys have taken Stephon Diggs over a first round receiver this year?
Wait. Okay.
No.
Hold on.
Over any first, like,
Over any first round receiver this year, would you have taken Stephon Diggs?
Are we counting the contract situation or just the talent by itself?
You can count the contract situation into it.
Okay, then the first round pick.
first round
The
pick.
CD.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, as a Vikings fan, for me, it's just like I didn't want to give up stuff on Diggs, obviously, but it was just like we kind of had to. And for being forced to basically trade him, we got great value. It's like it's not like we're the Texans or something. I
No,
mean, listen, if we hadn't gotten-
not gonna affect me. Bill,
we got a
go for
fourth
it.
rounder. We have 2
Yeah.
picks in in 1, 2, and 4. We have multiple picks in every round except for round 3 right now, I think.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Minnesota made a trade here for Trent Williams here, probably tonight or tomorrow,
I'd love that.
depending on how the board falls for him.
I wouldn't mind seeing us. Yeah, I would like that a lot for sure.
They'd probably
think-
just cut Reef to make cap room.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's a tackle swap because I don't think Reese's a bad tackle, and I think he's in his last year of his contract.
Yeah, I do believe so too.
Let me check his contract. And if he's in his last year of his contract, if you're the Redskins, one more. He also is on the board for 2021, but
I
he's
just
only
saw
owed 11 million.
Epinesa. That's.
I
Yeah,
like
to Buffalo, that's a phenomenal pick.
That's what I
awesome.
mentioned. That's
Can
what I
we
said.
just talk about how amazing Sean McDermott is? He's literally transformed the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
Sean McDermott was like the last choice for them at head coach, and it just worked out
Oh,
perfectly.
yeah, wow.
Sean McDermott, like, I felt like he was a year after he should have already been a head coach, and the Bills reaped the rewards in that regard because he should have been a head coach the year before. He was the most sought after, head coaching prospect, during the season, and then he did end up becoming a head coach. And then the Bills get him the next year, and he changes the culture instantly.
This is the Bears defensive line right now. So they've got Mario Addison, Ed Oliver, Star Lotulelei, Jerry Hughes, Vernon Butler, Trent Murphy, Quentin Jefferson, Harrison Phillips, Daryl Johnson, and then they just added AJ Epinesa.
So
I mean,
I
that's
see
huge.
here
Gotcha,
Les
AFC.
Les
Get out of-
Snead,
Get
general
out of
manager
here.
of the Rams, Les Snead's wife, just tweeted, Sean was raving about Akers on a call to Les 2 weeks ago, broke down a play in classic Sean style, just told Akers a call how much he can't wait to run it.
Did
So
he remember
they
a
clearly
play
fell
from
in love with
Akers
the guy.
high school perfectly? Is that what happened?
Sounds about right.
Clearly love the guy though. So
And then
Yeah.
Jared Goff is going to have 5 games over 50 attempts throwing the ball.
Right.
oh my god. And then I'll be on your podcast complaining about it.
Yeah.
Honestly, the irony of that is the fact that Minnesota fans, we feel the opposite way. Like we have all these wide receivers that we're paying all this money. Like, what do? We just run it with Dalvin Cook a million times, which I love Dalvin, but it's like we had how much invested in our wide receiver core and our quarterback, and then we
Yeah,
just
they were
run,
just
run,
like,
run.
they were like,
Bro,
Throwing
what
the ball,
happened
what's
to
this
Florida
for?
State though? Like Florida State used to be a powerhouse in college football. What on earth happened?
Jimbo left.
Jimbo
and
left.
Jimbo
Yeah.
left.
Jimbo stopped caring at the end of his tenure, and then he left. And
Dude,
Dude,
just
J-
never
Jimbo
worked.
was done.
Recruiting, the Florida recruiting, the Texas, they were so good at recruiting those Texas guys for that stretch, and I think that California started recruiting Texas better, and they just lost a lot of the guys they would normally get. I think. Where else? Vikings are up in 4 picks. It's almost time. Oh, Ravens picks in.
Oh,
guys
the
know.
Ravens got Patrick Queen in the first round, so I can't wait to see them pick Denzel Mims here and just like literally laughing.
Oh, jeez.
no, it's
Don't put that kind of evil on us. Don't put that evil on us.
Huh. That's an interesting fit.
Ravens pick.
Uh-huh. That's interesting.
Is it offense or defense?
Offense. I guess they're gonna just
Oh,
they're gonna say screw this form of offense. We're gonna stick with the one thing we know how to do well, I guess.
okay. Well, that's that. I the minute I thought that, I'm like, did they go?
didn't. They're not
but-
that dumb.
But which guy is it? Which?
Yeah, I don't want to say. I'm not
I need to look at a board because I can't even at the moment for whatever reason think about who's available at that position if it is that
Oh, yeah.
position.
They take J.K. Dobbins. I'm throwing myself out the window.
Okay, so there's.
you love you want to throw yourself out the window. You're just
Wait, Dobbins is still there.
Alexis, you better make sure your windows aren't bulletproof.
Great. Well,
Will somebody please tweet at her sister so that her sister can keep an eye on her?
Oh,
guys, is it J.K. Dobbins?
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
tell you.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah,
Well,
the minute you
somebody
said.
Dad,
The minute that
J.K.
she said
Dobbins.
J.K. Dobbins, I'm like, oh, J.K. Dobbins is still like I had J.K.
Did
Dobbins.
you see my face? I was like, no. Yeah.
Well,
So tell
I
me-
do have J.K. above Cam Akers personally. I forgot he was there because they were like, yeah, he's the top running back.
My opinion.
And I had Dobbins ahead.
That's an interesting fit. I guess they're just like, yeah, Lamar doesn't need weapons throwing the ball.
Mm-mm.
No.
I mean, he is a weapon. I'll give him that.
yeah,
but
yeah.
He's not the weapon I would go with.
Nope. No, because there's an easy answer sitting right there.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Mims is gonna get Metcalfed. Because teams are like height, weight, speed freaks.
Dude,
I
he's
don't know
going
what
to
to
the
do with that
Jets.
anymore.
I
don't
love
know
how
what to do with-
we're penalizing players for having too much versatility. Like, do you notice that? Like,
Mhm.
I'm sorry if you can't fit Denzel Mims in your offensive game plan.
That's
Maybe
your own
you're the
fault.
problem.
That's your own fault, yeah. Oh,
That's
My-
like a you kind of
my
problem.
favorite was there was somebody who's talking about Henry Ruggs, and they're like, Henry Ruggs doesn't have good play strength
Oh
or
Lord.
whatever. I'm like,
Oh,
if you're gonna draft Henry
come on.
Ruggs about his play strength, who cares? Like this guy ran a 4.26 or whatever. Like,
Well, you
just
know,
let the dude run that way.
The good news for you, you guys have a second chance to pass on Denzel Mims. So you can
Yeah.
guys be doubly heartbroken.
I mean, there's a couple guys. If they take him, I'll be fine with the Akers pick.
Yeah.
If they pass on
very
a couple
true.
of
I'm
those
with you.
guys, yeah.
They've got a chance to somewhat make up for this still, but they've got to really stay focused here. I like Zach Bond.
Yeah, but I wouldn't mind Bond.
Bond for
I'm-
the Ravens, or do we know who the Ravens picked?
Well, I think we know who the Ravens picked. It's on the other side of the ball.
Yeah.
Same
Yeah,
conference.
we know.
I was talking for the Rams. I
Yeah,
think
for the Rams, it's
if they
Bond
could,
would be.
Or,
I'm-
I know at this
Dolphins.
point it scares me, but if they trade back again and try to get one more pick and then really make a push in the third round. But I don't see them doing that. They seem to be on a mission right now.
Dolphins might like Bond too.
They could, but who knows with Miami? They're gonna take a another corner for kicks and giggles.
Yeah,
at
I
this
mean, what
point.
if they went and finally grabbed Josh Jones and they just completed their offensive line rebuild right there, essentially with their
I don't know.
within the first few rounds.
Yeah.
Who's
that's
this?
good.
We're talking theoretical on Miami.
Miami
they
has
had-
another
why not?
pick. Miami has so many picks, man. They have so many picks.
And next year still too, because they still have 2 firsts and 2 seconds next
and-
year.
Yeah, I'm a little.
I'm just hoping Josh Uche makes it to 57. Not that I believe that the Rams would ever make that pick because that's what I want, but I would love Josh Uche to replace Dante Fowler Jr. I think he has so much versatility, can
I want it to
drop
be-
back and cover. Love his range, but I just love his explosive nature. He had a higher pass rush win rate than anybody in college football, not named, of course, Chase Young. I don't know, man. I love the guy. I've been in love with him for a while, as well as Akeem Davis Gaither. I felt like you draft those guys 52, 57, and you're pretty much golden.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm
with
hoping.
the
I'm
defense, but-
hoping another guy is Julian Aquara from Notre Dame. I would
Yeah.
really
Spot.
him at 57, and I'd be fine with the Akers pick.
Alexis
Same.
loves him.
Just give me a pass rusher for Pete's
Wait.
sake.
Yeah.
Just give me
Alexis loves a Notre Dame player. What?
Like
One. What about Ian Book?
J.K. Dobbins, official.
Yep.
We could have had.
Wait, is
J.K.
Ian Book a
Dobbins
grad? Did Ian Book?
No, he's still.
Alexis, what's that?
Okay, it
We
seems like
could
he's been
have
playing
had
forever.
J.K. Dobbins and we took Cam Akers.
Cam
Yeah,
Akers
that's-
was the
yeah,
better one.
I would have
so-
taken J.K. Dobbins.
I would have taken
If,
Akers
if I
as a
had
running
if I
back.
had to take a running back there. Well, actually, no, I wouldn't have. What am I saying? I would have taken Antonio Gibson. I think he's RB3. I think he offers the most upside.
Really?
Yeah, I love his
I
ability.
mean, he
as
had
a
like
pass
20
catcher.
carries as the running back, so I'm just kind of interested. He's on
He had
RB3.
77 for your information. No, I'm messing with you.
But
They cut the other two.
Dolphins.
But I don't know. I would have loved that fit. It's a running back by committee league, in my opinion, or that's where it looks like it's headed. But to grab Akers, I didn't really understand that.
See, I liked Akers
yeah.
tape a lot more than I liked Dobbins.
Interesting.
I just don't like.
Yeah.
I don't like the fit of. No, they didn't.
You're talking
No.
about Miami?
Yeah, they
I
did
actually
not.
like it.
They did not take. Oh, good God!
Do you not
That's
like it?
so, No, he's so bad.
not. Oh,
He's so bad.
I like it.
I don't like it either.
Wait, okay, hold on. Mel Kiper's best available, and his number 10 is AJ Dillon.
Wait, what?
Okay,
I like AJ.
Did we
Dillon,
not
but what?
see that he had Cole Kmet as a first round pick in his mock draft, and he had him in his top 32? So
That's
like,
terrible.
it was
Well,
a weird.
That's awful.
At the same time, though, I feel like it. We were talking about this yesterday. I forget who I was talking about it with. I think it was Nick Faribaugh. Daniel Jeremiah always says, your board is what you see, and mock drafts are what based on like your ears and what you hear. So
Yeah.
I won't trash
That's
Mel
fair.
Kiper because there was
That's
a lot
true.
of buzz around Cole Kmet being a first round pick. So
That's true. Yeah,
Yeah.
I just like
Yeah.
when you rank him that high, like.
well, yeah, I didn't
wanna-
rank him that high, but
I want to know where this guy fits in Miami though, because like
I guess it nose maybe.
over Godchow.
I don't know.
Heath Finch.
Oh my gosh, I love this. A Minnesota guy shares Thor Nystrom. He's like, remember when J.K. Dobbins couldn't win a full share over Mike Weber? I'm like, ooh, that's awkward.
Yeah, yikes.
Well, the Dolphins pick is in. We know who it is, which means the Rams pick next. It doesn't look like they've traded, at least yet.
What is happening?
The Dolphins took Raekwon Davis from
Uh,
Alabama.
mm-mm.
Say what you want. I like it. I like that pick more than the Hunt pick.
Well, I mean, at least Hunt will like be a good starter. Raekwon
Yeah, but do you
Davis
move
is
him
like
inside?
Davis is big. That's Davis. He's big and he's stuffs to run.
Dude, but that's the thing. If you are big and if you can at least make somewhat of an impact on that line by just pushing back, that'll open up a hole for your linebacker.
Yeah, It's a reach because he just doesn't offer a ton as like a pass rusher for me.
I don't really like Raekwon Davis that much. Came away defensive lineman number 10 on my board. 169th overall player. I had a 4th round grade on him. Not really loving what Miami's done this draft at all.
I mean, I like the investment in the trenches, right? That's how you start a rebuild, is you invest in the trenches. I just don't necessarily, not a huge fan of some other picks.
Rams on the clock, guys. I can't even watch the TV. I'm too nervous.
I kind of wish the Rams just traded out of this pick, to be quite honest.
Right, just
because I don't believe that they're going to take the 2 guys that I want, Anuche and Akeem Davis-Gaither. So I'd rather just trade down. But
Speaking of trades, there's been one this round.
Yeah.
Wow,
Shocking.
that's weird.
There has been one trade this round.
No one wants to give up those 3rd and 4th.
No.
I think they're afraid of getting hacked.
Well, the Rams pick is in, so they didn't trade. I want to puke because I'm so nervous.
Got to be
Oh,
defense here.
I thought you were. Don't say that. I thought you saw it. Oh Lord, I don't even want to hear anyone's reaction.
all right. Preemptively mutes Mike. That's
Well, I mean, I did say here. I could see your reaction. If you start laughing again, AG, I'm gonna cry.
I'm not gonna lie.
I haven't seen it. I was just doing that to mess with you.
I hate you. My heart skipped a beat.
I totally missed the Cowboys pick. And when you guys talking about, they were talking about him in the first, I thought it was Christian Fulton.
So did I.
I literally just found out it was Trayvon Diggs because of a tweet, and I'm like, so wait, what you're telling me right now is I could have Christian Fulton on my Vikings defense also?
You could
Just
have him,
saying.
Jeff Gladney, and Justin Jefferson as your first 3 picks, and you would be a home run selection.
Yeah. The
Now,
Vikings are doing a nice job, I think. I really like their draft.
If you
so far.
take Fulton, I would have you as probably the only team with an A+ grade at this point.
I'm gonna do a happy dance if we take Fulton, or if
So
we take Jones, or if we take, well, I don't know if I would make it do a happy dance
I
as
know
for
that-
Cleveland with
Oh,
Josh
wow.
Jones still there, but
All right, I saw the
I
pick.
know that
Yeah,
that was
I did
not an
too.
excited noise. There's not much excitement here.
Yeah, I mean it's the direction we kind of talked about, but not the guy.
Yeah.
The other guy continues
Not the
to fall.
guy. No.
Well,
Jake,
Oh,
Jake,
Oh,
just walk
okay.
away.
I see it.
Just walk away, buddy.
This is the guy they
This
talked
team.
with. They liked him, but I
it's
Not
a reach,
over
isn't
another
it?
guy.
I already know who it is. It's a reach.
yeah,
It's
it
a
is.
little-
And this is what we
I'm
talked
back.
about.
Alexis,
No,
come
no,
back.
I haven't seen it, but I have an idea of who it is, and it's a reach, right?
Wait, when did she change into a jersey?
horrible.
I don't think it's a reach. It's
Yeah.
not. Again, it's not the same player I would have gone with. There was a better one on the board.
It's not the same
Definitely.
position I would go with.
Yeah,
It's a
same.
reach
Yeah.
for the fact that they could have gotten somebody else.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
This looks like their draft board looks like what I would do in a Madden mock draft. Like this is where I would like be stacking up people and thinking it would be good, but it's not.
If they would have made the pick in the 4th round, I'd be fine.
Okay, we're on the
Well,
clock.
he wouldn't have made it to the 4th round. Nick, shut up, Nick.
Be there for your friends, for your family, your neighbors, just help anyone you can. And finally, I just want to thank all
Now
the
I'm glued to Twitter trying to look for.
people that's going through it, especially the doctors and the nurses who are risking their lives. So thank you. Brian Allen, the Rams.
Who just got drafted?
I can't tell you.
That's when this situation becomes real. People you know.
Guys, I like this pick.
You actually like this pick?
Wait.
I like the pick. I like the pick. It's not a bad player. It's
I
like
like the Rams draft pick.
it's
so
just
much.
it's like there's so much else on the board.
You know,
Yeah,
who
that's-
makes me
that's-
mad right now? I'll tell you one person, one group in particular I'm mad at is NFL Network because they interrupted my interview with this man
Oh,
at the Senior Bowl. No, I'm a huge fan of him, and I believe he's the best route runner in the draft. I really do. I think the world of this player.
Yeah,
Hear
he's
me
one
out.
of
Hear me
he's
out.
one of them. Yeah.
He is a tactician. I love him. I think-
he's one of the best out in this draft.
The
Yeah,
best
I'll
route
agree.
runner in the draft belongs to Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Roll Tide.
Um,
All right, well,
or
all right,
does
fine,
it
fine.
belong in Minneapolis, Minnesota?
Devonta
Sky
Smith.
Yuma.
I didn't know he was in.
He's
No.
the best. He's the best route runner on the board right now.
I'll give you that.
I'm just surprised that.
Sky Yuma. You know that's a good route runner
I-
right there. Just
You
saying.
know, another interesting that I'm kind of surprised is we're sitting here and we've not seen Ezra Cleveland or Josh Jones get taken, and they were
Van
getting.
Jefferson, baby, let's go.
I mean,
Big
it's not a
chestnut.
bad.
A good
It is not a
pick.
bad pick. I mean, I can't hate it. I actually like it. I like
a
it.
good
It's
pick,
just,
man.
it's just I would have wanted Mims in a
Man,
Rams jersey
you know,
so bad.
I'm so. I mean, don't get me wrong. Mims is on the board still. Donovan Peoples-Jones. I had them ranked higher, but like when we look in terms of where I rank these wide receivers, I have him as my 9th receiver, but I have him 48th overall on my board. So this is not by any means a reach. This is the best route runner on the board, in my opinion. I love his release off the line of scrimmage. We could talk about his limited athletic ability, which I've seen on Twitter. I don't believe in that. I think this is a very, very good pick for the Rams. Somebody that's going to come in.
Carter
You have
Dunn.
interchangeable
I
receivers.
just saw
You have
that.
interchangeable receivers. So now you have Cooper Kupp, Robert Woods, Josh Reynolds, and Van Jefferson. I think you can use them all over. And the thing that is most important here is I think Van Jefferson is somebody that can help you as well as a blocker. I think he's an all-around receiver, and it makes total sense. There are guys that I would have preferred more, but at this point, I like this pick. Blaine and I actually had them going this pick in our 7-round mock draft. I like it, guys. I cannot believe I'm saying it. I like a Rams draft pick. I would have loved Uche, and I would have loved Akeem Davis-Gaither more, but I'm willing to accept that this is the pick I like.
Maybe they get one of those guys at 84. I mean, because it's strange that in a class that's absolutely loaded with running backs and wide receivers, and the defensive talent falls off a cliff pretty quickly. They went with a couple luxury positions. They went with skill positions over, instead of positions that aren't as deep and fill more needs. It's just, especially with the gap.
And if you look at where they were coming from last year, I didn't look at the team and go, man, the wide receivers, if they were only better, or man, if we had a better running back, our team would be better. It was, our offensive line let us down at the beginning. McVay's play calling let us down a little bit. And then now with the guys leaving on defense, there's just bigger holes on the other side. Like you said, there's other players on the board I think I would have liked. And running back and wide receiver that they both picked, I probably would have gone a different direction on both of those positions. I mean, I was more of a Dobbins guy. I was more of a Mims guy here, but
It's not
is
a
what it
Mims.
is.
That's a freaking dinosaur.
Alexis, what are your thoughts?
Van Jefferson, I have one. I think I don't.
Here comes Minnesota.
Yeah, I'm like I can't find them. Nobody's leaked it yet. I'm like looking for a leak here, man.
Oh, no.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
No.
Is this a good no or a bad no?
No.
Well, I literally just said it, didn't I? I inadvertently I spoiled the pick.
I missed
No.
it.
Come on, Minnesota. I was going to give you an A+. You were about to nail this draft.
Hey,
we
that's a
take?
good pick here.
That's
at the
not
end of
a
the
bad
second.
pick.
End of the second round?
I
Oh.
like it.
It's much better than the first round. It's much better than the first
It's
round.
I like
top
Akers more than
15.
this pick. I like the Akers pick more than this pick. I'm not a fan of Ezra Cleveland. I'm
I
not a
don't
fan
get
of Ezra
Cleveland over Josh Jones, but
Yeah, that I'm not a big fan of either. But I mean, it addresses a need, and I think they
Yep.
can either move,
I'm cool with that.
Reef inside the guard or just cut him outright, just because that'll clear up some cap space. And
Hey,
that,
according to reports, Vikings are out on Trent Williams.
yeah, after
too much
that
money
pick, that's
probably.
not
It's too much
surprising.
money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, if they're going to run the same kind of scheme that they were running last year in Minnesota, Ezra Cleveland's a great fit. Athletic, great mover in space, good for zone blocking.
My only issue is this is all the stuff with Josh Jones.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And he's more polished, Josh Jones.
Yeah, I agree. But hey, I mean, we absolutely nailed it on Brian O'Neill, and everyone really criticized that. So I mean,
Brian,
No,
yeah.
I mean, it's not. He's
Yeah.
not a bad selection. I think that he's good.
Mhm.
I just also want to point out that a lot of people have said that New York could be going, what's it called? Double offensive tackle. So the
Interesting.
fall for Mims could continue.
Really? I didn't
so
think
weird.
Chuma Doja played bad last year before he got hurt. I did not think he was that bad.
I need another beer.
That's kind of a surprise. I need a beer. Oh yeah, I'm old enough. I can have a beer, can't I? I got water. I don't care.
So
I hate Carter Donick so much. He tweeted out
Oh, that was so funny.
He said the Rams should have drafted a new logo instead.
That was great.
That was so good.
I hate that man. He's just too good at Twitter. He's just too good at Twitter.
He really is.
his rise is so interesting to me.
Yeah.
Like he kind of came out of nowhere. I saw him at the Senior Bowl, I think it was last year.
Yeah.
And it just kind of goes to show you how important the Senior Bowl is. He was networking with the TDN guys, and he's with them. So
Yeah. Yeah, it's so funny. We got to hang out with him at the Senior Bowl this year. He's just as funny in real life as he is.
I know. Yeah.
When he's like what, 21, 22?
Oh, he's gonna get arrested at one point in his life for literally just smarting off to a cop. He's so good.
Yeah.
He's so witty.
He really is.
By the way, the Jets did not Jets themselves.
Oh.
Oh no.
Dang it. Why did he have to go to Adam Gase? Of everybody, he had to go play for Adam Gase.
Wait, I missed it. Who is it?
They haven't announced it yet.
Oh, but you know it?
Yeah.
Yes.
And it is glorious. But it's not.
Oh, poor guy. He has to go. I mean, listen. With how Adam Gase is, he'll run him out of town. He'll be on the trade block in a couple weeks, and teams can have a shot at him again.
I haven't seen the Jets pick yet.
Kleiman keeps tweeting them out before they announce them.
I'm really wondering what's happening with some of these guys that, we were talking about Josh Jones, the late first. We were talking Christian Fulton as high as a mid first, even, top 15 kind of guy. I know not a lot of people were saying that, but I definitely saw some talk about him being, that third corner. What's going on with him right now? I wonder.
I remember a few weeks ago, Lance Zierlein had tweeted out that there were a lot of teams that still had Fulton as like a 4th round pick on their board.
Yeah.
Which is kind of surprising because you can criticize like the technique and the fundamentals of it, but Fulton was a really easy mover in space, good athlete. So, Greedy Williams just went 2nd round last year, and I think Fulton was better than Greedy. So
it'll be interesting. And Greedy ended up having a pretty good year in Cleveland. So
there was
Fulton could end up being a that guy that people were regretting on passing on a lot. Because Fulton checks a lot of my boxes.
I gotta say, this is one of my biggest pet peeves with their coverage when they take off the ticker on the bottom, because it's like, bro, I forget who's picking now because you just put a commercial and completely took out the ticker.
It's the Jets. The Jets are still on the clock.
Yeah, the Jets are on the clock, but I don't know. It's just that I can't stand that.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that the NFL Network went away. I don't.
The Jets. I saw the Jets pick, and
I'm
a million times better than ours.
So Mel has Antonio Gibson as a wide receiver. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know where I'd put him because he's not exactly a great route runner. He's a little stiff, but he's also a runner, just limited. So I don't know. It's an interesting debate. The fact that he's got Antonio Gibson rated higher and Devin Duvernay than Brian Edwards is a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, it's Seattle, then it's Baltimore, then it's Tennessee right now.
Yep. Oh man, we still got to get through the 3rd round, don't we?
Yeah, we still got a whole nother round.
I'm tempted to go make a pot of coffee.
We got a whole nother round with and of course we add extra picks in the 3rd round.
It's weird. It feels like it's daytime right now. I don't know why.
Speak for
because
Yeah. I'm in Southern California. It is daytime over here, my friend.
Oh
That's
yeah.
fair. That's
It's
fair.
9:13 on the East Coast, but I also took like a 3-hour nap, so that's probably.
Woof.
Yeah. I tried to nap earlier today, but I just couldn't. I kept checking
Also-
my phone.
I had to get ready for the Rams pick, man. I needed the energy to tell
You
people
know-
how I really feel about it.
I feel like social rules and like time has stopped to exist thanks to Corona. It's just like, what is time?
Yeah,
I
that's
feel
why I had
that.
my first beer at 2:00 today.
That's what I say.
It's
You want to have a beer at
Friday.
10 a.m.? Sure, go for it.
I just realized I still have my vanilla Coke I haven't touched. That's pretty awesome.
Why can't
Wow,
you just
dude,
drink a
vanilla
regular
Coke.
flavor Coke?
Vanilla Coke. Dude, you get the Coke Zero vanilla. Oh, that's that good stuff.
No, we need the
That is-
orange vanilla Coke.
Oh, I was gonna say last year was your orange Coke. It made me want to puke.
See, it's the funniest thing. So at Buffalo Wild Wings where I work, we're a Pepsi place, right? Which might change. I'll give you that little insider. We might be.
Ooh.
We're probably going back to Coke. I'll just tell you that much. That's what all the rumblings are from
The
our corporate.
rumblings.
Yeah.
Sources
Adam
say-
Rumor has-
Schefter
rumor
and
has we're
Woj
bringing
are
Coke
getting
back.
on this one.
Yeah.
Rumor has it we're bringing back Coke, but my manager will literally has a 12 pack of Coke Zero that he keeps in one of our walk-ins because that's all he drinks, Coke Zero, constantly.
Guys, New England trade up.
Oh, okay.
They've
Is
got
this
the
a
picks to
Baltimore?
do it.
The
Is this-
Ravens trade down, and they're gonna get more picks.
Oh Jesus! They're just. It's gonna be.
I honestly
There
think
Is it a
you go.
quarterback?
where they stopped. That would have been where Mims's fall stopped. Would have been it at 60.
So
Yeah.
the Jets got Mims.
Yeah,
That's
the
got
Jets got Mims at 59.
Oh, I love that. I
That's why
love
we're saying we
that.
feel bad for him to have to go.
Yeah,
Play for
have to
Adam.
go with Adam Gase, but
You know,
Yeah.
the ironic thing is, think about it this way. So he comes from Baylor, from a coach that's really known for creating a really great environment and a really, he's a great team builder and he creates a great football environment. And now he goes and plays for Adam Gase.
yeah, who just drives everybody out of town and they're
Exactly.
like, I don't want to play for Adam Gase anymore.
Exactly. It's just like, so
Man.
how long until he ends up in Carolina?
Yeah. I was kind of surprised Carolina didn't take him because of the rumors for
Are the
that they're
Patriots
trading Curtis
trading up to
Samuel.
grab Eason
Yeah.
here?
I
I
think
hope
that's what
not.
it is. I think it's a quarterback. I think
It's
it's
a
a quarterback.
It's got to
Is
be.
Is it Fromm or is it Eason?
Hurts is
Oh.
already off the board,
if
so
they
I would,
take,
I would
if
say
they
it's-
take either one, it's an L.
If it's from, I'm logging off for the night. I have nothing else to say.
If it is, I'm gonna mute myself and I'm gonna go over there into that corner of my room and start laughing. Just an incredible amount. Because only Bill could make
Oh,
that
Lord.
level of pick.
I
But then
feel-
again, oh, go ahead, Alexis.
I was gonna say, I feel like if it's a quarterback, it's gonna be Eason, but if Adam Pete, like that's who I would. I haven't seen him.
It's not a quarterback.
Oh, it's not a quarterback.
Is it a wide receiver? Are they seeing
No,
a
that's
run on
gotta be
receiver?
someone that's gonna piss Jake off.
No,
Oh no! Is it
no.
is it a
I
linebacker?
already know who you're gonna. Oh no!
no!
It's the Patriots.
Is it a
Of
linebacker?
course, because the Patriots are smart.
Yeah, but it's that. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
who it is. Yep.
Yep.
I mean, like, it's gonna piss off Jake. I'm like,
I love the
Because
feed
the
here.
fact-
The feed here on the ESPN is Bill Belichick,
so like for
Patriots
me,
head coach, and it's just an empty chair.
This-
It's just there's nobody in the room.
I thought that the guy that I compare this linebacker to, I thought was gonna end up being a Patriot, and that's Darius Leonard. I thought Darius Leonard was like a perfect fit. Like he just seemed like the ultimate Patriots pick at linebacker. And then of course the Colts took him. He's a stud. So sorry, Jake.
I yeah.
All right.
So they gave up. Hold on, they gave up 71 and 98 for pick 60 and 129. Wow, 71 and 98 to move up to 60.
So Josh Uche and Kyle Duggar go to the Patriots. Two guys I absolutely love in this draft. You guys are so lucky right now.
I mean,
Bill Belichick is such a. They just totally get this process. Uche shouldn't be available there. They probably expected somebody like the Rams who have a need for somebody like that, or they probably
Yeah.
expected, another team that might take him. So they probably didn't expect him to be
Yeah.
there. So when they saw that Uche is there at 60, a guy that blew up the Senior Bowl, and like I said, you talk about guys with the win rate as a pass rusher. He had the best win rate aside from Chase Young, who's an alien. So I to me, this is an A+. And this guy goes to show you exactly why Bill Belichick and the Patriots are going to be okay without Tom Brady. They're going nowhere, and they have a great roster, and this is a huge pick for them.
You know what's interesting is that if you took what the Patriots did, and you flipped it with what the Rams did, I'd give both drafts like an A.
Yeah.
But nope.
I assumed wrong here. I thought it was going to be Davis Gaither. I thought that's what you guys were talking about. But Uchi makes a lot of sense.
Just so much sense.
I do not compare Uchi to Darius Leonard. Now I'm sitting here like, yeah, that.
I mean, that's just a phenomenal replacement for Van Noy. I mean, you just can't get. I mean, and they gave up 71 and 98 to move up for him. Which, and 71 was the pick they got last night, if I recall right.
Jeremy Chin fallen. That's a little shocking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought he would be. I thought he had a shot to be the first safety taken, just because the NFL loves their athleticism.
So does Tennessee.
I love Belichick. These cameras they keep showing of him.
Is this maybe going to be our quarterback?
Tennessee?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Easton?
Man.
How old is Ryan Tannehill? Remember that?
30.
Yeah, and is Ryan Tannehill really like? I don't know.
I'm not drafting a quarterback this year. If I'm gonna tank with Tannehill next year, I'm taking Trevor Lawrence or something.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I'm not taking a product of potential when I can just go get the best guy next year.
I feel that.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
I would rather give up an entire draft haul to trade up for Trevor Lawrence than draft Jacob Eason here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna be honest
Yeah.
with you.
Oh yeah.
I think I'd give up 2 drafts.
Do people really think that the Patriots aren't winning the division again? Like,
I do.
I mean,
I don't.
I think the Bills are the team that has the best chance. But
Yeah. If Josh Allen can hit a barn this year, they'll be fine.
I can't count the Patriots
he-
out. I just can't.
Never
I'll
count
count-
the Patriots out.
I don't think you can count the Patriots out of the playoffs. I think you can count them out of the division right now until you know what they're doing at quarterback. And then
That's true.
as soon as they add Cam or Jameis, because that's going to happen next. There you go.
They're going to kill this draft. This is what they're going to do. They're going to kill this draft. And then, like you said, they're going to add Jameis Winston and they're going to be set. And people are going to be like, where did this Jameis Winston come from?
Honestly, would anyone be against just trading for Andy Dalton? Because it makes sense.
I think they should trade for Josh Rosen and people want to crucify me.
Yeah, no, I'm with that. I'd
I'm
rather
actually
trade
fine with
I'd rather trade for Rosen than.
I mean, what is he going to do in Miami? And like really quickly to give Josh Rosen the benefit of the doubt because people think he's quote unquote trash. He's not trash. What's happened is that he got put in Arizona. He fell into their lap and they felt like they had to pick him. He was not their guy. And then they go through a regime change and then they draft Kyler Murray so he gets shipped off to Miami. And then, oh, by the way, they went through a regime change and they wanted to get their guy Tua. So now what is this? It's just a guy with 2 unfortunate situations. It happens. It's not, he's not
to be
trash.
fair.
He was never developed at either one. Like
No,
it wasn't
he
until he got to Miami and he's like, yeah, they're teaching me how to identify the Mike linebacker. And you're like, what?
You're like, no.
That's what I was about to say. Is the fact? Like my buddy, who's a diehard Dolphins fan, he's got some good connections. He actually writes for DraftWire for them for Kyle Krabs. And he said that like Josh Rosen basically said, I don't know how to read a defense, which nobody knew coming out of college. By the way, I know the Titans pick if anybody else has seen that, and it stops the slide finally. It stops that slide finally.
I love John Robinson.
He's so good.
I have no idea how because it seems like the Titans pick like 5 or 6 times a year, and every single pick, it's just a good pick, and they just go quietly into the night, and they're like, "Yep, we did pretty good." I mean, I wasn't a fan of the Isaiah Wilson. I don't like Isaiah Wilson.
I was for 29,
but
if they would have had to move up to get him,
at 129, I would have been fine with it. I don't think he cannot.
He's he's just raw.
He's big. He's a big dude.
Raw. That's it.
Yeah, I don't trust him in pass protection, which is my biggest issue with him. But I mean, with their running game and their power, their emphasis on just a power running game, Isaiah Wilson's going to fit, and this guy for their defense too. Holy crap!
Just
spoiler alert, it's on defense.
Just here you go.
And now Packers are about to be on the board again.
Oh, they're gonna take Eason just to piss off Rodgers even more.
I have that thought. What if they go with a defensive player and they just still don't give Rodgers got enough receivers. He's good.
I can't believe that there was some Warren Sharp tweeted out that the last two wide receivers the Packers drafted in the first 5 rounds, they converted. There were only 2 of them, and one of them they converted to running back.
Yep.
It's like, holy crap. Oh, there it is. Christian Fulton to the Titans.
Of course, because guess what? Good teams that were in the playoffs they have good guys in their front office, and they realize, oh, hey, this guy falls into our lap. Let's take him. He's the best on our board. That's what the Ravens did with Queen, and another LSU guy, Fulton, falls to the Titans at 61 guys.
Yep.
This is an amazing
insane.
pick by John Robinson.
And this is interesting because we see a very different scene in Mike Vrabel's house versus what we saw last night.
Did y'all see that picture? That there's a dude in the background who's on the toilet.
He claims that he was sitting on a stool, not on the toilet, to be fair.
He was making a stool.
Stop. Gosh. So let's see here. You know, I almost wouldn't be surprised. What if the Packers stayed in state here?
What, Zach Bond?
Yeah.
Bond. I mean,
Yeah, they could.
surprise me. I'm just, you know what? I really wish this was where Denzel Mims had gone.
Because I almost feel like, Zach could be an inside linebacker. I think he is a versatile guy where he could play some Mike.
He could do a little bit of both, yeah.
What?
No way.
Cole, is this the kind of laughter that I like? Is this the kind of
No. What did they do? What is the football fan in me gonna say to this? Am I gonna be really upset?
Oh man, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I'm retiring. I'm just retiring because
I'm calling my agent.
That's
Oh no. Oh no, you're kidding me right now. That's a joke. Oh my gosh. They're really just like F you Rodgers with that.
freaky
They're doubling
combines.
down
I'm telling you.
They're doubling down on the Rodgers hate.
Oh no. I still haven't found it, but I don't what?
It is a bigger reach than the Jordan Brooks.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Don't
yes,
say
it is.
that. Oh my god.
Yes, it is.
Put it
is
in the chat.
absolutely.
Put it in the chat.
I just don't get this one at all.
I don't.
I
mean, you're just pissing off all your stars in Green Bay. Anybody that's good, you're pissing off.
Yep.
Like the guy in front of him had an incredible year.
Donovan Peoples-Jones would have been so good in this spot.
Yes, somebody. Give him somebody to get ready for the future. They weren't one game away from the Super Bowl.
What?
Get ready. Let's get ready for the 2024 season.
What about the fact that you I can't even. How do I even analyze this pick? And you have Aaron Jones and James.
Yeah. What are they?
I don't know.
Matt LaFleur is putting his little taste on this team for sure. He's coming in and getting his people.
I was thinking AJ Dillon's a top 10 running back in this draft. I cannot wait for a team to get him in the 4th round and reap the rewards. But getting him in the 2nd, isn't Dobbins still available?
No,
Dobbins went to the Ravens, remember?
Oh, that's right. I missed that. Oh, yeah, because, that's what you were all talking about. That happened right after. Okay, so my number 1 running back left would be Gibson. I like Darrington Evans more.
Darrington Evans, yeah.
I don't really get the pick here.
I don't
either.
I have there's nothing I can use to justify it because I don't even think he's like a great player.
Okay.
I don't like it at all.
I have him ahead of. I just looked at it. I might be more mad about the Akers pick. I have him ahead of Akers on my board, but neither I had in the 2nd round at all.
Well, I mean, the good news is that the Rams can't consider him later on. So
yeah,
that's.
I know we're checking off the boxes there.
Yeah. Like,
Ezra Cleveland's up the
Congrats,
board.
guys. You can't
yeah,
take
I
that
kept,
player.
I kept. There were several players. I'm going. Okay, I didn't want him. Check. I didn't want him. Check.
You have that checklist, like,
Yeah.
okay,
Oh, yeah.
all right, we're
Yeah.
making business, but
Yep.
oh Lord,
I mean, are they drunk? Like, I feel like the honeymoon period. Like everyone's like, yeah, we got our new GM. I'm not even gonna try and pronounce his last name. He's really good.
Gutekunst.
Yeah.
I
It's
just
like,
don't.
We
don't
nailed
get
the
the
draft
pick.
last year.
I mean, AJ Dillon's a fun running back for me. I mean, he's a monster, but I don't get the pick at all.
I mean, if it was
Yeah.
Seattle one pick more, I think I'd understand it. But for Green Bay, I don't get it, man.
It's
Yeah.
weird. It's a weird.
You know
pick.
what's
Really
weird?
weird
We
fit.
all kind of like got on Green Bay's horse because they had a really conservative GM and Ted Thompson who wouldn't make the move, and now they're doing these like non-conservative moves, and it's just like, what are they doing? It's like I actually think Ted Thompson would have had a really good draft.
Yeah.
I'm cool with this. I like this. So
Yeah,
far,
of course you do.
A2 has gone great for me as a Vikings fan. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, the NFC North has not done much to scare you over there.
Carter
Nope.
tweeted out to convince the Packers thought this was the test draft and the real one starts next week. The Packers plan to make Aaron Rodgers quit football is working brilliantly.
Do
Jeez.
the Bears have a first round pick next year yet?
I think they do.
Okay, so they can go get Trevor Lawrence.
Well, you'd think they would, but they just paid Nick Foles. Thank you very much. So
Thank you. Listen, guys, we're good. Yep, we're good.
Trubisky played well for us last year, so we're gonna give him the 5th year and see. Oh,
It
Seattle
almost
traded.
reminds me of I watched watching the 2005 draft, right?
Mhm.
And Aaron Rodgers is just sitting there, right?
That was so sad.
And I just had to think and take a peek. Like, we kind of have a depressing quarterback history. And I'm like, which quarterback we're like, no, we don't need to take Aaron Rodgers. We're good. We've got a quarterback. Which one quarterback did we feel solid enough about? I'm like, oh, it was Brad Johnson. Great. Good job. Good job, guys. We had Brad
Man.
Johnson.
It's hard to keep up with all these people when you're covering the Rams and you're also doing a live stream about the whole draft, and Rams fans are like losing their mind about Van Jefferson and Cam Akers as well.
I don't blame them.
I mean, I gotta say, Van Jefferson to me, it makes sense. It's a good pick. You're getting a 6'1", 200-pound receiver, really good size, interchangeable. Cam Akers he's a good player. I just don't like where they picked him. And you've also, once again, completely ignored the defensive side of the football. On
That's the
top
big
of that,
problem.
you haven't addressed the offensive line. That's the problem there.
Listen. The thing, I'm a little because its offense is more steady year to year
Yeah.
than defense, right? We've seen teams with really good defenses drop off because they can't score at the foot, So in that aspect, if they're like, look, you know what, we got guys that we like later on. We like the guys we have on roster already. Let's go out. Let's ensure our offense can keep steady pace. I get it from that aspect. There were just a few more guys because you can't win without pass rush nowadays.
No, you can't.
But again, if they get a value pick at 80, is it 82? I think it's 82.
84, I think. Yeah.
82 or 84 is one of those.
They have 84 and I think 104.
Yeah.
Is it okay? Okay,
Yeah.
then. So they get a value pick if maybe some of these guys keep falling, like Zach Bond or Terrell Lewis. If they get that, I'm a-okay with.
Wow,
these
yeah, we
first
got
two
we
picks.
got some edges still there.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, there's a lot of pass rush. Still available.
Wow.
Whoa!
This
I'm
is
I'm
an
not
interesting
surprised.
pick to me. It's early. It's a little early for me, but I like the upside you have with Willie Gay Jr.
I love it.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
And he is, man, he's kind of weird, honestly. He's a really explosive athlete, ran really well. But he's
mean-
kind of filled out for linebacker. He's not like your really, rinky-dink 5'10" guy. He runs
No.
like he would be like, this shorter guy. But
Mm.
I like him. He reminds me of a taller Dexter Coakley, if that makes sense.
I mean,
For
and
anyone
let's,
wondering, also watching this, it's Willie Gay Jr.
Seattle traded up or
Yeah,
down.
I mean-
Excuse me.
and their linebackers really. I mean, I think that's kind of the weakness. One of the bigger weaknesses at the moment
Yeah.
is linebacker, and especially athleticism at linebacker. So Willie
Yeah,
Gay
they-
Jr. makes a lot of
Them,
sense.
their linebackers and corners are just abysmal.
They
Yeah,
need
so-
Yep.
corners.
so they need-
I
they
will
need-
say that's my one knock on the pick.
They need
corners.
linebackers and corners. I mean, because they've got right now, I think there's 2 starting corners are Chavarius Ward and Bashad Breeland.
Yep.
Like,
And then Honey Badger came out and said they need like he wants a safety when they picked Hilaire last night. So I mean that kind of gives you an idea. Somebody that's on the battlefield, he knows what they
Mhm.
need, and
Yep.
it's an interesting thing. I definitely think they need secondary. I don't think they look like the most complete team coming off a Super Bowl win. I think the Ravens are the best team in the AFC. I've said that, and I think they got even better with this draft. But I like the pick for Willie Gay Jr. I do.
yeah, it's not
I
a bad.
just- they do need to go after corner or safety though. And,
Bad news is they don't have a pick till the 4th round, sadly. So
Yeah,
No-
that's my
no
worry
third.
there.
So I don't know if y'all saw, but Carolina traded up with Seattle. Seattle traded down
Yep.
Okay.
And
for pick 64.
it's a dang good pick.
Oh boy. I'm holding out hope Akeem Davis Gaither falls to 84, but it's so lame to even think that because
Yeah. I mean, because they won't take him anyways.
yeah,
think-
exactly. Yeah.
He'll be sitting right
Exactly.
there. He's got the Rams hat on and everything, and Les Snead will be like,
oh,
oh
wonder if it's that. If it's him.
wow, of course.
Marty Herney. Good job, buddy.
Yeah. I mean, you
Wait,
want,
I'm behind. Is it Josh Jones?
That's a great value pick.
Yeah,
I'll just
this
say-
is a great pick.
yeah, it's a phenomenal because he's been sliding quite a bit.
It is Josh Jones.
No, but
No.
my God, if Cincy misses on him 2 times in a row,
Oh,
It
yeah,
is
that
Summer.
is a good pick.
they deserve to fail.
I'm sorry. I actually laughed at the Higgins pick. I'm not gonna lie. I actually
I like it, but I
legitimately-
don't.
Yeah, I T Higgins was not. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Higgins, especially when you
nothing
got
to s-
Mims sitting right there.
There's nothing about him that just is like, yeah, love him.
Yeah, what was
Yeah.
strange for a guy that's highly touted for like his 50-50 ability.
Well,
he doesn't win a
yeah.
lot of 50-50 balls.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. And,
You're
and
like-
the thing about Higgins is that I feel like he's one of those guys that early on when we saw mock drafts at the beginning of the season, people had him in the first round. And so it was
Yep.
like, okay. And then like he never left that first round, second round conversation. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
and so because of that, he gets drafted ahead of guys like Peoples Jones, like ahead of guys like Pittman. I don't know.
Mims.
You know, for me-
Mims, exactly.
A lot of people got drafted before Mims.
You know, for
Let's just
me,
say that.
he kind of
Yeah.
reminds me almost of Laquan Treadwell. To be honest, that might be a little bit of a cold comparison, but
Yeah,
Just
I think he's
back-
faster than Treadwell, but yeah,
no, I
no,
think
see
so
what you're
too.
saying.
But when you put on the tape, and like you said, he's like, oh, he's a 50-50 jump ball guy, but he doesn't win that many jump balls. Like, well, Laquan Treadwell is the same way.
Yeah, I mean it. There were a lot of people who are like, he's AJ Green, he's AJ Green 2.0, and I'm going. The only similarities that they have is they played the same position, both tall, and they played for an orange color team with the tiger mascot. Like that's about it.
Yeah.
That is.
That's funny.
And now he's gonna have to be his replacement, more than likely.
Yeah.
Watch how that fails.
I mean,
Or if that fail, just not
thing-
be what you want at 33.
I mean, Joe Burrow is accurate and precise enough that he can put the ball in good windows where Higgins can use his length to catch it. He'll make the tight window throws for Higgins, and so it's not terrible. But I mean, could you imagine a 4 wide receiver group of AJ Green, Tyler Boyd, John Ross, and Denzel Mims?
By
be
the
scary.
way,
Yeah,
it
and then
looks
you-
like
and then you've got-
ESPN. Sorry to cut you off.
Oh no, go off. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just because for our Rams viewers, it does look like ESPN actually leaked the Rams helmet. So everyone worried about the
Did they
Rams
really?
helmet looks exactly the same.
Oh,
So
that's
it's
good
just
news.
with the colors. So thank God they didn't ruin that. But continue.
No. Wow. So okay, that's fine. Yeah, a lot of people are pointing it out to me in one of my private draft chats. Ashton Davis still not in the second round.
That's
Yeah.
a good point.
We thought
But
Ashton
when you
Davis
saw
was-
how many safeties fell,
Yeah.
especially Chin, that's not
Mhm.
shocking.
Yeah, especially and I think the age for Davis played a factor because he'll be turning I think 23 or 24 during the start of the draft year, and so I think that pushed him down. But I mean,
That could have-
Man, and my guy Neville Gallimore still not picked. That is a shame.
There's a
You're
lot of
back.
guys who have not been picked.
Oh man, Packers Twitter.
I don't even want to watch.
Yeah, Packers are probably exploding right now. Packers fans, they have every reason to.
So back to Helmet Gate. I just went and looked into this. That's not a leak, man. That's a graphic designer trying to fill a slot. I don't
You think so?
that's, No way no way ESPN is leaking a helmet on a national televised thing where it's kind of broken up. It's just like they're basically saying like, well, the Rams are gonna have some sort of horn on their helmet. Let's just throw it up
let's
there.
just do.
That is not. This is Rams Twitter trying to ignore that we took Cam Akers and Van Jefferson that they can talk about helmet stuff. This is not. That's.
Oh
not
man, Jeremy Chin here.
Cole.
Wow.
Really?
Cole,
Yeah, that's
I would
great.
just like to point out that
I like it.
at the Philadelphia Eagles press conference, he mentioned Doug Peterson mentioned Taysom Hill in the Jalen Hurts announcement. So
No, he didn't.
yes, he did. Yeah.
Oh man.
Wait, what happened?
Doug Peterson, when introducing Jalen Hurts, literally mentioned Taysom Hill by name.
Oof.
I don't see Ben's reaction right now. Ben Solak, just because he said if anyone mentions Taysom Hill, I'm blocking them.
He's got to block Doug Peterson now
If they really drafted Hurts to be Taysom Hill, oh my
in the
God.
second round.
The second round, yikes.
I mean,
There's a lot wrong with that.
you know,
What is wrong with football if we've come to that conclusion that we need a do-it-all quarterback?
I'm telling you, quarantine messed with people's heads, man.
Yeah.
Like it should not be this hard. Like, oh, good player, draft good player. Not good player, don't draft good player. And somewhere the wires got messed up.
Like, oh,
Late, gents, I'm out. I have to get some writing done. You guys take care. Enjoy
All
the
right,
rest
see
of
you,
the
right.
Cole.
All right,
Bye.
brother. Take it easy.
appreciate it, man. You take care. And then there were 4.
Yeah, I'm probably not too far behind him. I've got my girlfriend coming home with a
Oh.
bunch of
Cincinnati.
stuff I got to help unload.
Cincinnati just took Logan Wilson, son of a biscuit.
Who did?
Ah,
Since he did?
Yeah,
Ah,
65.
That's a really
They
good
just took
pick.
it. That's a phenomenal pick. Dang.
Logan Wilson is not like the sexy choice. Like the people that haven't followed the draft process the whole year probably won't like this pick. But Logan Wilson comes in. I think he's instantly an upgrade over Jermaine Pratt. I really do.
Yeah, I mean that's a
but
phenomenal pick.
But I mean, like, what I loved about him is in this draft, it was so hard to find guys that could not only, stop the run as a linebacker, but could drop into coverage and do it consistently and do it
Yeah.
efficiently. And
Yeah.
Logan Wilson is comfortable doing whatever you ask him to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I love this pick.
Yeah.
Maybe it would have been nice as an option, but it
So
wasn't realistic. His value just kept rising
Yeah,
up.
his after
charts and
after
just a
his
good pick.
combine, he really just kind of showed out, and everybody was like, "Okay, yep, now he's a third round pick."
That was a Montana shirt if I've ever seen one, or a Wyoming shirt. Did you see that his draft day shirt?
No, I did not. I did
It was
not.
like a wild west cowboy, man. That was really nice.
so I mean,
I dig it.
do you guys think that Josh Jones is a Tom Petty fan?
Oh,
Free
he,
falling.
he should be. Yeah.
Thank you, Jake.
I was like, I knew where you're going, but I'm like, wait a minute. I was like,
Oh,
someone sing
okay.
the song.
I get it. So let's see, man. Let's see who Washington. Their pick's already in. I like how this draft's just going so much faster than last
Yeah.
night. Last
Right?
night dragged on.
Oh my god.
I agree, and it has
I
been
felt
going
like
a
the-
little too fast. Honestly,
I-
there are
I
times where we're
felt
trying to
like,
evaluate the first pick, and then the second pick comes up.
Let's see
Round
who
one, I felt
Washington-
like ESPN tried to make the draft fit into their coverage.
Antonio
And
Gibson
now I
took
feel like they're just
Washington.
letting it run.
Jake. it's your guy.
Redskins, man. The
Another-
Redskins. The Redskins get it. Okay, they get it.
That's
They understand what it means to go out and get value. Somebody that
How many
can
running
win
backs
in
do they
all
have?
phases. Okay, people complain that Antonio Gibson's too much like Tavon Austin as a gadget guy. I'm sorry, the dude's 6 foot, 228 pounds. He looks more like a running back than any of the other running backs in this draft. So I don't understand where that came from.
I'm just surprised
I-
they went Gibson over Josh Jones because they're going to have to get rid of Trent Williams.
Yep.
Yeah,
They're
no,
going to
that
have
makes
to.
sense.
He's not going to play. So
that definitely
you had to
makes
get
sense, for
your
sure.
tackle, or I
Yeah,
mean,
you
they
gotta-
still had a safety. Ashton Davis is still sitting on the board.
Yeah,
I'm just
I don't know. I
I'm
like this.
surprised. I mean, I think it's a good pick. It's an interesting contrast with if you're going to play him at running back with obviously Geis and Peterson. If you're going to
Love.
have him at receiver, you've also got McLaurin there too, and then you add another dynamic skill set with Gibson. I don't hate the pick, but I think I would have gone offensive tackle.
Did they announce him as a wide receiver?
receiver.
Okay.
Wide
Yeah.
They
receiver,
did.
yeah.
That's
All
I
right,
don't know.
fellas, I'm out of here for today. I'll try to sneak back maybe at the end of this round. If not, I'll maybe jump on with you guys tomorrow
All right.
and chat some more football.
sounds good.
All
Thanks,
right, man.
Brad. Appreciate it, man.
Hold it
See ya.
down. Yeah, we'll talk. Hopefully, we won't be hating the next two Rams pick. Even though
Yeah.
Jake, I know you didn't hate that wide receiver pick, but hopefully we get some defensive
I did
help.
like it. Yeah, no,
All right,
absolutely. Later, bro.
So Detroit's on the clock again now. Start of the third. So we officially made it to the third round. So that's
Seriously,
exciting.
who did Josh Jones kill? Like, is
No
there some
joke.
video of like pot? He's smoking. He's
Okay,
got
that-
a Laramie Tunzel video out there.
I mean,
was-
Becton failed a drug test and he still got picked 11. so
11th,
I
yeah.
don't even know, and I'm not saying Becton should have fallen. I think
No.
that stuff, is a little overblown at times. I do
Especially
get a
with the
little
new
worried.
CBA.
Exactly, with the new CBA. I think it's less about the what it is and more about, the overview of the whole situation. This is the biggest time of your life and you can't be clean just for, that time.
Yeah,
Right.
I think
That-
that's the big thing.
That's
the thing
a
is-
little concerning.
The thing for me also, a big part of it is I would say probably a very, very high percent of the league has smoked pot for a long time. And
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just, you have to be kind of dumb to get caught with it. You know what I mean? It's not that hard to avoid it most of the time. Most of these guys get caught because they're smoking at the wrong time and they're not being careful.
Mhm.
Because there's
Yeah.
guys where they'll talk about, oh, you guys that never got suspended. Like, yeah, I was smoking pot, almost every single day. And it's just like, well, you literally never got suspended for
Apparently
it.
you never got caught. Yeah,
I wonder.
Josh Jones.
We've been talking
killed
about
Zach
Josh
Bond.
Jones. Josh Jones is fine. Maybe Jets could grab him and Josh Jones Becton duo could, that's two big dudes and two talented dudes at tackle for you
Mhm.
to protect
Totally.
your QB.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. I think they're gonna keep Fant because they paid Fant 3 years, 30 million to
Oh, I
play
forgot about Fant,
one of
yeah.
the tackle picks. I'm kind of surprised. I thought they were going receiver. I did not think they were going to take an offensive tackle because it's the Jets. I didn't think they'd do something.
They need to take a wide receiver still because
Yeah,
how
they
can
just
you
got
roll out
Mims.
Brashad Perriman? What? Oh
they
yeah,
just got
Mims.
Mims. So,
Of course. Sorry.
So
So what? Now you go. Maybe we see a Bond slide end here because they need an edge. You could see a corner here.
yeah, I could
The
see.
corners
I
are.
could see.
There's a lot
Yeah.
of corners here that I didn't think were going to be here at this point at all.
There's a lot of players that I'm sitting here going like Bond was talked about top 50 like
Mhm.
the whole way. Aquara, Julian Aquara, I don't get. I don't understand how he's still on the board.
I thought that Bond was going to go really high because to me, Bond is one of those players where it just takes one team to fall in love because he's got that unique skill set, those unique traits. Where I'm like, you just need one team to fall in love with him, and I thought somebody would.
So Detroit's on the clock, and then the Jets are right after, I think.
Wow, there's a lot of interior guys too left. It's a very interesting draft so far, I'd say. And I'll tell you this much. One of the interesting things for me is this is definitely one of the quietest drafts for the Vikings on our Twitter. I haven't seen anybody blow up and go crazy, and I'm used to that. I kind of miss it.
So apparently nobody has shown this pick, the Lions pick, but they keep showing the Jets pick.
What?
Julian Aquara to the Lions. Dang it.
Dang.
That's
We
what-
We don't know the Jets pick.
So bad. Well, I know the Jets pick,
Oh.
but They skipped. They were like, oh, here's who the Jets are picking, and Okwara. they
Oh, I
haven't
see what
announced
you're
that.
saying.
Yeah, but no, they just showed Okwara up on the
That's a
screen.
great grab.
That's a
by-
phenomenal pick.
Now,
I
see,
mean,
now I'm like, okay, now the Lions are doing something.
Yeah. I that should have been the pick at 57. That should have been. Dang.
I was kind of hoping for him in Minnesota because I really like the
Yeah.
idea of Daniil and him paired up. Could have been
Mm-hmm.
pretty fun. But
So
there's
the
still
J-
some.
the Jets picked Julian Okwara. Sorry, I'm
Yes,
No,
sir.
the Lions took
Or Lions
Okwara.
took Okora.
Oh,
Jets on the
Lions took
clock.
Okwara. I like that.
Yes,
I
I
like
agree.
that
That's-
move.
So now I guess
Lexus
to me
has
the
joined
move.
the fray.
Hey, welcome back. So now to me the move could be for the Jets, maybe Terrell Lewis, or Zach Bond. We could see an run an edge rushers because
Mhm.
we've got teams here that need them.
Yeah,
And
could be. It could be corner or DB.
I like Okwara. You
Yeah.
know, for the
For
Lions.
the
though.
Lions. That's a
I gotta
great
say,
pick.
I do really like. That's a really good pick. I know Alexis is really high on him. The Jets here, they're an interesting thing here because they've drafted Mims and they draft Becton. So I think those are two of the positions that I was really looking at. However, I can't stand what they have at cornerback. I'm a big fan of Pierre Desir, but I think he needs another running mate. I don't think Arthur Maule is going to do it. I know they drafted Bleswan Austin, sorry, in the 2019 sixth round. They have Nate Hairston, they have Kyron Brown from Akron, and Brian Poole. But I think you have to address the cornerback position here. I really like, it may be a little early, but I really like Darnay Holmes out of UCLA. I think he'd give them, some physicality on the outside. Can play, a slot corner position, or he can play on the outside. Thought he's got plenty of energy, man. I watched this guy at the Senior Bowl. Was really impressed with him. But it looks like we're going with Ashton Davis here for the Jets.
Oh.
And
I was about to say, I was thinking,
Wow.
all right, I was thinking
I'm
maybe
so
Bryce Hall.
depressed.
I was thinking maybe Bryce Hall,
But
but
the thing, Davis has played corner.
Yep.
Played corner, and he
This
can play
is-
corner.
this is a good pick.
Yeah.
That's outstanding pick. Somebody replaced the Jets with somebody new because the Jets have made 3 outstanding picks. I don't get it.
it's
that's
very
incredible.
un-Jets.
Yeah, right. It's very not like the Jets.
Yep.
I like him with Jamal Adams.
Yeah, and then you got Marcus May there too. That's an outstanding 3 safety group,
Mhm.
and if with the corner background too. Whew.
Well, the Seahawks are up, so we can only imagine.
Well, AJ Dillon's already off the board, so.
Oh my God. My friend who's a Packers fan is like, he has no words. He was like thinking, because I had him hyped up for getting DPJ.
Yep.
And I had him hyped up to get somebody, I don't know, a difference maker. And he's like, I didn't even like Jordan Love as a prospect. So how mad do you think I am with that pick? And then they picked AJ Dillon, and he's like, so they drafted 250-pound running back when they have Aaron Jones and James Williams. It just,
Yeah, and then they took Dexter Williams last year too from Notre Dame, so they already had 3 running backs on roster. That's crazy.
I don't know what they're doing.
I'm okay with it.
Like I said, I cannot believe I'm saying it, but if you had Ted Thompson in this draft, I think they have a way better haul at the end of the draft. I really do. Because
You would think.
his conservative, his style of drafting would have netted them players to help them win now. And I think that's what's important is they're a 13-3 team that really struggled in the playoffs and showed that they are way far away from being the best in the NFC, and they needed to do some serious overhauling, and they couldn't do it.
To be fair, with Ted though, they wouldn't, if they still had him, they wouldn't have Preston Smith or Zadarius Smith, who were
You're
huge
right.
difference
They
makers.
absolutely wouldn't. I'm just saying. For
Wow,
this draft.
Seattle.
So Seattle took.
Damian Luke.
Hey, Seattle took
Damian Lewis, you said?
this
Yeah.
guy, the guy in my profile picture.
Here we go.
Congrats to Damien.
From
he's a monster, man.
LSU.
LSU. Yeah, sorry. Whoa, wait a second. And Lloyd is still on the board, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's awkward. Because
That's actually a little bit.
that's
of a
why I
surprise.
took. That's why blanked for a second there. I'm like, not Damian Lewis from LSU, because I'm like, he's typically viewed as, the second best guy on that LSU O line for this draft.
Yeah, I'm a little confused because
Even third. I mean, I think there are
I
some
don't
people
like that Seattle gets Lewis here, but in the third, it's a perfect spot for him. You're getting somebody that's instantly going to help Russell Wilson and the running game.
Yeah.
Inside, he's just
Yeah.
he's a mean dude, man. He plays with like this mean streak that I absolutely love with my type of offensive guards I look at. So I love this, and there's a reason, man. Like Joe Burrow is obviously the number one quarterback. But to say that he didn't have some serious contributors on that offensive line with Charles and Lewis and Cushenberry, I mean, you'd be lying to yourself. There's a reason, especially with Hilaire as well. I mean, these guys really did a nice job in college. Damian Lewis doesn't get enough credit, and I like the pick.
I mean, he had 2 first rounders this year on his offense, 1 next year, multiple second rounders. That was a loaded offense.
I am stunned that Seattle just decided, I guess offensive tackles don't matter for Seattle. They're just going to run the ball up the middle.
I think they determined that a long time ago, for being honest.
Yeah, because I guess Josh Jones, he must have murdered Roger Goodell's.
Oh, Lord.
Because, there's no reason he's on
just
the board.
Go right to the murder there. No way.
I just read it.
I mean, what else is there that you could do?
Because pot, they don't care about pot anymore.
Nope.
I'm just surprised. I mean, he had the injury, but I didn't think the injury would push him down this far.
No.
I mean, I like it because, I don't love that Ethan Pochik is their left. No, he's not their left tackle. Sorry. Dwayne Brown is their left tackle. Ethan Pochik is their left guard. BJ Finney, I'm not really as high on. He's their center. DJ Fluker is their right guard. And then Cedric Abuyi, and I think I missed some, but Justin Britt, right?
Yeah, Justin Britt. Oh boy, he's
they have BJ Finney listed as a starter here, but
on Our Lads, yeah.
Abuyi is like a good pickup, like a cheap option, but he's not a starter.
He's not a starting right tackle, yeah.
So I mean, that's interesting. Are they going to move Fluker out to right tackle? That might be what they do.
Wow, that's kind of a surprise because they moved him inside to guard,
and they fixed him. I thought he got better when he moved inside to guard. So, I don't know. I think you can't go wrong though adding.
No, I mean Lewis is a good player.
Talent. Yeah.
You just add O line. You got to protect Russ. And at the end of the day, if you do that,
it's funny. This is
Offense pick is in. Is it Josh Jones finally?
I hope it is. I can't believe he hasn't been taken.
I know.
I really didn't like the Raekwon Davis pick. I think it's a total. I thought it was a misstep on their part.
I mean, he took it. If he can bounce back to being more like he was last year, it'd be big.
I'm not a huge fan of Raekwon Davis. And I know AJ touched on this earlier in the stream. What does he offer after being like a guy against stopping the run? I mean, he doesn't really have any bit of a pass rush, and I don't know. In today's NFL, if Aaron Donald hasn't proven that you need interior pass rush, I don't know who is going to prove it.
Yeah, I mean, because you look at some of the best teams. I mean, it was San Fran and Kansas City last year. San Fran, obviously, their defensive line, and Kansas City had Chris Jones, who quite literally eviscerated every offensive line they went up against.
Oh yeah,
So I mean that. So you go with the run stuff. I mean, you can also take that argument to Carolina with Derek Brown. Derek Brown's a phenomenal player, but you could say, you can make the argument with Javon Kinlaw that Kinlaw is the better pass rusher.
Yeah,
it has more upside in that department. So the interior pass rush is the new wave.
Exactly.
The NFL.
I think that's why if you see McTelvin Najim in this round, don't be shocked.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I would have picked him over Raekwon. I'm sorry. I think McTelvin Najim is only a 1-year starter at defensive tackle. And he's a former five-star recruit out of high school for a reason. Very athletic, quick-footed. That's why I don't get the Raekwon Davis move. I don't see what he does exceptionally well to put him in the second round. Whereas, Najim, I was totally fine in the fourth, but the way this draft is going, he's a third rounder the way this draft's going.
Yeah. I mean, Matabuike, I have no idea. I have Matabuike. Hold on, let me pull up my board here real quick. It's fairly high. I'm really high on Matabuike. I've got him top 50, and so we're sitting here at pick 70.
Yep.
Matt
Way later than
is
you
my
thought.
29th overall
Whoa.
player.
Wow.
Wow, that is really high.
Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot he doesn't do well. Oh, Miami's picking. And they are going with. Hold up.
My God,
Oh
no.
my lord.
Really?
They
Wow, that's early.
okay. So Brandon Jones.
I like Brandon Jones though.
This is a reach in my opinion. I think they picked the wrong Jones, and I think Brandon Jones is the 158th best player on my board. 4th round grade, 13th overall safety. I don't really see what he does, what he adds that they don't already have. And I also don't understand, their pick earlier yesterday when they have guys like Nick Needham playing very well, for them at the latter half of the season. I would have liked, honestly, this pick probably could have been Terrell Burgess. I think that would have made more sense.
Yeah, Terrell Burgess
I think
would have
this
been
pick could have
outstanding.
been Kenny Robinson Jr. From the XFL Battlehawks. I think that would have made more sense. I'm looking at it. Jalen Hawkins out of California. I would have rather done that. And I'd probably say J.R. Reed from Georgia and Kayvon Wallace from Clemson. I think this is a reach, point blank. This is a huge reach by the Dolphins.
I mean, I like it more than. I mean, it's still a reach. I have Brandon Jones in the 120s on my board, but you look at the safeties kind of died out pretty quick. I would have taken Burgess definitely, but I mean, I can't argue with it because I think he's a good player. He's not Minka. He's definitely not a replacement for Minka if they're trying to hope that he is. But they've got a really talented secondary. I thought coming into the season, Jones had a good shot to be a first-round pick. But we'll see. It's an interesting fit because you can use him in a variety of ways, and he's a really good athlete. So Flores is going to have fun.
And there's
Matabuike.
of course, the Ravens.
The Ravens.
Oh,
The
you're
rich get
kidding.
richer, as you
Good
said.
teams stay
Ugh.
good. That's
Ugh.
incredible. Jeez.
See, I wasn't as high on him, but I love
That's
it at this
phenomenal. It's a
part
great
in the
spot.
draft.
That
Yeah.
is phenomenal value. Holy smokes.
So they
Ravens
added
won the-
Patrick Queen and Matabuike to their already really great defense.
And they got Dobbins, right?
And
And they
they
got
got
Dobbins.
Dobbins. Yeah.
Jeez.
That's
Yep.
awesome. That is
Why do you
awesome.
think the Ravens are my favorite to win the AFC again? I
Yeah.
mean, like,
I mean, I mean, true. It's just, yeah. The problem is Arizona desperately needed defensive line help.
Yep.
And Matabuike just went, and they're like, crap.
yeah, that is true, and I mean that's the risk you run there, and honestly, I think, looking
Gallimore.
at. Well, yeah. Well, I don't know how Gallimore hasn't already gone. So I
Yeah,
think
that's a
Gallimore probably is the pick here. I had
Gallimore's
him
still there.
I had him early second round, so I think it's this is
I
a
think
little
they
bit
took
of a
Josh
drop
Jones
here.
finally.
Oh, Josh Jones.
That's a good point.
They could. Yeah, I mean, I didn't buy the offensive tackle first round. I never did with them. But here in the third, I could see it. It wouldn't surprise me.
They could also, Jordan Elliott's still there too, and that could be an option for them.
Elliott, that's
Jordan
true.
Elliott, James Lynch.
Mm-hmm.
This is funny.
Cleveland's sitting right there at 74. Whichever defensive tackle doesn't go, they're going.
Yeah, probably.
This tweet just made me laugh. Eric Hubbs from Barstool. Are the Packers grooming AJ Dillon to take over for 25-year-old Aaron Jones?
I think so. I really do.
Oh my
Yeah.
Sounds
lord.
about right.
Cardinals are taking Josh Jones. Okay, yep. Alexis called it.
Yep.
Oh,
good
nice
call,
job,
Alexis.
Alexis.
I was gonna say if it's not the Cardinals, it's probably gonna be the Jaguars.
They just really they've needed I feel like the Cardinals have needed offensive line help for like 10 years. Like,
Yeah,
Long time now.
if they can figure out their interior situation, because I kind of like their offensive tackles. Humphreys played a little better. Justin Murray played well down the stretch at right tackle, but their interior outside of Galliard, it was just bad, And Josh Jones, whether you play him at guard or you play him at one of the tackle spots, I think that's an excellent pick here at 72.
Yeah, I mean, Josh Jones, you're going to have to stop the pass rushers in this division. And there's a good chance Clowney's coming back and he's going to be in this division still. I like this pick. I think he should have been off the board a long time ago. So just off of that, I think Arizona, you get Simmons 8th. He fell into your lap. You get Josh Jones, falls into your lap. I like it. I like it a lot. I mean, I don't like it because I'm a Rams fan and that helps them. But as far as the Cardinals and being a football fan, I think this was a really good pick by Arizona.
I mean, if you told me that the Cardinals would have ended up, after the Hopkins trade, they would have ended up with Josh Jones and Isaiah Simmons, I probably would have laughed in your face because we were coming in saying there was no way Jones was going to make it at this. And here he is.
Yeah.
Cleveland's trading down.
Oh.
Cleveland's trading out of 74.
Oh, Ballard's got that 75th pick, man. What is Chris Ballard going to do?
Who are they trading to? 73.
74. They're trading it to the Saints. Saints are trading up.
Oh.
That
Jaguars.
has to be a quarterback.
That's what I'm about to say.
That's Eason, man.
We said that a lot of times.
I so hope
we said that a lot of times, though.
I so hope it's Anthony Gordon.
Oh gosh.
Get my guy Gordon.
That'd be interesting.
I'd like the Saints to not have a great quarterback future.
That's true. That's true. Jaguars pick is in. They're just going to show the Sonic commercial. That's
I guess they're
really hungry. Your boy could do with a burger right now.
Yeah, I had a slice of pizza. I think that's all I've had all day.
Oh, nice.
I wonder if the Jaguars take Gallimore here.
They could go defensive line. Yeah, that's a pretty big need.
I mean, I have him in the second round, so.
Yeah.
I love this.
Then there was 5.
I like the way that Mike Renner breaks this down for the Cardinals. First round,
What's
Isaiah
up, Lynn?
Simmons.
Oh.
Hey, guys.
I like the way Mike Renner breaks this down. First round, Isaiah Simmons. Second round, DeAndre Hopkins. Third round, Josh Jones. That's that's straight money right now.
Can the rest of the NFC West not do that? Thanks.
Hey, the Seahawks are already fulfilling your wishes, my friend.
Well, what's frustrating to me is I look at teams in the NFC West. I look at the Rams. I feel like so far the Rams haven't gotten better. We've kind of evened out. We have not improved our team.
Yeah.
You look at teams like the Cardinals getting better. Seattle probably staying the same, but they got better in the offseason.
The Niners got better.
Niners got better.
Yeah, kind
of. People forget how amazing DeForest Buckner was, and they chose Arik Armstead over him, which was kind of shocking. But I agree with you, Alexis.
The trade for Cleveland, it's the Saints are sending pick 88 and a 2021 third round pick to the Cleveland Browns for 74.
That's good return. Wow.
If they get a quarterback here, who am I kidding? They like Taysom Hill. They're going to take an offense. They're going to take another offensive lineman.
Okay.
Oh my god!
Just to mess with all of us. I was so mad they took Rui. I mean, I love the fit, but
Blaine,
bruh,
you're in Philly. Tell me what you think about Jalen Hurts going to the Eagles.
I mean, I think you have to understand it because Carson Wentz, he's one of the most injury-prone quarterbacks in the league, and that they've had that backup quarterback there that's stable with Foles before they traded him away to before he signed away to Jacksonville. They had that guy in Foles that they could rely upon if Wentz did get hurt. So I think you have to understand that they need to invest high in that backup quarterback position because of Wentz's injury history. So I mean, while you don't want to take a backup quarterback in the second round, at the same time, I understand the investment.
Yeah, at 53, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a better pick than Cam Akers. I don't.
And I love Jalen Hurts. I think he's a good player. He'll be able just to sit back and learn. And when he's called upon, he's called upon. There's no pressure there.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, there it is. I just saw it.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the Saints pick. I haven't seen the Jags pick.
Saints. I hate the Saints.
Where's the Jags pick? I've seen the Saints pick, but where's the Jags pick?
Of course they did. Of course.
Yeah. Are you surprised?
No.
Are you mad?
Yes.
Oh Lord, who did they get? Put it in the chat, brother.
All right. Hold up. How do I to? Okay, yeah, to everyone. All right. I hope this doesn't send to the chat.
No, I don't think it should.
Okay, to the live, it won't.
They haven't been seeing our stuff. Yeah.
They can't see our live chat. So that's a wow. I
Mhm.
forgot he was available.
Yeah.
Let's just put that out there. I forgot he was available, and that's a really good pick. I'm honestly shocked it's not quarterback.
Yeah. Well, spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
Well, I mean, there are other positions out there. I mean, come on. But yeah, spoiler alert. It's not a quarterback.
Dang. I mean, low key, I think. Have they announced Jacksonville's pick? What are they doing? They haven't announced Jacksonville's pick yet.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's really weird. I've seen the Saints pick, but oh no. Somebody just shared that old video of Cam Newton and that little kid and said Jordan Love to Aaron Rodgers right now.
Oh,
Jeez, yikes.
Oh. That's that's a rough
Why are
take.
you
Well-
taking 50 years to announce the Jaguars pick?
Yeah.
The Jaguars accidentally copied and pasted the whole Google Sheets into the card, so that's what's taking them so long.
The Jaguars are pulling a Minnesota Vikings, and they're going to get skipped.
Yeah. So okay, so the Browns also sent a 7th round pick.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I mean,
pick 244.
does that matter?
Nah,
No. It's-
244. Yeah.
I mean,
the
you
way
could
Cle-
hit on it, but
I mean,
like,
I'm kind of surprised Cleveland keeps trading down, but I mean, it's an
you got a
analytics-driven-
future. You got a future third
Yeah.
for a third for a third round pick.
hmm
That's like,
That's pretty good. That's
the
really good.
pick
return.
is in.
how is it that we know Saints pick before the Jacksonville pick?
for the Jaguars picking up.
So I'd be willing to bet a lot of money that Jacksonville Jaguars don't take Zach Bond. It's not going to happen.
Buddy boy, just
Oh.
Oh, that's right. Well,
Oh boy. I don't like this pick. I think it's
well,
a reach.
sorry.
It's the same
Really?
thing. I like
I-
McTelvin, Najee more.
I like Hamilton. I really like Hamilton.
I like Hamilton.
I get the argument of the pass rush. I do get that. There's just some. He's like one of the most advanced defensive tackles with his hands in this.
AJ's
class.
the one that turned me on to
Yeah.
Devon. Yeah, I remember that.
he's I don't like, to me, like you see like this cut up, right? Like these highlights, and people that, you know, are Jaguars fans are like, oh, this guy's a menace. But like I watched games where he just doesn't do anything. Like he gets pushed around like he's I don't know. Like I was not impressed with his film.
I don't. I mean, I'm not gonna begrudge you. I mean, 'cause
Okay,
he still fell this far for a reason. you know?
That's true. He like
Yeah,
this is
he's
probably not a bad spot for him.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, I'm not gonna say he was like my 35th player on my board or whatever. I still think he was in the 60s or 70s.
Yeah,
I
we
also
probably
feel-
have him in the same range. I need to
But
look.
yeah, I'm really hoping that my guy Ben Barch gets picked here tonight.
I didn't
wanna
realize
s-
how low I was on him. Yikes.
Minnesota.
Do you guys want to know where I have Davin Hamilton ranked?
211th.
No,
Okay.
213.
Wow,
Okay, hey, listen, I was close. I was
Okay.
close.
the Colts traded.
I
down
am
to
so
75 too.
impressed, Ben. Like you almost guessed it right on the nose. That's
That would've
insane.
been-
What made you say 211?
I
Like,
don't know. I have
and if you
no
said
idea.
213, I would have said witchcraft. Like,
The
I have
Colts,
no idea what made me said 211.
the
Oh,
Colts
man.
traded out of 75.
so the
I just-
Saints
from what
got
feel-
Zach Bond. Guys, I forgot Zach Bond was available. What are your thoughts on this pick?
I like
that's
it
just a
lot. I
steal.
mean,
That's
that's
just a
rich gets
steal.
rich. That's rich get richer. I mean,
I mean, because now you've got a defensive rotation of Cameron Jordan, Zach Bond, Marcus Davenport, and Trey Hendrickson as your pass rushers. Their
Yep.
linebacker group, Demario Davis is still there, Alex Anzalone. I mean, that's a phenomenal front. They've They built up the offensive front and the
Yeah.
defensive front. That's how you win.
Well, like I said, I mentioned earlier that he could play some middle, but I mean, he could play some weak side linebacker in a 4-3 set too. So I mean, don't be surprised if you see him standing up, because I mean, some of his best stuff is when he is great at dropping into pass coverage, and that's what part of makes him special is he can drop and he can rush. So you never know what he's doing in reality.
So the Lions traded up. They're giving up 85, 149, and 182 to the Colts for 75 and 197.
Ballard trades down again. I love it so much for the Colts. The Lions are probably coming up here to get somebody like Hakeem Davis-Gaither, I think. I mean, they could go
linebacker.
They could go wide receiver. They could. I think Hakeem Davis-Gaither is the best player on the board right now, aside from Jacob Eason, but I'm way higher on him, and I recognize that than most people. So I don't know. That's kind of
You're
I
looking
guess
right
not.
at me when you say that, aren't you?
I guess not, because I just saw Mel Kiper has him as 3 on his board, so I guess I'm not that far off. But
You could also still think about a D tackle here.
you could,
or O-line, honestly.
or they could
O-line.
double dip on corners and go with Cam Dantzler here,
Yeah.
Mhm.
who I forgot.
Or
last
Bryce
year.
Hall.
Oh
Or
my
Bryce-
God,
yeah,
Bryce
Bryce
Hall's
Hall.
still there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
This is setting up for the Rams to have their pick of the litter and ruin it again.
Going to take another running back.
Oh no.
Take a fourth
Quarterback.
tight end.
They're gonna take
Yeah,
from
take a backup quarterback. If they took
Fromm
Fromm,
to backup.
if they took Fromm, I'd go be a Dallas Cowboy fan. Like
Oh,
I
boy.
would, I would
Whoa.
legitimately
Oh,
go.
boy.
I'd go buy a CD Lamb jersey.
Way to
I
be a
would-
Way to be a stereotypical Oklahoma fan.
Can I just say that I don't even want to say it right now, but Cushionberry's still
Say it.
there. So if he falls
Ooh.
to 84, how do you pass up on Cushionberry?
Yeah,
That is a
That's-
huge value pick. And
I'd take him there in a heartbeat.
I mean, here's the problem though. You pick him there. You have another pick in the 3rd round, the comp pick, but you haven't addressed any defensive needs. That's my one concern. But man, Cushionberry, you've put yourself in this situation. But Cushionberry is so good.
Detroit
pass
just took
up
Jonah
on.
Jackson.
Oh, here it comes. Cushionberry's coming off the board soon. Then I think teams were looking
They
at
took-
that.
Lions took Jonah Jackson.
That pick,
Yeah.
but kind of a weird to trade up for him is kind of weird.
Yeah, that is a
Yeah,
little
I mean,
weird.
but they need guard big time. I mean, they needed a tackle, but then they overpaid for Halapoloti Vaitai.
I mean,
so that was
Ode Abushi and they got Josh Garnett. We'll see if he can come
Mhm.
back to the hype that he had. But Kenny Wiggins
Rip.
and Joe Dahl aren't gonna push the
Mhm.
needle enough for me.
Yeah.
So I like
So-
this pick. Plug and play.
teams
starter.
for interior offensive line between now. I think 78 for Atlanta. That's a decent. That could be a value. I don't think Denver at 77. Tampa might, but I
Yeah.
think they're probably going to go receiver or running back. I don't
Yeah,
think
Frank-
Vegas is interested. So if they make it past Atlanta and the Jets, I think the Rams are in good spot at 84.
No, Ragnell's literally the only solid part of that interior offensive line for the Lions.
Yeah.
Now Jonah Jackson, he's solid for sure.
I kind of
Wait.
want to see the Josh Garnett experiment. I don't know how it's going to work, but I'm excited to see it. I
Yeah.
think, he's somebody, he was he a 1st round pick? I think he was a late 1st rounder to the
Yeah,
49ers.
he was like
so,
26 or 27th
you know,
overall.
Yeah, that was the year where he was. What did they do? They traded up for him too.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, they fell in love with him in the process. I remember that. And then it came out late that they
28th.
fell in love with him. And
I think that Tampa Bay is going to take Zach Moss.
That was the same year they took DeForest. Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Man,
this might be
ugh.
like. Could it be Eason? Brady is old.
Eason
Eason
was
fits.
perfect.
Eason fits that offensive scheme.
so this is a little
Sitting
early
behind
for
Tom.
Keyshawn Vaughn.
That's terrible. Oh,
Wait,
Ooh.
really?
yeah, Keyshawn Vaughn. They said they wanted a
Oh,
pass catching
wow.
running back.
Yeah, I don't get
they got
like
Keish-
why they picked him because I don't see the fit. But
That's a
like
little weird.
Darrington Evans would have made so much sense here. For
Darrington
me.
Evans there would have, yeah.
Yeah.
They would have
Or
crushed. the
Josh
draft if
Josh
they got
Kelly.
Darrington
Like
Evans.
Joshua Kelly is a
Kelly's
great
good too. Yeah, don't
Yeah.
sleep on Josh Kelly at all. And I would even say Anthony McFarland a little bit early, but I
I was
mean,
about to say.
he could be electric in the passing game. I don't know. I think this is a reach, but it's a good
Yeah.
player.
Yeah, although I will say I am surprised that Keyshawn Vaughn was drafted before Zach Moss. I am a little. I mean, I'm
will say
not because of
this.
the injuries.
Yeah,
But
I've been told that Zach Moss is gonna fall because of the injuries. Like I just read that, so you know. I don't know how far he'll fall, but like, people mocking him in the 3rd round are going to be disappointed.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I think the injuries are a serious concern. You saw the first off running back, shelf life is about 3 to 4 years. Then you'd factor in the fact that this guy has, multiple injuries coming out of college, just not a good look. Plus he doesn't have the overall burst that you're looking for. He can't hit the home run. I like his balance and his ability to run through contact, but I mean, like, make no mistake. I mean, he's going to have to go to a specific, franchise that has a specific role for him set aside. He cannot be an every down back, in my opinion.
I like this pick for the Broncos. They haven't said it on TV.
Yeah. I think I'll
Another wide receiver.
Imagine.
Screw it. Why not?
You know what? I think I know who the Rams are going to pick at 84. I don't think Rams fans are going to like it, and I don't know how they're going to repair the defense if they make this pick. But I'm telling you right now, I have a really good feeling that they're going to pick Bryson Hopkins if he's there.
Oh.
And I think they're going to trade Gerald Everett. I've been saying that for a while. I think they trade Gerald Everett. I think they trade Josh Reynolds.
Isn't it no lineman, Alexis?
But the best value would be to just not take a tight end this year because they're all not great. Like next year's class,
I like Bryson Hopkins.
Blow this one out. I mean, Hopkins isn't a bad player, but
that's higher than I thought.
But when I spoke with Hopkins at the Senior Bowl, he told me the Rams took him aside. They had a private meeting with him and explained to him, like, look, we view you as a potential piece next to Tyler. We think you and Tyler would be a really good duo. And it just really it really intrigued me because early on in the process, this is what I'm hearing about. I heard it right from Bryson himself, man. That's some stuff. I kept that in my back pocket, and when they started meeting with Jacob Breland and Colby Parkinson and guys like that, it started to kind of, sink in my head a little bit. They might be really high on just, building up this offense. I think it's the wrong move personally. I don't think you bring in a first-year defensive coordinator and just say, oh yeah, here's a couple free agency pieces. You're good to go.
Yeah. Here's 2 run stuffers. Have at it. There you go.
But yeah, we got rid of Corey Littleton, who he forced the most turnovers of the entire defense.
At least
Dante Fowler, goodbye. Like
at least we brought back Brockers, right? I mean, that's at least he came back.
I really like Brockers. And I really like A'Shawn Robinson. If we're looking at 2018, A'Shawn Robinson was an absolute terror. 2019, he dropped off, and I think the Lions kind of overrated his drop off, and they moved on from him. And of course, they've replaced it now. But for me, the Leonard Floyd thing was a little concerning. I thought it was too much money to give to somebody that's been a little underwhelming. And once again, these 1 year, 2 year deals, it puts you in the same situation every year. You're just putting the Band-Aid on, ripping it off. It's pointless.
Yeah. I mean, and you look next year, we're going to have to figure out a way to pay Ramsey, John Johnson, maybe
Cooper Kupp.
hopefully, and Cooper Kupp. And so you're going to be in the same cap situation that year.
Yep.
And then that'll go on to the next year. So it's,
and I just don't see how drafting a running back helps you. And also, if you're going to draft a running back, why didn't you just get somebody in free agency that could help you? You know what I mean? Why, to me, I don't like, they were talking about on Twitter, I saw about him being a 3 or 4 down back. Bro, I don't want that because they had you spent capital, you traded up to get Darrell Henderson. So it's like, is this team ever going to learn? I mean, making the same mistakes over and over again. I mean, that's the definition of insanity. They got Trey Mason in the 3rd round after drafting Zach Stacy in the 5th round. Stacy has almost 1,000-yard year. They give up on him. They draft Trey Mason. Trey Mason has a pretty good year after not starting until halfway through the season. They give up on him and draft Todd Gurley. It's just this constant flow of like, what are they doing? They draft John Kelly and they don't even want to use him. It's bizarre. They just draft running backs and just don't even know how to use them.
Yeah, Tavon Austin. If it goes back, it goes back. I don't know, because there are sometimes Les Snead makes some of these trades that he pulls off are great. Then there's a couple others that you're like, why? I mean, Kenny Young for Marcus Peters last year. Kenny Young played Like, I don't even think he saw double-digit snaps on defense.
Ojemudia to the Broncos, though.
To the
Let's just
Broncos.
talk about
Yep.
that. That's a
Okay.
good value pick there. Dantzler's a little higher on my board,
Yeah.
but I actually like Ojemudia more than I like Dantzler. I just
Yeah.
have him higher on my board because I think he's
Yeah.
a better player.
The-
But I enjoy watching.
It's a
Ojemudia
Fangio
more.
corner. It's a Fangio corner all the way. Physical,
Yeah.
good
Yeah.
zone coverage. I mean, it's a slight reach, but I think he'll be a good corner. They need another corner opposite of Bouye. Yeah.
Paul Sparrow on Facebook just said worst Rams draft in history.
Ooh,
Wow.
that's
Yeah.
extreme. That's
I mean-
extreme, I think.
I don't write them. I just read them.
I mean, if you guys want, we could prove them wrong. We could just go look at all the terrible drafts.
I mean,
in the
Jason
past.
Smith did go number 2 overall in 09.
Every
So
Billy Devaney draft ever, and compared to this one, and
Oh yeah. Well,
Every single one of
I'll
them.
take this over drafting Jason. I hated that pick, and I wasn't even like looking at the draft the way I do today. Like I knew Jason Smith wasn't a good pick, and I even complained about it on Twitter. Like, why is it that when the Rams needed a bookend left tackle after Orlando Pace, they couldn't find it, but now there's 4 bookend left tackles in this draft, and of course,
I mean,
you don't even have a chance to get one.
I mean, like, if we really want to go retrospective, the Rams did end up with Tavon Austin and Alec Ogletree in the 2013 one. So
I think Ogletree was a perfect fit for the 4-3,
mean,
and when they
James-
switched to the 3-4, I think
yeah,
it
but I'm saying
diminished
like
his value.
retrospectively, if you're looking back
Oh yeah,
on it.
yeah. No, I mean
Yeah.
that makes sense.
James Laurinaitis helps make up for that draft, though.
Well, yeah. I mean, I really like James Laurinaitis.
Yeah.
I thought that was an amazing pick in the second round when they did that.
Wouldn't
Mind them going another Ohio State linebacker though. If Malik Harrison is there and Akeem Davis Gaither comes off the board, but Akeem Davis Gaither is my number 1 priority player at 84.
Yeah.
I don't know how he's still there. He can help you in a myriad of ways.
Ooh,
I wouldn't get it.
I know what it is for Atlanta.
Are
If you
you
want to
just-
know,
Are you
if you wanna
destroying
know-
my dreams right now after
if
I was
you
just
want-
saying
I'm
it?
sorry. If you want to know, look at Matt Miller.
Matt
I'm
Miller.
sorry. I literally just saw. Yeah, he leaked it.
I mean, oh, that's a good pick.
That is a good pick.
That is a phenomenal pick. Oh, that's my favorite one.
Temple Tough.
That is my favorite one. Matt
Oh,
Hennessy.
I'm fine with that. I
That is
think
an
he's
awesome
really
pick.
good. I think he makes sense for them, but I thought that you were saying Akeem Davis Gaither.
That is an
No,
awesome pick.
Imagine him and Deion Jones though, like that sideline
yeah,
to sideline athleticism.
And then you
like,
still got
that's
Odu
stupid.
Okun as your other linebacker, as another great athlete too in his own right.
Yeah, I think, and I'll say this because I meant to bring this up earlier. I think people got so used to the new age NFL with like the sideline to sideline 4-3, 4-4 linebackers that they don't actually appreciate the Logan Wilsons of the world.
Yeah.
I'll stand by that. Like I really think that's what's happened is that now it's like, oh, he ran a 4.6. Like, dude, 4.6 is like a good it's a good 40
No.
time for a linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
Like all these
I agree.
linebackers are running wide receiver 40 times. It's crazy.
I know.
I'm curious. So we have the Jets. Their pick is in, and Vegas is back-to-back picks. And I
Yeah,
wonder if
this
they'll
is
trade one.
the Raiders can do some damage here.
The rumor has it the Raiders want a new quarterback. So do they use one of those back-to-back picks to take a new quarterback?
I mean, I would trade down. Like if you want your quarterback, why don't you trade down? Pick 80, pick your
agree.
quarterback, and then trade down. Like you
Yeah.
want to get as many picks in this, third and fourth round as you can. It is
Yep.
so rich right now, and all of these players that are still on the board. I mean, Eason makes way too much sense at 80, and then just trade down at 81, in my opinion.
I agree.
But that Falcons pick, going back to that, Jake Matthews, Matt Hennessy, Alex Mack, Chris Lidstrom, Caleb
Oh.
McGarry's kind of a project, but I like what they're doing there. They have Jamon Brown as their 6th man, if you will, on their offensive line. And then they have James Carpenter in the back. They have Matt Gano, somebody that I liked, a lower, small school guy, but I like what they're doing, man. I think that they're going about this the right way.
Yeah, I honestly thought they were going to take John Simpson out of Clemson. I thought he was going to be their pick the whole way here in the third, because they needed left guard because their left guard played last year. In need of improvement, but I mean, Matt Hennessy's going to be their center of the future. Alex
Yep.
Mack has 1 year left on his contract. They're probably just going to move on and plug and play Hennessy right there at center. I don't know if I would play Hennessy at guard. So maybe he'll just kind of redshirt and develop under Mac for a year.
I guess we'll have to wait and see. There's still a lot of value at guard, I think.
Who do we think the Jets are going to pick here?
Oh, I know who the Jets pick actually. So
Okay, well,
oh,
People
you're
show
disqualified. Sorry to
I
be
should have
so
just said
harsh.
something, and then they would have been like, and then they would have naturally been like, "Whoa!"
Yeah.
What time does the draft start tomorrow?
I think it
Early.
starts.
Noon.
Yeah, noon Eastern. I think.
Noon Eastern?
Yeah.
Wow, geez.
11 my time.
Ethan Hammer brings up a good point. He's like, "What was that interaction between Dimitrov and his son?" I'm like, "That is a good. That was a little weird. Almost like he was like choking his kid."
So we have Becton, we have Mims, we have Ashton Davis so far for the Jets have really done a nice job. They
killed it.
really have. They've absolutely killed the draft. And Josh, not Sam, sorry, I almost said Josh Rosen. Sam Darnold has to feel really good about what's going on
Yes.
there, getting Mims. And then of course getting Becton. Now, do you go interior here and go with Cushenberry? Like I look at the depth chart right now and I see Alex Lewis and I see Connor McGovern and I see Brian Winters. I'm not thrilled about that. I'm just not. So, what would you say? Mekhi Becton is probably going to be the guaranteed left tackle. I think they move Fant to right tackle and have him battle Chuma Edoga for that
Yeah.
spot.
Yeah, that would be. I mean, I could definitely consider, because you just got to protect Arnold. At the end of the
Yeah.
day, you just got to protect. He's your number one priority, right? And the
Exactly.
more you can do to invest, they put a lot of money into the offensive line this offseason, but Cushenberry would just be the best pick
I
here.
agree.
I mean, I like Connor McGovern, but like you can use either one at left guard or center or
Mhm.
right guard or center. Like, I mean, you can't. Alex Lewis doesn't move the needle, and Brian Winters. God, Sam Darnold deserves so much better. I mean, come on now.
Mhm. Yeah,
And Cushenberry falls in your lap here. This has to be the pick.
I'll tell you as much. I'm reading some stuff right now.
Okay, it's a guy that doesn't fit their scheme. I'm confused.
Yeah, that is very odd to me.
So Jabari Zuniga, a guy that I feel is a 4-3 defensive end, comes off the board here in a 3-4 base defense. I'm genuinely confused why they did that.
yeah. I don't. I mean, I think he could be outside linebacker in a 3-4. I don't know. I mean,
That's confusing to me.
because he's got. I mean, I'd have taken Terrell Lewis here and not look back for my outside linebacker spot.
Did Grenard already come off the board?
No,
How did Zuniga go ahead of Grenard? And Grenard
Uh,
fits way more.
yeah, I don't know. I think that's. I love how we spent like 5 minutes hyping up how good the Jets draft was, and now we're like, I don't know what that one was.
Come on, Jets. I wanted to give you an A+. Jets fans at home were like, "Oh yes, they're building it up. They're gonna get an offensive lineman and everything." And they're like, "Huh?
And the
They're
Jets
just
are back.
changing your whole scheme.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they just are completely blowing up their 3-4."
Maybe
Oh,
they're switching back.
I mean, where is he gonna play? I mean, I don't know. He's never stood up as a pass rusher before. He needs his hand in the dirt. I don't believe he can drop back into coverage. I think he's very lackluster in that regard. I like him. I think he's a solid prospect. I think this is too early, and there are other guys on the board I would have gone with, including his teammate Jonathan Grenard. I mean, I'm just gonna tell it like it is. I don't think he's a bad player at all. But this is definitely too early. I like Kenny Willekes more in that scheme, as well as Terrell Lewis, Alex Highsmith, Derek Tuska, Anai is still there. Just looking at my board, I mean, all
Yeah.
these guys. I
and
don't.
and Curtis Weaver are still sitting there.
Curtis Weaver as well. Yeah, I don't really get it. I don't hate it. I won't say I hate it.
Yeah.
Because they have to have they have to have an idea of what they're gonna do with him. I just don't believe the film that I've watched would tell me that he's not a 3-4 outside linebacker.
Yep. I'm with you on that one. Fully.
All right, Raiders. Take Jacob Eason and prosper.
I really wonder if they're going to take a quarterback.
You have 2 picks in the 3rd round, man.
I mean, you know what would be really sad is if they took Fromm with one of these, because
Oh,
they've already
no.
got they've already
I
got
can hear
check down
Gruden
Charlie.
saying from
Oh.
They've already got check
Hear
down
this
Charlie
thing?
and Carr.
no. Blade's cracking up. I can.
Hearing the Gruden voice.
I'm hearing the Gruden voice. It's from.
Jake Fromm. Oh, it's Trump. They.
Lynn Bowden. And
Well, they did
just-
take a quarterback.
they just-
They did take a quarterback.
you. What do you guys think about this pick? I think this is really high for him, and I'm really interested to know that why Goodell just announced him as a running back. I guess that's how they're going to use him.
I think it's pretty interesting. I like Bowden. I was very high on Bowden. It's a bit of a projection, but he's kind of in that same mold as Gibson. You know, do you use him as a running back? Use him as a wide receiver. You got some scheme. You could use him in all sorts of different ways. You got some wildcat versatility in there too. So I think it's an interesting pick. I do agree it's a little higher than I thought, but I like the player. So him and Ruggs. I mean, whew, that's a lot of speed.
Yeah, what do you guys think, Alexis? and
I
Blaine?
I think it's a reach, but
Go
I
ahead,
think-
Alexis.
I don't know. That seems pretty high for him.
I feel like this falls in line with what we were saying is how a team that has a lot of picks just feels like, oh, let's just throw this one out there because we like him, you know. Blade, what are your thoughts?
I mean, you look at the AFC West. I mean, look at the Broncos stocking up on weapons, stocking to keep up with. I mean, they're in the same division as the Chiefs, with Tyreek Hill. You got Patrick Mahomes, now Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and Denver stacking up on weapons. Now, you know, Oakland or Las Vegas doing the same thing. So I think it's just, you know, they're trying to keep up with the team that's kind of the cream of the crop of that division right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's a case of we have a lot of picks. We might like him more than the other teams. We might be able to get him in the 4th, but why not? We have 2 third-round picks, and I think this is them telling us that they're not trading down at all. They might go quarterback here, but I think you take Bowden there because you're staying put, and you're doing that because you have an extra pick. They're not looking at to trade down. They felt like they could grab him now. And not worry about it. Because the last thing you want to do, even though it does seem smart, like for me, I really like Alex Highsmith, but I wouldn't want to sweat it out if I felt like, oh, Highsmith could make it to my 4th round pick. But if I like him enough to take him at the end of the 3rd, take him at the end of the 3rd. I don't want to sweat that out.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Bill Walsh used to say that. He'd be like, if a player's there and I like him, I don't care if I make him a 1st round pick or a 7th round pick. Yeah, he's my guy.
This seems like a very Raiders pick to me, says Bob Mio Martino. Oh, I love this. Junkyard Dog, Brian Edwards, the most physical receiver. Oh, man. Oh, man. Well,
Ruggs and Brian Edwards. Wow.
First off, this guy is going to win the 50-50 ball. He's going to fight for every first down marker that he can get. This is somebody that's going to take all the punishment over the middle of the field. I know they have Hunter Renfrow. I really like Tyrell Williams. I think he's underrated. Henry Ruggs is my number 1 receiver on my board, so I love that pick. This is them saying, well, Zay Jones, I don't know where you fit.
Tyrell Williams, bye.
maybe Tyrell Williams.
Henry Ruggs, Lynn Bowden, and Brian Edwards. But I read on Twitter, Ian Rappaport said that they are planning to use Bowden as a running back.
Okay.
Yeah, he's going to supplant Jalen Richard, I think.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, I could see it. That's good. I mean, that I think that's really good. I mean, now you've just surrounded. You're like, look, you guys have my make or break years for quarterback. You know, I'm going to give you the weapons you need. Here's your offensive line. And, you know, go have fun. Go have fun.
I love this guy. You know,
I mean, he's so good. Yeah.
He's wide receiver 10 on my board, and people have question about his long speed. The dude is Anquan Bolden. Let's just lay it out. He is Anquan Bolden. He's got that physical, I'm going to punch you in the mouth type of style. I mean, I love that. I absolutely love that. When he gets
Mhm.
the ball in space, he's going to run you over. He's not going to run by you.
Real quick, has Fulton been taken yet?
Yeah, Fulton went to the Titans at the end of the
Oh
second.
yeah, that's right.
John Robinson, man.
That man.
He's just good.
Cowboys need to take a corner here. I feel like they'll take Dantzler.
I like Dantzler at this spot.
Well, they did take Diggs.
Oh,
in the
you're
second.
right. Why was I thinking they didn't take?
Well, you know what? I'm looking at the Cowboys depth chart. I could definitely see this being Burgess.
Burgess, my goodness. If they ended up with Burgess, that's a win.
I know. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Clinton Dix. And Xavier Woods is a solid piece, but I think that's all he is. He's a piece. I wouldn't call him a guaranteed. I can't draft a safety starter. I would definitely go out and get Burgess here. This is about where he should go. Oh, but instead they get Neville Gallimore, and that is a really good pick there.
Wow.
You got Tristan Hill last year in the second round. You have guys like you brought in Aldon Smith and Joe Jackson. You have Dontari Poe, Gerald McCoy, Tyrone Crawford. I mean, I like Neville Gallimore, man. He looked really good at the Senior Bowl. I watched a lot of Big 12 because I'm a Kansas Jayhawk fan, so I know how good Neville Gallimore can be. I don't know how it took this long for him to come off the board. What do you guys think about this pick?
It's a great pick. I mean, it's good value. I had him graded around a second round pick. It's interesting because I just saw the Broncos pick.
I mean, Dallas is killing this draft, in my opinion. I mean,
They really are.
Yeah. I mean, Gallimore, I mean, they got Poe, but I mean, I think he's just going to slide right on in. You need more than just 3 or 4 defensive linemen nowadays. Just a stud. Him next to Gerald McCoy. That's amazing. That's awesome, in my opinion.
Broncos pick is in, and then it's the Rams.
Oh, we're nervous again.
Broncos actually picked someone I would have been happy if we would have taken, but oh well.
You're gonna say Davis Gaither, and Jake's just gonna leave.
What? No,
No. I'm
Okay.
teasing. She said it was somebody I would have liked us to pick. So I was just
Okay, I'm just gonna say this right now. The Rams can't mess this up. There are so many players that are available at 84. They cannot
Don't
afford to
say
mess
that
this up.
because they absolutely can and have. So just
No, I know they can. They're not allowed to. I mean, I don't know who the Broncos picked, but we're probably looking at Cushenberry being there. We're looking at Akeem Davis Gaither being there. We're looking at Kenny Robinson Jr. They could probably get him at the end of the third, but he'll be there. Burgess is there. Hello, Malik Harrison. I mean, like they have all these guys that are there for the taking. I mean, they cannot blow this.
watch them take Jake Fromm.
If they took Jake Fromm, I would have to log off. I mean, I don't even like him.
Actually,
Much
would
as a
jump out of my
prospect.
window.
No, don't. I
First floor.
can't confirm they're not taking a quarterback because like I can't.
I
Confirm
actually
what
want
they're
them
doing.
to take a quarterback, but like not till like the 6th or 7th round.
But yeah, you go out and you get Cole McDonald at the end of the draft, and you laugh at everybody.
That's my boy.
My
That's my
man.
boy.
There we go. Yes. I love it, AJ. We're totally on the same page. I know Blaine likes Cole McDonald. And I know Alexis
dude,
likes
Cole
Cole
Mc-
McDonald.
Cole
so.
McDonald is just so much fun, dude.
I-
My 10th ranked quarterback, or not my 10th ranked.
You
He's
guys
my
don't even
8th.
know where I have
I had
him.
him like
QB4, Jake, team QB4.
Yeah, well,
Ooh.
we have him in QB4. I have him as the 42nd best player in the draft. I
Ooh.
love him.
okay.
Here's one thing I gotta say.
Oh, yeah, I
Okay?
had those 10.
Just because Cole McDonald wears a Hawaii helmet does not make him Colt Brennan.
Yeah.
Don't be ignorant, please.
Yeah,
Like, I'm so over the whole, well, Greg Robinson wore the Auburn logo, so I'm not going to draft Prince Tega Winogo. It's like, no. Scout the prospect, not the helmet.
Yeah. Oh, that. Yeah.
I know you're like, inject that into my veins. It's so true, though. That's how people are.
Yeah. I mean, nobody should have taken. Yeah. Texas Tech quarterbacks before Mahomes.
Oh, Lord.
Don't draft Mahomes because of that. It's an incredible logic that I still am surprised people use.
It's bizarre, man. It's bizarre.
I wish they would just announce the Broncos pick already.
Yeah, it seems like it's been taking a while.
I mean, I saw on Twitter Ben Albright had it.
Oh, did he?
Hmm.
Well, they've got to get their 5 minutes of commercials in.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
See, I would have not been mad if the Rams had taken him.
Yeah.
I mean, he was number one for me for the position, for my position rankings for that position. So that's kind of a bummer, but
Wait, who went to the Broncos? Hasn't announced yet.
It hasn't been announced.
Okay. Of course.
Someone who I thought should have gone in the first round.
I do too. I mean, you know, he's one of my favorite players in this draft. And I spoke with him after the Senior Bowl game. That was pretty surreal, not gonna lie.
But like he was so close to being there for the Rams.
I know.
I wish it would. It's okay though.
I know.
Man, I mean, I really think this third round, we've seen so many teams just ace this third round so far. I mean, the Rams have 2 picks. I mean, hopefully, guys, I'm praying.
Historically, the third round has been Snead's place to kill it. So
yeah,
That's
that
true.
is true. Yeah.
Up and Johnson.
Mm-hmm. Phrasing on that one there, buddy.
I'm just gonna, you know. I don't think it's as bad as when Ben Larson joined last night and he had some guy in the background like cursing up a storm. So when I dropped that audio on I dropped the raw audio as a podcast on our podcast network thing. I was like, oh crap, I have to put explicit on it.
Broncos just announced that they picked Cushenberry, which is a good pick.
Yeah, that's
Dude,
an outstanding. Their offensive line is insane.
All right, can I just say I'm not a Broncos fan, but I love the Broncos. Like I love what they're doing. I absolutely like Alexis and I had this huge crush on Dalton Risner last year, wanted the Rams to grab him.
Oh yeah.
We also interviewed this man by the name of Calvin Anderson, who was on the Jets. He is going to likely be a backup offensive tackle. So they get another guy that we like. They have him there. And now they grab Cush, who I love Cushenberry. He's my number one center on my board. Interviewed him at the Senior Bowl. I mean, what can you say? The guy he's just a pro's pro, as Sean McVay would call it. He's a monster. Don't get me wrong, but just like the type of character, you're getting a really high character guy to go along with another really high character guy, and both Risner and Calvin Anderson. They have Garrett Bowles there, Graham Glasgow. They have Jawan James. I mean, this is how the Broncos are setting the table for how you take care of a franchise quarterback and how you show him how important he is. You go out, you get Jerry Jeudy. You go out and you grab KJ Hamler, get him another weapon. And then you go out and you get Cushenberry. Love it. Absolutely love it. It's a great pick.
Rams pick is in.
Man.
I have the urge to cry. I just feel like I'm going to cry.
They can rectify that pick with Cam Akers here by getting Akeem Davis-Gaither right now.
Give me Davis Gaither or Terrell Lewis. Give me one of them.
Like Jake said, there's not too many things that could go wrong with, but
there is, because
there
it's the Rams. I gotta say, Akeem Davis-Gaither or Malik Harrison would make me very happy. Davis-Gaither is somebody I've higher than Malik Harrison on my board, but Malik Harrison, man, he's this 6'3", like 240-pound linebacker. He's huge, and everyone wants to call him a thumper.
Guys, did you catch that? They put the Chargers logo up and then switched it to the Rams logo.
Oh, here we go.
Do you guys see that they put up the Chargers logo? And
I
then
did not.
Switched it, and they showed the. Oh wait, hold on. Let's see.
All right, so it's Terrell Lewis. I'm not super high on Terrell Lewis, but this man over here likes him. AJ, I'm going to give you the floor. What do you think about this pick?
This is another Chandler Jones. It's another Chandler Jones. I'm telling you, Terrell Lewis, if he's on the field, he's going to be a superstar. Just an outstanding length, the size, the speed, athleticism, just a phenomenal player. Oh yeah, I'm already getting DMs about him. This is how you make up. This is how you make up for Cam Akers.
I had him at edge 11, 94th on my board. I don't think it's a terrible pick. It's definitely not the Cam Akers pick. I don't think it's a huge reach by any stretch. And I think he's only there because of the injury. He was flagged. He had a red flag, I think, on his knee, coming into the draft. So I think it, forced him to fall. He's a good player.
Yeah.
It's just I prefer other guys, but I don't think they totally butchered this pick by any chance.
I have, just to let you, I had him 32nd overall on my board.
So the Rams just got a first rounder, according to AJ.
Yeah,
in the first round, in the third round.
I mean, that's a phenomenal. I've been copping him to Chandler Jones since I first watched him. I mean, if I think he'll be healthy. He didn't have. I don't think the red flags will follow. I really don't think so. I'm hoping too. He's gonna be a stud. Just an absolutely phenomenal pick here for me.
Now let me play devil's advocate though. He's coming off injury. The Rams drafted a wide receiver. He was coming off a Jones fracture. After the way they handled Todd Gurley, should we be comfortable with them drafting these guys with medical red flags?
Yeah, I mean,
and I love Van Jefferson, but he's coming off a Jones fracture. I mean, that's a legit, that's a legit thing that he's coming off of. So
yeah. I mean, it's a double-edged sword. I think for every team, it's a double-edged sword. I mean, at least the Rams were kind of proactive a little bit with the Gurley injury. I mean, and when they took Henderson, I don't know. I think this is just a tremendous value. He's gonna be a steal.
It's a little bit of a reach, I think, with Julian Blackmon, but he's a good player. Before we get to Julian Blackmon, though, I want to get Alexis and Blaine's perspective on the Rams pick.
Yeah, I like it. It might be their best pick of the night. I mean, getting Terrell Lewis in the third round is incredible. If he doesn't have the injury history, maybe he's a late first, early second round guy. He's gonna be that force off the edge that they need, and they didn't mess it up like they could have. So happy with it.
I'm fine with it. I mean, there's other people that I would have preferred. I'm not as high on him as I think a lot of people are, but like at this point, I'll take it. I think it's fine. I'm sure he'll be fine. There's a lot of things like I like the position, which is good. I like the position pick there. I think he's going to fit in with our defense.
Wow, Blackmon.
I still would have preferred Davis Gaither though.
Okay, so I got everyone on the Davis Gaither train now. Is that what we're looking at? So we're hoping that he falls to the.
If he makes it to 104 in the third round picks are Terrell Lewis and Davis Gaither, I'll go to bed happy. I'll go to bed a very happy man. I mean, because you have your hopeful one of your running backs of the future. You have a good receiver to complement, and now you've got a phenomenal pass rusher. I love Terrell Lewis. I was hoping he would be our pick at 52. So at 84, I'm loving it.
So now with the Colts pick, they went with Jalen Johnson. I'm not trying to get behind now that they're going rapid fire here. Jalen Johnson is
Julian Blackmon.
Jalen Johnson. They both played at Utah. Give me a break. Julian Blackmon. What do you guys think about that pick? I know they spent a fourth rounder last year on Kari Willis out of Michigan State, who I actually do like. Malik Hooker's there. That's pretty much it at safety. So do you think this was the right move?
I'm indifferent on it.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Blackmon over Terrell Burgess. To me is
that was a little weird.
That's there's just really nothing on Blackmon's tape that's telling me a third round pick. I mean, but it's Indianapolis, and they've had really good return on value for a lot of picks. So I mean, maybe they saw something that I was not. I mean, DBs aren't my strength, but I don't know. We'll see.
Blaine, what do you think about Julian Blackmon going to the Colts?
Oh, sorry, I missed it. Up to this point, I think Ballard has really knocked this draft out of the park. I think there are questions there with what they did at running back with Taylor having so many carries in college, but maybe a little bit of a letdown here, but hopefully they'll he'll pick it up with the next pick.
So the Bills go with Zach Moss here. I actually like this fit because I do think the Bills are trying to really just run with that, running back by committee approach. I also just really like anything that Sean McDermott's team's doing right now. So let's just put that out there. But look, they got Devin Singletary last year in the 3rd round. They go another 3rd round running back. This is how it's done. Like you saw the Rams last year get Darrell Henderson, and then they grabbed Cam Akers in the 2nd round. The Bills didn't trade up to get Moss. They let him fall into their lap. They're building that running back group. They have TJ Yeldon, and I like where they're at right now in terms of running back and building a nice committee.
Yeah, I think the complementary value of Moss and Singletary as your 1 and 2, I think that's really good. If Moss could stay healthy and on the field, that's a great value for them here in the 3rd. Because a lot of people had him potentially contending for running back 1 in this class. So I like it. I like the fit. I like the pick. It's really good. They've just been getting phenomenal value.
That's who I had them taking in most of my mocks in this spot, actually. So I like that pick for them. I like Zach Moss a lot. So
I mean, I'll say this right now. I kind of wish the Rams just took a running back in the 3rd round and grabbed somebody in the 2nd. Like I don't know. I guess it was the position. I think even if they grabbed the guy that I really like in Jonathan Taylor, who was my number 1 running back, if he was there, I still wouldn't have necessarily liked the pick because I just see running back as not really much of like a need in the 2nd compared to other things. Blaine, what were your thoughts on Zach Moss? I know you really liked him.
I do like Moss. And I think pairing him with Singletary is because like they I think they're gonna complement each other very well just because they're two very different style running backs. But yeah, like you said, like what McDermott's doing in Buffalo, he's building a winning team. Now, if Josh Allen can get more consistent, that'll be a team that can be a serious contender there in the AFC. But I like the pick. They'll have a pretty good tandem there with Moss and Singletary at running back.
Yeah, and people are now rejoicing because the Terrell Lewis pick. People are like, finally, I can
a defensive player.
Finally, we got our rookie defensive coordinator some help.
Yeah. So we said that the top 2 running backs for Buffalo are now Devin Singletary and Josh Allen with Zach Moss rotating in.
Oh my God. I don't think you can sleep on TJ Yeldon either. I think he's a solid piece to have in that group. He certainly got the size. Now, New England's an interesting one. I think New England's absolutely slayed this draft. And then they kind of reach here on Anthony Jennings.
Anthony Jennings, yeah.
In my opinion. What do you guys think about this one?
That's high for him.
Yeah, that's way high. I mean, I think he's solid. I think he is a good run defender. He sets the edge well. He's a pretty powerful guy. I have absolutely no idea what I would do with him because I don't think he's super juicy as a pass rusher. So maybe
and if you watch the film,
here, go like Eason.
I thought they should have gone quarterback. I would have picked Eason.
I think they're going to roll with Jarrett Stidham at this point. At this point, I think it looks like they're just punting on quarterback. And they're like, look, we're gonna roll with the guys we have, or they're gonna sign Jameis or whoever, I mean, but I think that's such a Patriots pick.
Yeah, they do like their Alabama talents. For those of you who are watching and commenting, I'm sorry, I totally disregarded your comments, not on purpose, but I was looking at Twitter, so I will hop on over and answer those questions that you have. But yeah, I just had a friend of mine who's a Patriots fan. His name is Kyle Stockman, and he used expletives to describe this pick. He's not very happy. Didn't like the Duggar pick.
Really?
Okay. Yeah, but he did like Uche. So I think Patriots fans really just want immediate turnaround after losing Tom Brady. I think they really want a quarterback, and I don't think they're okay with Stidham. Everybody I've spoken with that's a Patriots fan or covers the Patriots, it really seems like the Patriots might actually believe in Stidham and the fan base does not. But then again, let's keep this in mind: when the Patriots drafted Tom Brady in the 6th round, I don't think anybody thought that he would be as incredible as he ended up being. So I don't know. You kind of have to trust Bill Belichick in the process there. I
Mm.
think they did a nice job getting Uche and getting Kyle Duggar, two guys that are instantly going to help their defense. And like I said earlier in this stream, I mean, if they were to get Eason and Eason starts day one, which I think he can, I'm 18th overall on my board. The Patriots are going to win that division. I really believe so. I don't think the
Wow.
Patriots fall from grace is I think it's overblown, to be quite honest.
Maybe the
See-
Browns will take Eason here.
See, yeah.
That would be interesting.
Eason, I don't like Eason. I think he's kind of garbo. I'm
Okay,
honest.
well, we need to fight. No.
That might make good for live television.
No, AJ's my boy. Oh man, that's funny though.
Cleveland. Let's see.
I don't know who the Browns take here. I honestly could see them going receiver.
Yeah, receiver or D line maybe.
I feel like they could pretty much go anywhere.
hmm I just saw the graphic for Terrell Lewis pop up from the Rams official account, and my heart skipped a beat. Guys, I'm so happy. I'm so happy we got.
I can't
Terrell
wait to go
Lewis.
back and watch
Like,
it. I hope he's like Greg Gaines for me because I didn't really love Greg Gaines. I liked Greg Gaines in the draft. So when we drafted him, I was like, eh. And then I went back and watched the film. Like, Greg Gaines is a
Yeah.
monster. And then they decided to start Sebastian Joseph Day. And I don't understand why they took Greg Gaines anymore. But that's besides the point.
Who knows? Who knows?
Maybe they'll figure it out this year. Oh, maybe not because they signed Ashawn Robinson. They still like Sebastian Joseph Day. So I don't know. And Tanzel Smart is going to sneak his way into the roster again.
Mhm.
Got that quick first step. I think they fell in love with the fact he looked like Aaron Donald in a sense, like before he started playing. You know, like he looks like the stature of him. And
Yeah.
then they're like, okay, he's not Donald.
Well, we can make him another Darnold.
This is cool that they have this food bank little thing going on here.
Mhm. Yeah, I like when they have the special like pick announcements.
Why would you not do that? This is unprecedented. I will say I give Goodell a ton of credit for announcing every pick, and also people that hate Goodell, I don't get it. I really like Goodell. I think he's the type of guy, he plays along with everybody's hate. I love it.
I think it's more now like if you ask somebody, well, why do you not like Roger Goodell? They just go, oh, I don't know. Everybody else kind of doesn't like him.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
He's almost become like a meme.
Yeah,
You know,
he
like,
is a meme. He totally is.
I'm surprised that he didn't come out. He's like, oh, there's no booing. I'm kind of glad for that. You know?
I don't like Roger Goodell.
He's a weird looking bloke. I will say but
They're showing Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Barry here. Barry, first year GM, Stefanski, first year head coach. How do you think they're doing so far?
I like what they've done this offseason. I really do. I think they've added. I mean, I wasn't a huge fan of Conklin. I wasn't a huge fan of him coming out either. But I think they've stuck to their guns, and it seems like this year more than ever they've had a logical approach to how they're, because last year it just seemed like, oh yeah, we got Odell, we got Greedy, there you go, and then they didn't know what to do with either one.
We got a cornerback that can't tackle. Woo.
Yeah. What was ironic was at one point, I think during the midway point of the season, he was actually their highest graded tackler from PFF.
No.
Yeah, he was.
I'm sure he went on Twitter and started piping off like, yo, you see that?
Mm-hmm.
These guys know. They look up their names. Blaine and I have had these conversations before. Alexa and I've had these. They look up each other. They always look up each other's names. It's hilarious.
There were two guys fighting in my mentions when I tweeted out some sleepers. They were like, why do you not have Maurice French here? And I didn't say anything. And these two guys were fighting it, and Maurice French kept liking all the negative tweets, and I'm going, I hope I didn't say anything.
I hate that because they're quick to always say like, oh, okay, like you're hating on me. Like,
wasn't it Jordan Brooks's mom coming after you in the article, Jake, in the comments?
No, actually, I want to clarify that because I know she's coming after people on Twitter. She was actually extremely nice to me, and she said her and Jordan were gonna look over my draft profile and see the weaknesses he has and things he needs to work on. So, I respect a comment like that. I really do.
Yeah.
And it honestly made me feel bad. I didn't mean to trash him, as I said last night. I just didn't understand the selection for the Seahawks. Although I
It's
get
more-
it because it falls in line with what they do, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. It's more of a trashing of the Seahawks than than the actual
Which
player
is
themselves.
fine. I mean,
yeah.
you have Russell Wilson. Can you dumb it down for us a little bit?
Yeah.
I mean, Lord.
Man, they're still staring at their computer screen.
I'll never forget. You weren't in the stream yesterday, AJ, but when they showed John Gruden's draft board, I lost my mind.
It was all scribbled on everything on the whiteboard. Yeah.
Oh, Blade. Remember when Blade,
yeah,
Alexis, do you remember when they showed that?
Lost it. Like,
Oh
Yeah.
my God. I couldn't stop laughing. I was like, he has a giant whiteboard with all the guys. You can read it too. There are people that blew that thing up and put it online. You can read the draft board. It wasn't like they blurred it out.
yeah. I mean,
Oh
could you
my
imagine? It's
Lord.
just a bunch of "this is my guy" written on
Yeah.
it. John Gruden.
No, it's all Gruden Grinder. Gruden
Gruden
Grinder number 2.
So, hold on. So the Browns pick is
Oh, he's pointing his card aggressively at me. I don't know what he's saying because I've got him muted, but
I don't have him muted, but I have headphones on. I just realized how it doesn't work.
yeah, he looks like he's sitting down to do like a fireside chat.
That's really fun. The
Jordan
roast
Elliott.
of Roger Goodell. What do you guys think about this pick? I think it's a reach, just point blank. I thought he would have been there in the 4th round. I don't think he's a bad player, but I think it's a reach.
I have him as my 10th overall defensive tackle, but I also didn't think that he would go this high. I don't know. I think he'd be fine.
Yeah.
I mean, there's probably some other guys that would have helped their team more at this spot, but I think it's fine.
See, I like Elliott a lot. I think they probably would have considered him with their original pick. You trade down, get a guy you were thinking of at the same spot, So I think it's pretty good value. They need another interior rusher because Larry Ogunjobi's just not really lived up to form. So I like it. You especially when you trade down and get more value for him.
So Eason has not gone yet. Do you guys think the Raiders take him at 91?
I mean, they should. Eason's my number 1 core. I had him as a 1st round grade on him. So, I recognize people don't like him that much. I do. And I think he can be a difference maker. I think he can come in. I think he can help you out. They have Derek Carr, so he doesn't actually have to do that. They could totally roll with Derek Carr and maybe use him later on in the year if it's kind of like a Case Keenum, Jared Goff situation. But I think Jacob Eason's further along than I had Jared Goff as coming out of Cal. So I I really
Wow,
believe
okay.
I believe Eason's ready to play right away. And honestly, if you were to trade Derek Carr right now and told Eason, hey, can you go win with guys like not Jerry G, and Henry Ruggs III, he's got weapons there, Josh Jacobs. I mean, I think he could do it. I really do. So I don't know. I think that's what they should do.
Dang.
This is a really good pick. Too bad
Minnesota.
Ben isn't in here because they
That's
just
a
got Cam
phenomenal
Dantzler.
game. Yeah.
Where's Ben?
He had to leave. He had another meeting.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. I mean, you get Gladney and Cam Dantzler here.
That's size. I mean,
one that could be your 2 starters.
Mhm.
on-
Yeah, him, those two, and then you got Mike Hughes too.
Yep.
Already. I mean, that's phenomenal. That's an excellent group because they lost Waynes and Mackenzie Alexander, I believe.
I just love the physicality and just how tall he is. Like, I think, in that division, you're the Vikings, of course, so you're not going to have, Thielen or Justin Jefferson. I mean, he'll have to guard Justin Jefferson maybe in practice, but the Packers didn't go out and get anybody, huge to go and high point the ball like I thought they were going to. So you don't need it for that perspective. But somebody like Allen Robinson, just throw him on Allen Robinson. He'll shut him down. Throw him on Kenny Golladay. I mean, this is what that pick is about. It's about, matching up to what's there. We talked about it when the 49ers got McGlinchey. You saw what the Rams were doing with the pass rush. They tried to basically nullify the Rams pass rush by going and spending a high pick on McGlinchey. But instead here, I mean, the Vikings didn't have to trade up. He fell into the lap in the third round. You're getting Cam Dantzler, somebody that can match up with the bigger receivers in your division. I love it.
Yeah, that's such a Mike Zimmer pick. It really is.
Mike Zimmer. It really is. Yeah, I definitely agree there.
Bill O'Brien's yelling into the microphone, trying to figure out how to operate his Excel sheet.
How do you do this darn thing?
Wait, hold on. Does this say trade Deshaun Watson for a 5th round pick? Okay.
Is he yelling?
He was. He got up and he's frustrated about something.
Oh, man.
That kid in the background. Oh, wait. Okay.
He's yelling because he's happy.
Oh, okay.
Are you sure?
Who knows with Bill O'Brien?
So they took the Jets, who the Jets should have drafted.
Okay,
Jonathan Grenard.
Yeah.
Fits the scheme. I think he maybe a Nye might have been the better edge available, but I definitly see it. So I don't think this is a bad pick.
I think it's an interesting defensive front now for Houston.
It is,
after they went Blacklock too. I mean, I like it. He's not bad. He's a good player. Good player. So. Oh, there's a trade.
Is it Deshaun
The
Watson?
Raiders are trading their pick to the Patriots, of course.
Oh, here it goes. Jacob Eason to the Patriots. You have to be kidding me.
Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, apparently a lot of people are saying O'Brien was pissed. So I don't know. He's the general manager, so it's not like anybody overruled him. He's got split personalities and just wanted.
That's amazing. Oh Lord. I said not to. I told you that I did.
Yeah.
Oh Lord. So the sequel to Split is gonna star
Bill O'Brien.
Bill O'Brien.
Ben Larson's joining us now. He missed his pick though.
We'll ask him his thoughts.
Ben, Cam Dantzler's a great pick. What do you think?
Oh.
He's muted.
He's processing his thoughts.
Their pick is in.
I feel like it's not going to be Eason, but I also feel like it's Eason. I feel like Belichick likes.
Dude, that's the most Bill Belichick setup I've ever seen.
It
just at his kitchen table.
Yeah,
Like literally at his
nothing.
kitchen table. And you see these other guys, they have like these giant like domes and stuff around them, like of computers and monitor. Oh my god.
Did you see Nagy from the Bears? His looked like a conspiracy room.
Well, I'm really sad that I wasn't here for the pick, but I'm excited. I'm so excited.
Goodell needed to take a breather there. He's really running out of
Dude,
gas.
he looks like he's had too much to drink.
I mean,
wow.
maybe he's drinking. Who are
Devin Asiasi.
That's the second
Let's go.
tight end off the board.
That's my
Wait.
dude.
Who? I don't know if I'm familiar with him.
Oh, there's
He's
better-
a UCLA tight end.
Oh,
Yeah, he's the second tight end off the board.
More and
that's
more,
why.
I'm starting to feel like the Rams are going to take Bryson Hopkins if he's there. I know they didn't at 84 because they needed to draft a defensive player just so people didn't burn down their homes. But I really think they're going to take Bryson Hopkins. I have a really good, and honestly, I wouldn't hate it. I just, if Akeem Davis Gaither said that has to be the pick in my opinion. Let's see what the Patriots fan
I hope.
Kyle has to say to this. Okay, the tight end isn't bad. That's all I got.
Real quick, I want to hear Ben's thoughts on the Vikings taking Dantzler.
I'm super excited. I mean, that just gives us a great cornerback duo. Great young cornerback duo. Yeah. Hi. It gives us a really great young cornerback, dude, and I'm really excited about Dantzler. I thought he was going to be gone well before this, and he's a good complementary because he's got some good size to himself.
And he's about to lock down Kenny Galladay and Allen Robinson.
Hopefully.
And the Packers' imaginary 6'5" jump ball receiver. Oh wait, that would have been Mims.
Oh, that's awkward.
Yikes.
That's a tough scene right there.
Because Dancer's what, 6'2", I think, roughly.
Yeah, he's tall, man.
Yeah.
Like they don't make cornerbacks like him. very
Uh-oh.
often.
Nope.
My Twitter just crashed.
Oh,
Oh, no.
My TV just went out, so I don't know what's happening.
What just happened?
Well, my Twitter's working on my phone.
I can
think.
tell you, my TV hasn't gone out because I'm seeing this really cringe-worthy graphic of Lamar Jackson.
It's so bad. Like, what the heck?
Oof. You
So
hate to see
Lamar
it.
Jackson is meditating while levitating over a cloud.
Ugh.
Not my
Okay. Whoever okayed that was really high.
Well, all the graphics on ESPN are like, what? They give free reign to these people. I
So-
swear. They're like, you know what? Make the most crazy thing possible. Do you remember the Harry Potter one? Or do you remember my favorite of all time when Bill Belichick on Monday Night Football, he got rid of all those different players and then brought in new ones? They had the Thanos snap and all of the old players went away into dust.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about
What?
Yeah. It was a Monday Night Football graphic. It was amazing. Here come the Ravens. They're about to get Akeem Davis-Gaither. I'm
They're gonna
cry.
steal somebody else. Yeah.
I'm guessing you guys were happy about Ann Fernie, though.
Team Davis gave there. Jesus.
I mean, hopefully not, because they took Queen. Like, I'm hoping they're like, okay, we just need the one linebacker.
Or do we run a 3-4? Yes. Do we need more than one linebacker? No, of course not. Don't be silly.
Um,
I restarted my receiver, so I have no idea what's going on.
yeah, I have no idea what the Ravens are even looking at here. They should go edge. They should go with the pass rusher because they have none on roster. But who knows?
Nathan Muti, maybe? Is that too high?
Oh,
No.
they could. They could replace Yonda. Yeah.
Who have they taken today so far? I'm trying to
Oh, man,
remember.
if
They
they
don't have a wide
Madubuike-
receiver yet, do they? They could have a wide
Madubuike and
receiver.
Dobbins is who they took today.
They could have a
Dobbins,
receiver.
Matabuki, and Queen. I mean, this is the
Yeah.
draft. This is the A+ draft class of the entire draft, in my opinion.
No, I agree. So I think a wide receiver could be a possibility here.
The AFC has to be kicking themselves. I mean, the Ravens literally have drafted the best and the best AFC team, arguably. So it's like, I don't. Where are their needs?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I still think they need receiver. They need to replace Yonda up front.
Yep.
And then get some linebackers for get defensive front help.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely. Oh, sorry, Alexis, go.
That's okay. I feel like they're gonna take Malik Harrison.
Oh my God, they totally
Well,
would.
Let them
Oh,
take
Jesus Christ.
let them take Harrison and let us get Gaither. Please let it happen.
Yeah, I'm fine with that as long as Akeem Davis-Gaither is wearing a Rams uniform. I'm just worried their experiences with Mark Barron have soured them on that type of player. That's my biggest concern.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about Terrell Lewis? Were we pretty happy in general in this room?
It's a solid pick, I thought.
I thought I liked it.
He was livid. AJ
Devin
was
Duvernay.
AJ was so happy about it.
Devin Duvernay to the Ravens. Oh, that's an awesome pick. Whoo!
I like that for them.
I think it's a little bit of a reach, but you get the speed for Lamar. I mean, you have
Yeah.
Marquise Brown, Devin Duvernay, and Miles Boykin, all guys that ran at least a 4.4. You have that big
Fast.
body in Miles Boykin, who people are forgetting, 3rd round pick. And then they still have Willie Snead, who is like Mr. Reliable over the middle. So I mean,
Mhm.
they have a good bunch of receivers. I also like who they have just on their depth chart that's not even going to be, competing for a starting role. I mean, just look, Jaleel Scott, somebody I liked in the draft, Chris Moore and Antoine Wesley, loved him out of Texas Tech. And they also have D'Anthony Thomas. So, I mean, they're like loaded. That's going to be a really good wide receiver competition to see who makes the 53.
He always, to me, looked more like he was like built more like a running back. Like when you watch him run, like he seems like more stocky and short.
He has the same build as like a Debo or like an Ayuk, in my opinion.
Titans pick is in.
Titans pick is in. Oh wow.
He really looks like Brandon Ayuk. I mean, that's really what he looks like.
What I like about Duvernay is he's not just like, yeah, he's obviously he's one of the fastest guys in college football, but he's also really sure-handed. Like this guy does not drop passes.
Yeah, I was not impressed with him at the Senior Bowl, I will say.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
maybe it's not fair because everyone was like, he's going to be Terry McLaurin all over again. And I think that was a little ridiculous.
Yeah.
But I mean, he was really disappointing to me.
Yeah. Well, and you also got to look the other receivers there, like Denzel Mims, Colin Johnson, Van Jefferson. We're just making everybody else look bad. Yeah,
Colin Johnson does not look like a normal human being. He's like 6'7".
Huge. Yeah, he's ridiculous.
It was funny. I was showing, I forget who I sent my text to when I was at the Senior Bowl. I took a picture of Colin Johnson. I was like, this is the largest man I've seen in person. And people are like, dude, you got to stop zooming in. I'm like, I didn't zoom in. He's that big.
He's right next to me. When it was Matt Valdovinos and I at the Senior Bowl, we were there the last day of practices when they moved inside. We had to sit there on the sideline, going back and forth. And Antonio Gandy Golden walks right in front of me while I'm sitting there watching the DBs, and I'm going, because he's like 6'4" or whatever. And I'm going, I can't see around him.
Oh Lord!
And of course, Matt was just like at me because I'm a lot shorter than Matt.
I'm gonna call it right now. I think the Patriots are either gonna draft Antonio Gandy Golden later on, or they're gonna get Isaiah. I just lost his name. Isaiah Coulter from Rhode Island.
Okay.
I think they're two good pieces for that offense. They still have to figure out who's going to throw the football, but I think those are two good options. Coulter probably can be had in the 5th round because receivers aren't flying off the board like I expected.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got the Titans pick. Makes sense.
Let me see if I can find it.
My hair keeps getting in my.
I don't see it, but
I just cannot get over how toasted Roger Goodell looks in that photo. Alexis, I don't know. He looks like he's just had a little too much tonight.
I told you, I think he's burned out, man. This
He's
is
like
the most he's ever announced
laying back in
picks.
the chair. Patriots picked Evan Asiasi. All right, let's move on to the
Cool.
next one.
He's.
I
I
probably
cannot
spelled
wait
that wrong.
until he's announcing in the 7th round. Like, it's a kicker.
Well, it's whoever. I want him to have to announce somebody with just a crazy last name for Mr. Irrelevant. So it's
Albert,
the last
Albert
pick.
Aquin.
Okwuegbunam, yeah.
you know what my question is about this virtual draft thing is you would think this would be the perfect opportunity to do those virtual, have someone else announce the pick. You know, when you have the actual draft, you have people come up on stage, announce the pick.
Yeah, it would be.
You have the literal perfect opportunity now to access anyone in the world to announce your picks. And yet you have Roger Goodell sitting on a leather chair, reading off each pick, seeming
Not
super
Goodell.
Goodell, whatever.
You're a hater.
I am a hater.
Like,
it's okay.
Like this was such a missed opportunity. I feel like you could have had so many other people get in on this draft, right? Am I the one?
I mean, it's typically day 3 when they start bringing in those guys. So we'll maybe see a bunch of people tomorrow.
Like that's what my hope would be. Like maybe they have some fans or.
All right,
people.
bold prediction. Tomorrow, the Queen of England announces Jacksonville's pick and announces that they're coming to London. Boom.
Oh man.
Write it down. Queen of England announcing their 4th round pick and that they're coming to England.
Is this a question? Is this the same source that told you that Buffalo Wild Wings is switching from Pepsi to Coke products?
No, that's my GM. That's my GM, baby.
Oh my God. That was amazing the way you put that on. And like Cole was like, actually, he's like actually like an insider and he's like talking to all these NFL sources. And you're like, yeah, so we're moving from Pepsi to Coke per source.
Per source. Rumor has it.
Oh God.
Listen, I got the inside bit, okay?
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Pepsi offered us a contract like half the cost of Coke back in the day.
All right. So those of you asking who I would want the Rams to replace Corey Littleton with, Akeem Davis-Gaither is somebody that we've all pretty much said that we want. But on top of that, so you have Akeem Davis-Gaither, would also love Malik Harrison as a second option, and third option would be Justin Sternad. See him more in the fourth or fifth round, but Justin Sternad, to me, if you're trying to replace exactly what Corey Littleton is, try to get the most emulation towards his game, it's Sternad. He's a very well-rounded prospect. He's not flashy. He didn't test extremely well, but he gives you everything that Littleton was giving you, and he's ahead of where Littleton was at this stage in Littleton's development at this age. So I think Sternad's probably the best pick if you're trying to emulate what Corey Littleton was.
Yeah.
Since I don't think that's how the Rams are thinking. I think that they just didn't want him for whatever reason. I could see them going against the grain and grabbing a 6'3". Well, Corey Littleton's 6'3", but grabbing a 6'3" guy that runs extremely well, and not Troy Dye, but Malik Harrison. I think Malik Harrison might be the pick if it's not Bryson Hopkins. Yeah. I have a really good feeling Bryson Hopkins is going to be a Ram. Yeah. I don't know why. I have a really good feeling about it.
I think if they don't get Davis-Gaither here and they're looking for a linebacker, you still got guys like Davion Taylor out of Colorado. You still got guys like Francis Bernard, Marcus Bailey.
Oh, this is a hell of a pick by Tennessee.
Darrington Evans.
This is my guy. This is one of my guys.
What a contrast.
Darrington Evans, man.
What a contrast with Derrick
It's a great
Henry.
contrast.
Yeah.
Oh, forget about Dion Lewis. Go out and get yourself a guy with unbelievable balance, can run through tackles at will. He's going to be called a scat back by people that don't realize that he's actually pretty built to take on the natural punishment of the NFL game. Yes, he came from Appalachian State. I'm a little shocked he comes off the board from Appalachian State before his teammate Akeem Davis-Gaither, but I love this pick for Tennessee. And Robinson, once again, I mean, he's killing it.
The Packers have probably had one of the worst drafts so far, guys.
It's one of the worst drafts I've seen in a long time.
I want to say something, though. You have Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love in Green Bay. So someone pointed this out. You now have A-Rod and J-Lo in Green Bay.
Technically, someone's mother pointed that out because we both knew who this is about.
Really? I saw this in SportsCenter.
It was Andy Herman.
What?
Andy Herman tweeted
Oh,
that
really?
out. Yeah, Andy Herman.
Oh.
I saw it on let me pull it up here.
Ryan, I can't think of his last name.
ESPN's Instagram as well.
Oh, okay.
Ryan's mother made the joke to him also. I can't think of his last name. Packer fan from California.
They keep showing Evans, and jeez Louise. What a outstanding day two for Tennessee. They seem to always just sit there, don't make a whole lot of moves.
The Wilson pick I didn't love, but they absolutely dominated day two.
Yeah.
The Packers are going to take Bryson Hopkins.
Is that a spoiler alert, or is that like a gut feeling?
Guess. I haven't seen.
Okay.
If the Packers get Donovan Peoples-Jones here, I apologize for all the hate I've given them, because that would be huge. Just give them a huge 50-50 ball target for Aaron Rodgers. Same with Bryson Hopkins, honestly. I think Blaine and I actually mocked Bryson Hopkins to the Packers. I don't know if it was this pick or the second round, but we had Bryson Hopkins going to the Packers in our draft. And they go tight end, and they reach another level of reach.
They did not even take a top 5 tight end.
Who is it?
That's crazy. Josiah DeGuara from
good
from
player.
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati we know had Travis Kelce. It's a tight end factory in a sense. I mean, they've had experience in the NFL, but DeGuara to me is you could have had him in the 5th round. I think
you could have had him. Yeah.
This is a massive reach, and Packers fans are going to be.
Troutman is still sitting here. I mean, that's what's crazy to me. If Troutman, Harrison Bryant, Hunter Bryant, Bryson Hopkins that we were just talking about.
And to me, with nowadays NFL, I don't think there's that huge of a difference between a lot of tight ends and a lot of wide receivers in reality. Like, are the tight ends used for blocking more? Obviously, but like tight ends are becoming more of a receiving threat nowadays than they used to be. And to me, I didn't like tight ends in this draft class because it's just, unless if you want a blocker, if you want a guy where you can run, block, whatever. But why go get one of these tight ends when you can just get a big wide receiver and get something similar?
Exactly. Like in a draft where, Chase Claypool exists, why even bother?
And he's still there, isn't he? He's still available.
He's long gone. He went to the Steelers. That was a great pick,
yeah, sorry. You're right.
But here's the thing. The best value, in my opinion, at that position lies, well, right now it would be Bryson Hopkins. He shouldn't have fallen this far, in my opinion. But
my tight end one's still on the board.
And Troutman, I think they both were second round talents. But in my opinion, Dalton Keene, because I think teams, the way that tight ends are going, you're going to be able to get a guy who's similar to the way George Kittle came out of Iowa. You're going to be able to get him in the 6th round the way this draft is going. Maybe even 7th, maybe even undrafted. He is a very talented player that was not used well enough in the offensive game over at VT. I did not like the way they used him. When he had the ball in his hands, he moved extremely well. Not worried about him testing, with the 4.9, I don't really put much stock into that. He plays a lot faster on film, and he's a great blocker. So, like, to me, I feel like Keene would have given you way more ability. And in a draft like this, why pick a tight end that early? Like, Donovan Peoples-Jones, to me, you get a big target for Aaron Rodgers. DeGuara, you're getting another tight end that I wouldn't even say is totally NFL ready to be the guy. And you grabbed Sternberger last year, so like
Jace. Yep.
See, my thing isn't I don't even think DeGuara is like a true tight end. I think he's more of an H-back kind of player. So you take quarterback, running back, H-back with your first 3 picks. I mean, with the amount of wide receiver talent sitting on the board, that's crazy.
I agree. Definitely agree with that.
They're ignoring their defense completely. Like I already said, they already have some really great outside linebackers, but they could use some interior defensive guys still. Mm-hmm. And in reality,
they let Blake Martinez go. It's like you let these guys go, and it's like you have to have a plan of attack, and they haven't had one.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's the thing: with how the NFC North is going right now, a lot of these teams are run-based teams. The Vikings, they've got Dalvin Cook, we got Alexander Madison. We're going to run it a lot. The Bears are going to run it a lot still, and the Lions are going to run it a lot more probably this next year since they've got 2 running backs I think they feel pretty good about now. So you need to find some way to stop the run more. You need to improve your rush defense, and they're not doing that.
They did not.
I'm literally so hyper anxious about the Rams pick.
I'm trying to ignore it until it gets here because I don't want to start sweating it out. Denver is so about to get Akeem Davis-Gaither because they've had the best. They've had such a great draft. I mean, okay, so DeGuara was 185th on my board.
Okay,
I'm not. They could have had him later, in my opinion. 9th tight end. I mean, he was a top 10 tight end in a weak tight end class. I mean that represents it. Asiasi I had 11th, so that was a big reach for me.
Okay. He was my tight end 5.
I had them 8 and 9.
Yeah, I had Keene at 5.
So Broncos are going with
McTelvin
Agim. Yeah.
What did I say? Don't be surprised if McTelvin Agim ends up in the 3rd round.
Such a Broncos pick too.
Great pick.
Mm-hmm.
First, 1-year starter at defensive tackle, former 5-star high school recruit. The key here is that he's not just, hey, I can stuff the run. He's, hey, I can kind of do a little bit of everything, and I'm going to continue growing and becoming really good in the NFL. I guess we're kind of over the whole, 6'1" is too short to pick a defensive lineman, which I'm totally for because I'm an Aaron Donald fan, and everyone made a mistake on that, saying he was too short. No such thing. I think it helps. He's got the leverage. He does a really nice job of contorting his body, getting skinny through the defensive line. Just really, really like, really like this pick for Denver. And they've absolutely slayed this draft. You talk about Judy, Hamler, Ojemudia, Cushenberry III, and Agim. Wow. What a draft, Denver Broncos.
Really nice draft. Well, it's a really nice draft.
It's interesting because the Chiefs are up now, and I'm wondering, they've got to go defense.
Corner.
Opinion. They got to go corner.
Or safety. Have they talked about?
Bryce Hall is still on the board.
I was about to say, I could see Bryce Hall here. He fits that system too.
I heard Bryce Hall was falling because of the injuries and teams could not check on him. They could not get the medical checks for him.
Ooh, so is it maybe then Darnay Holmes possibly here?
They could. Troy
Could
Pride.
it be an Amik Robertson?
I was thinking Troy Pride. Troy
Oh.
Pride, Darnay Holmes. It's just got to be corner. They have to fill that need.
I'm hoping it's corner
Wow.
because they need a
Okay.
corner. They need a corner big
We
time.
all just saw the
Yeah.
pick. But
I forgot he was still on the board.
Yeah.
I kind of
What
Wow.
a phenomenal.
The
Good.
value there.
That's
Yeah.
great value. And I mean,
I would have
You're-
wanted.
Man.
They just announced it.
Lucas Niang. What a
Yep,
steal
Lucas
at pick 96. That's incredible.
that's great
That's
value.
incredible.
I
'Cause
saw
he can
10
play-
starting day one offensive tackles, and Niang was the second to last guy I saw. Felt like Sadiq Charles is the last one on the board, and then you could make an argument for Matt Pert. Didn't have it with Austin Jackson. So basically, Kansas City gets a starting offensive tackle in the third round that basically falls to them. They didn't have to trade up. I like the pick. I really do.
Now-
I mean, I thought he was already off the board. I completely forgot he was still there.
Yeah. Not only that, but he can immediately probably start. He probably can play guard too. So don't be surprised if he bumps Nick Allegretti, their 7th round pick. They have a 7th rounder starting at their left guard. So
That's our boy Nick Allegretti.
or
He
Lo-
came on our show
Laurent,
last year.
or Laurent Tardif Duvernay. He could bump either of them for one of the guard spots. I
Probably
think.
not.
I just
Not
got to
Duvernay
say,
Tardif.
the Chiefs.
Oh yeah, no, he's actually really good. You're right. What am I thinking?
Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Lucas Niang now adding to that offense is just wow.
That's unfair. It really is. This
Imagine
team.
if they had taken Jonathan Taylor though instead of Edwards-Helaire.
I think for everything that I was reading this morning is that Andy Reid saw Brian Westbrook, who he coached in Philly, in Edwards-Helaire, and I think that really forced the hand.
I mean, if you
Brian
get close to
Westbrook
that,
was
it's huge.
Brian Westbrook was an elite running back. No one wants to say it. I'll say it. I think he was fantastic. He just couldn't stay healthy at times. He struggled with health. But when he was healthy, I mean, he was top 8 in the league of running backs, probably top 5 at one point. Really liked him. And I believe, Andy Reid said he is better than Brian Westbrook is. So we'll see.
Roger Goodell.
Whoa. This is a massive reach.
Hey, that just leaves another linebacker for us. It
Yeah,
just leaves-
I know, but I mean, like Jacob Phillips, I didn't have
Really?
as a draftable prospect. I had him at 298. This is the first
Wow.
undrafted prospect that has been drafted according to
Really?
the board.
Okay.
Yes. Jacob Phillips, to me, he reaps the rewards of being on LSU. I think he gets kind of credit that he doesn't really deserve because he played on that LSU defense. He doesn't really do anything great, good. I'm not trying to totally ruin this guy, but third round pick is ridiculous. I mean, this is an F grade. There were better linebackers there. I don't know how you look at this board and think Jacob Phillips is better than a Malik Harrison or better than Akeem Davis-Gaither or better than Evan Weaver, who's there, Justin Sternad, Kiava Tizino from San Diego State, David Woodward from Utah State, Jordan Mack, Troy Dye. I could go down the list. I don't get this pick. I think it's really bad. I'm just going to say that.
I personally, I would have gone Harrison or Davis Gaither. I would have.
Especially since if you go,
I'm fine with it being a Rams fan, but
Yeah.
wow.
if you
Yeah,
go
I'm
Harrison,
very
you keep the
surprised.
Ohio State kid home, and you know how diehard Ohio State fans are.
I think that the problem sometimes is when you get electrifying programs, and like last year LSU as a team was just super electrifying. People then overhype and overestimate every player on that team. So because Jacob Phillips was on like he played for LSU, I think people automatically assume that he's like one of the top players in that position. And I think even NFL teams are guilty of that as well. Which is
Yeah.
why you see him being taken before, Nakeem Davis-Gaither or Malik Harrison, who is
Yeah.
in Ohio State, who is good. But I think people just buy into that hype In reality, he's not better than those linebackers.
Exactly my point, and why when like people were telling me to watch Jacob Phillips tape, I couldn't wait because I was like, oh, this LSU defense was so good. He's probably going to be this like guy that no one's talking about and kind of like slip through the crack. Instead, no, he's the exact opposite. He goes in the third round. Again, not crapping on him. I just don't understand why the Browns made that pick. I mean, you had a chance to either trade down and get some picks in the fourth round. Instead, you grab somebody that would have been there at the end of the draft, in my opinion.
Well,
I don't get it.
I don't think he would have been there at the end, but a little bit of a reach.
Yeah, the Ravens are going to take Harrison. I just know it.
That'd be nuts. That'd give him a really good
Can they not?
interior linebacker duo.
Can they just? Yeah, I mean they needed it because they've
Yeah.
taken hit after hit with Mosley leaving, Unwuasor leaving, and then they just get freaking Patrick Queen and Malik Harrison. That's unreal. Jeez.
That's who they're picking.
Oh well, if they went
That's her
Malik
pre-
Harrison,
that's her
if they went
prediction.
Malik Harrison, that's what I was referencing what Alexa said.
I think they're going to take Malik Harrison. I am interested to see who the Giants take at 99.
Yeah, I don't see why you don't take Malik Harrison. I mean, he's there, and the way the Broncos, the way the Ravens are operating is just, hey, just let it keep falling to us. Like you guys keep making your mistakes, and we'll do the right thing. I mean, I don't. Jordan Phillips was picked ahead of Patrick Queen. Jacob Phillips was picked ahead of Akeem Davis-Gaither and Malik Harrison. If the Ravens actually double dip on linebackers because of the failure of teams ahead of them, I'm going to laugh, because that is exactly why the Ravens are good. That's exactly why teams
They always
are
steal.
always good.
They always steal guys ahead of time.
I saw the pick on Twitter.
Yeah.
I also have a
Even
theory that it
Goodell's
could,
like, y'all are going to be in the Super Bowl.
I have a feeling it could be maybe like a Ben Barcher and a Tane Muti. Too.
Guys, what can we say? I mean, like, this is just
Ravens
a killer draft by the Ravens.
So
Ugh.
fun fact, going back to the Phillips pick, Jacob Phillips was once committed to play at OU with Baker Mayfield, then he flipped to LSU.
Huh.
That's ironic. But good God. I mean, can you imagine if you had told Ravens fans that would have come out with two of some of the best linebackers in this class?
He looked like such a Steelers linebacker. And by the way, that's I don't know if you just saw that highlight. That's Malik Harrison dropping into coverage. That was my issue last night with Jordan Brooks. Malik Harrison wasn't asked to drop into coverage much, and I feel like he can get better in that area, whereas Jordan Brooks was for 4 years and didn't get any better. That was my issue with Jordan Brooks.
Yeah, he's raw. I mean, you watched that Oklahoma game, it was just rough.
But I mean, Malik Harrison, man, he's a tone
He's a
setter for your
stud.
team.
Yeah, I mean, it's another linebacker off the board that I would like the Rams to take, but
Same.
I mean, it's phenomenal value for the.
As a football fan, you just have to like it. It's just such
Yeah,
a good.
It's such a Baltimore Ravens pick,
God.
isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's
It's
just-
such a
this is so-
Ravens pick.
This is so ridiculous the way they're reloading this team.
I could see the Giants taking like Thad Moss. Like honestly,
I don't know why the Packers didn't take Thaddeus Moss if they were going to take a tight end.
I thought the
Like
Packers-
that body of, DeGuara. Okay, so the Giants are on the clock here, and
I mean, what do they not need? I mean, really,
they should-
they could go
I mean,
receiver. They need anything on defense.
You could go wide receiver.
Another offensive lineman wouldn't hurt.
Nope. It's like a Muti kind of guy.
so far they have McKinney, good pick. Andrew Thomas, really good pick. Two day one starters. They have to pick a linebacker. This is probably Akeem Davis-Gaither.
Yeah.
I would
Whoa.
think that they're gonna take him or
No.
maybe-
Okay.
Matthew Pert out of UConn.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
I
Oh.
like, I don't mind this pick because
I
what
like
they're doing is they're really trying to protect Daniel Jones and Saquon. They're just
Mhm.
really going for it.
And Matthew Pert. I mean, I don't know what they're going to do with Nate Solder because Thomas is the better left tackle. They're
Well, I
probably
mean,
gonna keep Pert at right
Solder-
tackle.
Solder will probably still start. I think they'll kick Pert in.
Are-
Oh no, they can't
They
because
can't. Yeah.
there's no. I'm looking at the depth chart. There's actually nowhere to really put him because it's
Yeah.
Will Hernandez is a second rounder, and
yeah, and then
Kevin
Kevin
Zeitler.
Zeitler. Yeah.
do you
So I
trade
want-
Zeitler?
I wonder if they might just cut or move Solder. You know,
Yeah.
But
I guess my one concern is Spencer Pulley is still your center, and there's
or
no
maybe
way
yeah, or
Like-
maybe they move Solder over to right tackle to start because they mentioned doing that, and then just develop Pert there. Maybe.
I always say it's a good problem to have too many guys instead of not enough.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
I think the Giants are really just going for it. You know, they finally have their quarterback. They've got Saquon. They're probably just stacking that offense. I bet you
And-
they take a receiver in the 4th round.
Yeah, I spoke with Matt Parrott. I think I really liked him. I mean, he was a late add to the Senior Bowl, but he was deserving. I mean, you watch the film. When you're watching UConn film, if the guy that you're watching isn't clearly the best player on the field, then you know, okay, this guy shouldn't get hyped. But I mean, he clearly was their the best player. When I was watching film, he popped. So you know, I'm a big fan of him. I know people have their reservations with UConn because Obi Melanfanu, you know, recency bias, but this isn't Obi Melanfanu. This is somebody that can be a left tackle in the NFL. I think.
Yeah. So I think the Patriots just traded up again for the Jets pick.
Jeez.
That's a terrible. Okay, do the Jets not understand the
Oh
rules?
my God, Tanner
Jet-
Muse.
Oh wow.
What is it with the Raiders overhyping Clemson, guys?
He's
They
Who's-
really
Who said
do
that
love
last night?
Clemson
Was that
guys,
you,
don't
Alexis,
they?
that said they only draft big school players? Because I'm starting to see they're only drafting big school players.
No, I didn't say that. But yes, last night I said that. Like, remember when they reached on Clelin Ferrell? In my opinion, they really reached on Clelin Ferrell in the 1st round last year,
Time.
and now they're super reaching on Tanner Muse.
bruh, Tanner Muse,
in the 7th round.
the most average white dude on the field. That's Tanner Muse.
I literally had him going in the 7th round.
Who's the guy that ran a 4? Oh, this is Apke all over again. This is an Apke pick because he ran a 4.4 at the combine.
Somebody took Tanner Muse before Kayvon Wallace. That's incredible.
You guys remember Troy Apke? Like, this is literally a Troy Apke pick.
All right, I'm gonna see who New England is, and I gotta step off for just half a second. New England traded 125, 129 to 2021 6th rounder for the 101.
All right,
Don't thi-
Muse was okay. We have another player I had an undraftable grade on. Muse is my 321st player on my 350 player board.
Oh wow.
29th overall safety.
Yeah, I'm with you. He was not.
Don't the Jets know the rule that you're not supposed to trade with teams in your division? Like seriously, that's just
Why
never.
would you ever trade with the Patriots? Like, first off, that's
mean-
Especially they do this. It's like here's what's
If-
gonna happen right here. Okay.
if they call you, just hang up the phone.
Yep. Here's what's gonna happen. They're trading up right here. They're gonna take some dude, and
They're
whoever
really
they take right
happy about
here.
getting Muse. Oh my
is-
God.
Oh boy, whoever they take here is gonna end up in the Hall of Fame. It's just how a cookie crumbles. Or he's just gonna be an absolute monster against the Jets every single year. He's just gonna like
I think
sack Sam Darnold 3 times a year.
I think they're gonna go like Ben Barch.
So
That's such a big-
Asgan, how did you feel about the Raiders going back-to-back wide receivers? I'm super high on Brian Edwards personally, so I thought that was a great pick, and I think Lynn Bowden's a good gadget guy, but they've drafted 3 wide receivers now, and I think that's crazy.
Well, I saw Ian Rappaport said that they plan on using Bowden as a running back.
Wow. Okay.
I like that though. I think that actually adds value to the pick because you know, Bowden's going to come in and he's going to, like I said, supplant Jalen Richard in the backfield. So I like
That's
that.
fair.
You have your pass catcher, your change of pace guy, and dude, that is the most Patriot pick of all time.
No way.
Dude, that's the most Patriot pick of all time. Oh
They
my
doubled
God.
down. Okay. All right. I'll be right back, yo.
I don't understand him over.
That's very, very odd.
Oh, let's see what Jake Ellenbogen likes. Oh, let's pick a guy that Jake Ellenbogen likes. Like that, Patriots.
I'll wait till this is announced because I don't want to spoil it. But there is several other guys in that position that would have made more sense to me for them
Agreed.
because, and I'll say why once they announce it because I don't want to give it away.
All right,
I
I'll be
can't
right back,
believe
you
he's
guys.
going this early, but I love the guy. Top
There's-
5 talent at the position, in my opinion. and I had him higher than the guy they chose at the position. So,
Why would you? I'll wait. I can't say it without spoiling the pick. But there's someone who was, I think, more of like an obvious pick at that position for the Patriots.
Yeah.
Maybe
but
not.
When
I
do
don't
the
know.
Patriots ever go with the obvious? Even if
I
it's their
mean-
obvious Patriots pick, sometimes they don't go that way. They're like, everyone thinks we're going to take this guy.
it's so
mean-
fun talking to Patriots fans right now because they're just so mad if it's not a quarterback or
So
that
weird.
they haven't taken a quarterback. It's like, oh my God.
I mean, my thought process was, if you're not going to take a quarterback as the Patriots, you better make sure you surround your quarterback with as much weapons and everything you can. So, which, I mean, they've technically tried to do, but the question is, have they actually done it?
You know what? I
Eh.
totally forgot. I totally forgot they already drafted someone in this position in this round.
Yeah.
Pick it. I'll just announce it. They're just, well, I'll wait till they say it.
Why is he talking with Tua at? Oh, okay, never mind. I thought this was a live thing. He's like talking to Tua at like 11 p.m. I'm like, geez.
Dude, Bill Belichick has a backgammon table as his kitchen table.
That just doesn't look like a. It does. It like either looks nothing like where I would expect Bill to live, and everything like where I would expect Bill to
That
live.
pretty much sums it up.
That's kind of pretty much. Okay, so the Patriots pick is in.
Dalton Keene, guys.
Not
look,
it for me for
look,
them.
people are gonna have a problem with this, and I think it's a little early. But Keene's my 5th overall tight end, and it's only early in my opinion because of what the mock draft people have kind of told us. I had Keene 114th on my board, so this kind of falls along the lines of where I have him. This is somebody, he's the closest thing to George Kittle in this draft. Not George Kittle now, but George Kittle coming out of Iowa, not being used correctly in the passing game. This is such a Patriot pick. It's the most Patriot pick of all time. The funny thing is, I think he's better than Devin Asiasi. So, I mean, I don't know why they picked him later, but I really, really like Dalton Keene. It's kind of concerning if you're a Patriots fan, like who's going to be throwing him the ball. But I mean, Keene, man, look at the way he moves and how he breaks tackles and just his ability as a blocker. I'm just really impressed by Dalton Keene. I like the pick. I do.
They drafted and I always get his last name wrong. The guy out of UCLA, tight end.
Yeah,
Oh.
Devin Asiasi.
Devin Asiasi plus Dalton Keene. So you got 2 tight ends you're taking in the 3rd round. I always thought if the Patriots were going to take a tight end this early, they were going to take Thad Moss.
I could have seen that.
Because
the Steelers are now
New England
on the clock.
connection. But also, they're basically, it seems like trying to rebuild that double tight end pair that they used to have in New England.
And that's a good blocker for 6'2". So
we'll see that. But here's what I think is going to happen. Well, actually, not what I think. I kind of was thinking about this today. What if the Packers traded Aaron Rodgers to the Patriots?
that'd be the wildest thing ever, actually.
Because Aaron
Someone
Rodgers,
also texted me that. I was like,
because if he wants out of Green, he's not happy with Jordan Love there now, and he already had issues with Green Bay. Bill Belichick would give up the house for Aaron Rodgers. I'm telling you that. Okay,
Wow.
I like this pick by the Steelers.
Yeah.
there's our guy, Alex Highsmith. Let's go. He goes to a great fit
Nice.
with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Look, they signed well, they didn't sign. They tagged Bud Dupree. So Dupree is on a tag. That's a 1-year deal, keep in mind. So they have not given him a long-term deal. I think it makes a lot of sense. Highsmith was my 10th overall edge rusher on my board. Just really like what he was able to do, not only as a pass rusher, and he's still developing as a pass rusher, but I thought he was really consistent at setting the edge. He just fits a 3-4 scheme, and I'm really happy for him, just being a friend of the show and just talking with him throughout the process. Really happy to see Alex go into a really nice fit in Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh made a great pick here by getting Highsmith, who's probably going to replace Bud Dupree if they can't come to a deal.
I'm with you.
I think it's a great pick for the Steelers. It's a great fit. I was very high on Highsmith throughout this whole process as well, and so I mean, disappointed he's not on the Rams, obviously, but yeah, you can ask him to go to a better team.
So Eagles pick is in, but real quick, back to the Rodgers to New England. Honestly, like, I don't think it's as crazy as it sounds. I really don't.
I mean, it's definitely a molten hot take that if you're right, I will be the first one to say that you brought that up. So, and we now have video evidence because this is going to be on YouTube. This is going to be on Facebook. Periscope doesn't save it. Oh, no, Periscope saves it.
What's today?
Twitch doesn't save it.
April 24th, 2020. I'm saying that Aaron Rodgers is going to be traded to New England Patriots.
All right. Good luck.
Oh,
Davion Taylor to the Eagles.
What?
I didn't like a guy that only played. He was a rotational linebacker that tested really well at the combine. But I love it because, oh my God, the Rams, Akeem Davis-Gaither fell to your fourth pick on day 2. Please. And the pick is in immediately because like,
It's
that's not
easy.
the
This is
linebacker we
easy.
wanted. We wanted Akeem Davis-Gaither. Like, duh.
This is I mean, it has to be. I mean, you can't.
I don't know how you pass on it. Well, AJ, I forgot to bring this up because I've been talking a lot. I talk about other things, whatever. But remember how everyone was saying, well, Simmons is this, and we're not sure how he's going to fit. Did Akeem Davis-Gaither fall for the same exact reason? Is he just like Simmons light? I mean, really?
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
pretty much
I
what he
could see
is.
it. There's a lot of people who are kind of like, how do you use him? But I mean, I think the difference would be is that you're not spending a top 10 pick on Akeem Davis-Gaither.
Exactly.
You know,
I had him as a late first round grade or mid, like borderline. He was my 34th overall player. Uche was my 35th. Those are the two guys that I wanted.
I'm so nervous.
Man. And you know what? I'd make a prediction here. It's either going to be Evan Weaver. I don't hate Evan Weaver.
I had a thought about that
started
too,
off
Evan
getting
Weaver.
pissed off, but Evan Weaver's a good linebacker. I know Alexis will actually jump out the window. Evan Weaver, or it's going to be, so it'll be Evan Weaver, or it'll be Bryson Hopkins, or Troutman.
I hope it's not
or
Troy Dye.
Akeem Davis-Gaither, or Troy Dye. And if it's Troy Dye, then I'll be livid because I don't think he makes
I
sense.
just feel like that's such a Rams move. I don't want it to be him, but it's okay. They haven't picked yet. We're being positive. The Rams select
so
Jake from the University.
I panicked for a second.
There's our guy, though. Terrell Burgess. The Rams drafted a guy that we interviewed. Oh, my God.
That never happens, I feel
They
like. for you
drafted a
guys.
guy that we interviewed.
Well, he'll definitely have to come back on the podcast now.
There we go.
That's
Finally,
big.
this is the first draft pick by the Rams I've liked.
I'm
And
texting Terrell right now. That
I'm gonna text him maybe a little later.
Yeah, he's probably a little busy right now, I think.
Probably.
yeah, well, he just have to answer me now. I'm just
I
gonna
know.
say congrats.
All right.
Dude,
Who's it
I
gonna
like
be?
the Vikings are trading that pick
Wait, what?
to the Saints.
Wait,
Vikings
what?
are trading to the Saints. Yeah.
Did the Saints have? No, wait. That means we're out of the third.
I like the Burgess pick because I think he can play some safety for us,
God
and I
damn
think he
it.
can also play nickel to replace Roby Coleman. So
That's
I mean, it's a good pick. It's a good pick.
I think
But it's not Davis Gaither, but
Yeah, I mean, the reality is I would have been happier with Davis Gaither position wise. I think it's more of a need, but I do see Burgess's role being that replacement for Roby Coleman, kind of that nickel guy.
mhm,
So I like it. I think
yeah.
I mean,
You
I
know,
would have
wasn't
I would
mine.
have preferred like Henry Robinson, but here's the thing, guys. Burgess is exactly what I've been saying that the Rams need. I know people are going to hate this pick because they're going to be like, "Well, we drafted Rap last year." This is why I wanted Chauncey Gardner-Johnson or Nasir Adderley last year to not trade down. The fact of the matter is the Rams drafted a really good football player in Taylor Rapp, but they don't have a true free safety. Terrell Burgess gives them that. And if you're
Yeah.
trying to emulate a Vic Fangio scheme, you need a legit free safety that has range. Terrell Burgess has the range. He's not Eddie Jackson, but there's no reason he can't be Eddie Jackson. Eddie Jackson was a 4th round pick, guys. So I love this pick. Terrell Burgess is coming from a program. Utah had a myriad of talent there. Burgess is a great pick.
Yeah.
This is the best pick of the night.
Man.
Don't get me wrong. I love Van Jefferson. Love him. But the pick, I think you could have had him maybe a little bit later. Still a really good pick. There's no injury concerns also with Terrell Burgess. They just got a really, really good football player who's better than the safety that he played next to, who went off the board earlier. You know, so I love this pick. Julian Blackman, I don't think is as good as Terrell Burgess. I'm a huge Terrell Burgess fan. Love it.
It might be
Okay, so I've got the details on this trade. Okay, so the Vikings walking. I'm just say this real quick. The Vikings walking into the draft had 12 picks, right? As of tonight, they had 13 because of trade down. We added for pick 105, 130, 169, 203, and 244,
That's good.
giving the Vikings 16 draft picks now.
That's good.
So how many guys are we cutting? That's what I want to know to make this.
Adam Troutman to the Saints. They traded how many picks up to
Wow.
move? Wow.
4 to move
Okay.
up 25 picks. They moved from 130 to 105, but they gave up 130, 169, 203, and 244. That's a lot of picks.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, it's not bad. They're going all in on Breeze.
I guess so.
We've only seen the top 4 quarterbacks, top 5, right? Here we are with Hurts. Yeah.
The Packers should take note. That's how you build to win around a veteran quarterback. You give him weapons.
Mm-hmm.
No, you give him a guy behind him to give him to put pressure on him to perform, even though he's one of the best quarterbacks ever. Keep the pressure on.
Wait, did
What?
the Rams drafted 2 guys named Terrell? Just picked up on that.
Watch the Ravens just break our hearts and take Davis Gaither here, just to piss us all off.
Well, you're linebackers. Why not take a 3rd?
Yeah. Apparently, so how we were commenting about Bill O'Brien was upset when he was picking Grenard. Apparently, he had a trade back deal in place with the Lions, and they backed out at the last second. That's why he was yelling.
So I missed the Saints pick. I think it's a good pick with Troutman. I'm a little surprised to see Bryson Hopkins potentially fall in the 4th round. I guess the lack of blocking ability would lead me to believe that. I also think this kind of goes to show you that stuff that we're hearing about Albert O having a 1st round grade on it, the team having a 1st round grade on him, entirely a smokescreen.
Somebody said
fake.
that? I didn't
Yes.
hear that rumor. Yikes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I know he tested extremely well. The thing I'm confused at is we've seen guys in the past get drafted because their pass catching ability, which of course Bryson Hopkins has. But it's like it seems like he's getting punished for not having, that blocking ability when guys like, Evan Ingram in the past haven't. I know Ingram ran really well at the combine, but I don't. It's kind of confusing to me. I think Hopkins is the best tight end in this draft. I think he was a top 50 player. So I'm a little confused.
What I think would be ironic right here is if
Now
the
Baltimore
Vikings-
gets Bryson Hopkins, man, I don't even know what to say.
I
Could you
find it really
imagine?
funny if the Vikings use like 117 to trade up back into the very end of this round and give up like significantly less than they got back, which I feel like would be a Slick Rick kind of move. Give up like 117 and like 176 or something for somebody that just wants to drop a few picks. I don't want my name to be over. I want more picks.
What is that? What was he just shaking? Oh,
I have him muted, so I can't hear anything.
Wow.
well, we'll give him a mulligan. They've killed the draft so far. There was bound to be a pick that I just totally didn't agree with.
I don't like that either. Oh well.
Uh,
Still
I
have a draft.
yeah, I think they probably envision him moving inside to guard.
Yeah.
That would be my
I'm
best
not
bet.
even familiar with this
Dude,
guy.
they didn't even put
personally.
a bit. I feel bad for Tyree Phillips. The highlight tapes they're showing. I mean, he almost got blasted. The quarterback just ended up getting it off before he got pushed into the quarterback. Oh, you got to find better cut-ups than that, man.
Yeah, I like.
They were
I like
scrambling. They're
nice
like, we
play.
weren't ready for this. We weren't ready for this quickly.
I like him. I like him. You know, he's
What is-
powerful. He's pretty powerful. He's a solid athlete. He's got good length.
By the way,
His biggest weakness was at tackle, so I think he'll move inside to guard. That's what they're envisioning for him. So, I think it's solid. I think it's solid if he keeps inside.
And the night is over.
Is
wait,
it?
what?
Oh, wow, that went
Was the
by.
last pick?
Oh, that was the last pick. Okay.
Oh, that was the last pick. Oh, see, it throws me off the fact that they throw all the 107 and everything up there, making me think.
I
that
agree. It's
So-
a
That's
small
confu-
little thing in the corner. But yeah, so guys, what did you guys think about this draft before we all, hop off here because it's, past midnight on the East Coast? I want to get everyone's thoughts on the winners of day 2 and the losers of day 2. Let's start off with Blaine. Who would you say winner, loser?
Winner, I am going to go with a team that it's not the obvious choice, and it's probably being a little homerish. I think the Rams had a good night. Yeah, they took Cam Akers with the 52nd pick, but they Les Snead hit line drives the rest of the night. Getting the edge out of Alabama just could be the steal of the draft. Honestly, that's a potential first round talent dropping you in the third round. Getting Burgess, I mean, not my favorite pick because of the Rams. They took Rapp and JJ3, the last 2 years in the second and third round, but still a solid player. So I do like what the Rams did. As far as losers, I think Green Bay's draft gets worse and worse. It's just you might as well just quit now. Like it's not
bad.
It's not going to get better.
Yeah.
So those are my winners and losers.
All right. Alexis, who would you say your winners and losers are of day 2?
My winner is the Ravens by far. I think that they have just, other than that last pick at the end of the third round, which I'm going to excuse because every other pick they've made is that good. I think that they just absolutely I mean, this was a team that should have been in the Super Bowl, honestly, last year. I said that I think that talent-wise they were better than the Chiefs. So the fact that then they follow that up with an amazing, draft rounds 1 through 3, I think they're the obvious winners. Losers, I gotta agree with Blaine. The Packers, I have no idea what they're doing. It's just a mess. I don't get it.
Maybe they're playing that that game to see how long we have to keep doing crappy things until Rodgers wants to leave. Anyway, winners and losers. Ben, who would you say?
Winners. I'll mix it up a little bit. I'll still have 2 teams too. The Broncos, for sure, are a big winner to me. I think my Vikings are a big winner today. But the Broncos I want to focus on a little bit because what I really like is they, a lot of these teams they're mentioning had multiple picks in the rounds. Broncos just had 1 per round, but I think they did a fantastic job with both and really maximized with what they had. So I think that was a huge key is that they made sure to go on and get they had 2 in the third, excuse me. But I think they just did a really good job of, or 3. I'm going crazy. Either way, great draft for them tonight. I'm literally just going nuts, I guess.
That happens, man. We've been on this thing for a while.
Either way, I liked all their picks tonight. I thought that they were really great. And the Vikings as well. Loser, I'll also mix it up a little bit with the Eagles because I don't get what the direction that they went with tonight at all. I mean, obviously the Packers are a big loser, but I wanted to shift it around and say Eagles. I mean, Jalen Hurts at 53 is just very head scratching. and I think that's the only pick they made tonight, correct?
No, the linebacker out of Colorado who was
Yeah, that
Okay,
was also
yes.
whoa.
Oh yeah, Davion Taylor. That was their at the very end. That's why I missed. So I mean, 2 questionable draft picks.
AJ, winners, losers.
I gotta say, I think one of the biggest winners, and I'm gonna surprise myself by saying it, but I really think the New York Jets had a phenomenal day today. You get Ashton Davis, you get Denzel Mims. Zuniga's a solid pass rusher too, so you come away with that. That's 3 really great picks right here. They nailed it all. For losers, there's a couple like the Saints have no more picks after they traded up for Troutman. So that's a big yikes. But
Yeah.
I think my ultimate loser, the Miami Dolphins, they did nothing. Like Raekwon Davis and Brandon Jones are solid players, but not really moving the needle for me there. So I mean, when you have so much capital and you just kind of with your draft, I'm not super high on what they did tonight.
No,
I think
I'm,
Robert Hunt
I'm not
made it
either.
good enough for me. For the Dolphins, at least did something.
Yeah, Hunt is good. I'll give them that. But it just doesn't wipe away that kind of odd taste from Raekwon Davis. And
Well,
Fair.
yeah, it's like, well, what possessed you to draft Brandon Jones over some of the guys that were available, like Burgess, for instance?
Yeah.
I like we were talking about this during the draft. Like I thought Burgess fit what they needed way more.
Yeah.
And Raekwon Davis again, like 0 pass rush capability there. So I don't really understand that.
Yeah.
They are definitely a loser to me. I think, short and sweet. I think the Steelers deserve some recognition here. They came in, they had 2 picks on day 2. They didn't go crazy. They already drafted Minkah Fitzpatrick in this draft, technically. So, they get Chase Claypool. They basically tell Ben Roethlisberger, you know what, we're going to get you another weapon here. There's going to be no excuse. We're all in on you. We're not drafting a quarterback. And they get Alex Highsmith, somebody that's going to be able to play right away if they need him to, but they really don't need him to. So they get just a really good, talented pass rusher that falls in line with my board. I would say the Broncos deserve a ton of recognition as well. I mean, it's really key when you have a franchise quarterback to show him how much you care about him. So what do? You get him KJ Hamler and you get him Lloyd Cushenberry. I think that was really smart in addition to Jerry Jeudy on day 1. You have to look at that. I think, what Atlanta did, I think deserves some recognition. Getting Marlon Davidson, I loved that pick, maybe more than some people, but I think the versatility there on the defensive line and just the quickness he has is really going to add something to Dan Quinn's defense. But then on top of it, they get Matt Hennessy to really complete their offensive line. So I really like what they did there. As far as, and of course, we know the Ravens, we could talk about the Ravens being a winner. I'd even give the Rams an honorable mention, not necessarily a winner, but I would give them the comeback award. Like you started off rough with Cam Akers, and let's be honest here, the Rams just drafted good players today. They just didn't pick like the way I would have wanted to, but I can't fault them. Like there were when they picked Bobby Evans last year, I think Alexis and I had a 7th round grade on it. Like we were pissed when they picked Bobby Evans. They didn't do that. This time around, they didn't grab anybody where I opened my eyes and were like, what? I thought they did a nice job, recouping from that pick of Cam Akers, who they like way more than I do. He could probably still be a really good player.
Yeah.
Really like Van Jefferson, best route runner in the draft, in my opinion, or one of the best. And then you have, Terrell Lewis taking advantage of the drop off because of the injury. And then Terrell Burgess, who's going to give you your starting free safety. Regardless of what people said, the Rams needed a free safety, in my opinion. The losers of this draft, I mean, the Eagles, I really like Jalen Hurts. I think Blaine made a great argument of why that makes sense. That's not even the reason they're the losers to me. Davion Taylor made no sense to me with what was on the board. You still haven't addressed corner. To me, you haven't addressed secondary, period. Are you really okay with Jalen Mills being your starting safety? I'm not okay with that if I was an Eagles fan. So I think they totally lost today. And I think, don't get me wrong, Seattle, they got Damian Lewis, and I think Damian Lewis was a good pick. Let's not forget they traded up, and they gave up assets to get Darrell Taylor. And we saw Terrell Lewis is he's just a better player than Darrell Taylor. So, the Rams get him in the 3rd round, let him fall, to them. The Rams also surprisingly didn't trade at all, which is a shocker to me.
That was
and Darrell Taylor, man, he would have been there in the 3rd round, maybe 4th. So those are my losers. Anybody have any parting thoughts before we head off this?
Vikings would have been higher up my winner board, but they traded the second, third round pick. So how day 3 turned out, where they bank on how day 2 grades out, where they will bank on how day 3 ends up, because if they go out and just blow all those picks, it's not going to matter.
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited for, tomorrow. I don't know
Fun.
who's going to be joining the fray, but everyone's welcome to join the fray that's in here right now. We have some people, I think, that are going to join us on day 3. We're having some fun with it, and we appreciate the consistent viewership from you guys. That's what makes this really fun, having the interaction, having people, making comments like, when Brad was in here earlier, is Brad alive? Things like that. It's all fun. So we appreciate it. We're going to head off here. Appreciate you guys, of course, joining, this and making this an event. And man, I can't wait to, sleep and wake up, and it's on at noon. How awesome is that? We don't have to wait all night for it.
It's on at
11 a.m. in
me,
God's
so,
country.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. It's on at noon Eastern time. So
11.
yeah, 11. There you go. All right, guys. Thanks so much for tuning in. This is Jake Allenbowen. He's AJ Schulte, Alexis Kraft, Ben Larson, Blaine Grosak. We are signing off. Thanks so much for joining us on day 2 of the Downtown Rams NFL Draft Stream.